stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
Just a few days away from the semifinals, and we're at the last day to find our solid 16. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2024. And on the panel, it's going to be the Neck Bros. And Neck Bro, I mean, after witnessing the overall standings yesterday, it just really makes me concerned for the teams that are there on the latter half of the board.
Yeah, exactly. We saw so many teams facing the setbacks, even after having such a beautiful start for the first 3 games. The last 3 went all downhill.
And yeah, especially for teams like Revenue Esports and WSB, that's a big sad moment, right? Because they've got so much more fan following now, and the fact that they were not able to qualify, it's definitely one of those sad days for the fans.
Yeah, for sure. Even Revenant, we thought kind of they will bounce back because Sensei having that kind of team, they might have got some strategy, but it was not the case. They were literally beaten up by every other team. But we also saw some comebacks from a lot of teams like 7 Hours. They came unexpectedly so well.
Even Galaxy Esports was one of those names, right? Livecraft Esports getting that 30 bomber, not exactly 30 bomber, still getting those 29 points in one single game. That just got them back in the flow of the things, and now they're in that top 16, and Livecraft is looking really comfy.
Yeah, exactly. Livecraft were looking really nice, and even when you just talk about, there were a lot of teams as well, those who were trying to make the comebacks, and I'm really kind of looking forward to, because in the next group as well, we saw kind of Gujarat Tigers fumbling down, but they are still praying for, like, if the top teams can manage to get a lot more points, they will still be in the top 16. But you know that the calculations are going on in everybody's mind out there.
Yeah, I mean, GT is just barely hanging on the edge, right? Just hoping for the teams at the first half of the board to perform a little bit better today itself. And if that's not going to be the case, if we do witness some great comebacks today as well, then GT will definitely be out. So that's another one of those fan favorite teams. There's a high chance the elimination brackets right now just looming on top of their heads, and they can be eliminated from the tournament. But I'm still not going to lie, man. Witnessing WSB being eliminated from the tournament was not expected at all. Moving inside of the wildcards, WSB was dominating through and through with every single stage they were playing.
Yeah, that team was really consistent, but you know what? Everybody's fighting for that bragging rights. Everybody wants to be in the semi-finals and from there to the grand finals, but they're fighting for this massive prize pool, 2 crore on the line, and the champion takes away 60 lakhs with themselves.
A lot of money on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and all the top 16 team will be getting some sort of money in their hands, but all eyes are going to be on the champion, which will be getting their hands on 60 lakh rupees. The second one will be getting 30 lakhs, the third one will be getting 20, and if you look at the bottom of the graphic, you also see some special prizes. MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000. You also got most finishers getting 1 lakh, Lonesome Survivor getting 1 lakh as well, and the player who manages to go on Rampage will also get 1 lakh.
So you are getting plenty of rewards out there, and for that you need to reach the grand finals. That's the main priority for every team out there. Yes, after the end of today's day, we will get the next set of 16 teams, those who will advance to the semi-finals week 1. But already, we know this entire game has changed drastically after the introduction of this new point system. The 10 points that you get for the chicken dinner has drastically changed a lot of teams' play style from going for the heal battles to going all in for the finishes.
There's no in between. Either teams are playing super defensive or either teams are playing really aggressive. That's being the way. And a lot of these teams going aggressive, they're also being rewarded heavily with those elimination points they're able to rack up, because if you do manage to place yourself on the first spot in that game, you only get 10 points, and that's not a lot to put you in a better spot in the overall standings. And yesterday was a prime example of that. Livecraft getting 19 elimination points with that chicken dinner. They instantly catapulted themselves in the top 16 with ease.
Yeah, for sure. But when we just talk about today's teams, the first group, it's going to be Team Aru, Metal Esports, Voltex Gaming. We get to see Tribe Herdman, LOC Esports, Glitchix Reborn as well. But when we just talk about Team Forever, this is also a team in concern. Then followed by that, we've got Team Zero, TCW Official, TMG Gaming, Kratic Esports, Genesis Esports, Inertia Esports, Raw Official, TWOB, and last but not least, RVNC.
TWOB, a team that packs a solid punch, but still over here, not being able to crack in that top 16 is definitely something making us all concerned. The same thing can be said for RVNC too, moving inside of the wild card. Definitely they were looking like the freaks of nature, but unfortunately now that freak of nature has dissipated. Let's move on forward towards the Group 4, and this is where things can be a little bit more better, because in the Group 4, we've of course got some of the known names, right? Aiku Soul, Godlike Esports, you've also got Entity as well in the mix, add on Raven Esports too, and that just makes things even more complicated.
Yeah, even UP50 is there alongside VST. I'm really kind of concerned for Rising Falcon as well. They will be looking forward to get some good points. Even if you talk about Rising Falcon, they haven't had a great performance. But even when you talk about UP50, they had a decent start. They had got 17 points in the first 3 games. But again, the next 3 games, the last 3 games, is where the pressure lies.
Consistency is what matters in UP50. Now they need to bring that consistency inside of the game. They've only got 3 games to perform, and if those 3 chances are left out, UP50, there's a high chance they will be kicked out as well. The same thing can be said for THW Esports. THW Esports looking decent for now, but still it's all about being able to pin that spot down in the solid 16. Let's move on and look at today's schedule. All the maps that are going to be played. Once again, there's not going to be any sort of changes over here. We're going to kick things off with Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk.
Yeah, the first 3 games, it is going to be that. And again, a reset will happen. The next group, that is group number 4, will come, and they will also play the Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk precisely. This is the 3 basic maps that we are seeing in the entire wildcard phase, but eventually a lot of things have changed. The first 3 games, they also played this similar maps as well, but the kind of performance dips we have seen in the yesterday WinGod, they're among them. We thought that they will be bouncing back accordingly to the kind of strategies they were planning, but it was not the case.
That is true. WILDCARD Esports also barely just hanging on that ledge. There's a high chance even they can be kicked out. And yeah, moving forward towards Group 3's discussion now, right? You've got Team Zero in there. An interesting prospect. You never know if they're going to be able to crack inside of that top 16. Team Zero, they need that one solid game. What do you think? Can they get it?
It's gonna be tough, but again, they have to re-strategize. They have to go all aggressive, but also with that, we saw Team Zero going aggressive, right? But they haven't had a lot of placement points for themselves. So this is a little bit important factor that I really believe they need to focus on. It's that they need to play a little bit steady gameplay. They have got the aggression, they've got the players, but a position point is what they need more.
And you talk about GlitchX Reborn too on the same note, right? GlitchX Reborn, a team that's known for their consistency, but unfortunately now the consistency's faded away, and that really makes me question what exactly just went wrong with this team.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a pressure that is going on in their head, because we have seen a lot of undergods. They have performed tremendously well in the previous rounds, but coming down to the wild card, the performance has changed. They are feeling the heat. They are feeling the pressure.
Exactly. And speak of the pressure, ladies and gentlemen, the pressure is going to be amping up even more in the grand finals of the BGIS 2024. And this time it's going to be in Hyderabad. And also there's going to be some premium tickets being sold soon on the website. And if you guys want to have some more info about everything that I just spoke, make sure to follow the Craft in India socials. But moving on with the conversation, right? Once again, we were talking about Team Zero. We had a conversation about GlitchX Reborn 2. A couple of more teams. Team Forever, a team that completely dominated the grind stage. And now the transition towards wildcard. Rough.
Yeah, I really didn't expect Team Forever to come down to wildcard, but hey, we did not even expect godlike Ikusol to come down as well. So we can't just go on. We can just go on with that discussion. But when you've got an IGL like Oasis in your team, one of the most experienced IGLs in the entire Indian circuit that we talk about, I really believe that he has something in his mind to come up in this final 3 games and make his team qualify for the semi-finals.
And you know, speak of having something in your mind, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on even in Craft in India's minds. And you know what? Let's move on forward and look at this promo right now.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. Seriously?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कह कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions inside of this tournament, and still if you do not really have BGMI installed on your phone, what are you doing, man? Go to your Play Store, App Store, whatever device you guys like to use, and download BGMI right now. Moving on with the conversation once again, right, Nick Rose? Now, coming in with the known names, coming in with the undergods as well. Recently, these undergods, they have been dominating the lobby in a really great fashion. Yesterday, we saw Lifecraft making that big change, even Galaxy Esports coming out swinging, unexpected.
Yeah, even I would just like to point about 7 hours. 7
Yeah.
hours they did so good, but I really expected, like, if they had some more 10-15 points in their bag in the first 3 games, things could have been different. They were really the party spoilers that nobody expected to come, but in today's day as well, I really hope that we might see some more teams like 7 hours as well.
I mean, there's definitely a high chance Inertia Esports can be one of those,
Yeah.
especially they're playing outside of this Group 3. And Inertia Esports has passed. It's been quite incredible. I mean, in the past, they have been able to get the points that are needed, but the fact that now the elimination's looming on top of their heads, there's a high chance they can crack under that pressure.
Yep, and even for TWOB, I'm really concerned. They are starting in that same
Yeah.
position where Blind Esports were there. They tried to make a comeback, but still fell short for some points.
I mean, speaking of the points, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and look at the overall standings. This is where things are going to be cleared up a little bit more. We have been talking about the cutoffs. We have been talking about the Solid 16. And right now, this is what the Solid 16 looks like. If WILDCARD, they want to stay inside of the 16, they just need to hope that the teams that are playing in today, they do not make any sort of comebacks in the top 16. The same thing goes for K9 Squad, GT as well, even RIPM that you see on the screen. You've also got Big Brothers. You've also got Imprint, Lifecraft. After getting that 30 bomber, they're now looking pretty safe.
They will be just rooting for the top teams like Aru and all. But yeah, that's a calculation going on. If Aru, Aiku Soul, if these kind of teams actually get the major amount of points, they will be safe. But for the teams like, if you talk about Rush if possible, Mizoram, if you talk about Gujarat Tigers, they're still having that kind of cutoff that if any like 3 teams from behind come up with some good points, they will still be in the top 16. But they're only praying that should be from the 17, 18 and 19 position only.
Let's talk about the teams that have a high chance to be eliminated from this tournament. GT, K9 Squad, Remorseless, and WILDCARD. The bottom 4 teams that you see from 13 to 16, there's a high chance they can be eliminated. Now let's move on towards the latter half of the board. Some of the teams that have already been eliminated from this entire game. And you see Blind Esports right there. WSB is also over there. You've also got Hail India, which is not going to be seen in the future. Jubilee and Divine, a team that came in with quite a great wave, but they were not able to back it up properly.
Yep. Even Hail India made a good comeback in the previous day. We saw them, but again, they fell short of some points. Going down to the Voltex Gaming, they are there in 24th spot. They will have their 3 matches played today, but a lot of disappointments. Revenant, Infected Mushrooms, 7 Hours, PL Dominators, so many names that we had expectations from.
Even Revenant Esports not being able to perform, right? This is one of those names that we really expected to be there. We have been talking about them from the start, but still, no matter how much we talk about them, they're already done for. They're not going to be able to move up in the overall standings anymore. The latter half of the board, once again, in front of us, you've got Entity, LOC, who are going to be playing in today itself, GlitchX Reborn, UP50. So many of these known names, eyes are going to be pinned on top of them, including Raven Esports too.
Yep, exactly. Alongside that, we've got Team Forever that we were talking about. TCW will be also among them. Even I am really looking forward to Team Zero's performance. We talked about it, that 13 finishes they had got in the first 3 matches, but only 2 position points, and that's where they lacked the major points for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, VST is right there too, right? As you had to talk about them, and even VST is going to be playing today itself. I'm really not sure how the journey is going to be looking like for that team, but as you move on towards the last page and you see TWOB, that is going to be playing today itself, ladies and gentlemen. For TWOB, it's looking like an Herculean task all the way on the last page on the 61st spot.
Only 5 points for the first 3 matches. Same goes for RVNC as well. They have only 3 points from the first 3 games. So if they want to qualify, they almost have to get 40 points from the 3 matches that they're going to play today.
Now, as I mentioned, TWOB, they need at least 15 points per game. And looking at the past stats, it's looking way too dicey. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, enough talks about all these overall standings. Now, let's speak of the teams that will be playing the first game itself. We've got the Group 3 in front of us, where Team Aru Metal Esports, they're definitely going to be packing a lot of punch, but then the real expectations are going to be from Raw, TWOB, RVNC, Genesis, Kratic, the teams that were able to do pretty good in the past, but now the transition inside of the wildcard has really been looking shaky.
They have to calm their minds up. They have to be very, very much thoughtful about every decision that they're going to take inside the match. Even a small mistake can cost them the entire match, and they might not get a lot more points for themselves. So they have to be looking forward to it. For TCW and Team Zero, we talked about them. They have that, like for Team Zero to be precise, they have got that aggression, but only the placement points and the aggression balancing out would help them to qualify for the semi-finals.
I mean, for Raw Officials, honestly speaking, this is one of the most OG clans out there, and Raw Officials over here, Elimination looming on top of their head, not doing too good in the overall standings. It really does not make you feel that great to see see them there. TCW, one of the underdog teams that definitely does pack a lot of punch. They do have so much potential as well. All you need to do is just look up forward to them and just hope and cross your fingers that they can be moving in as well. Team Zero, a known name around the block, and even this team is struggling.
Yeah, that's where the problem lies. You've got the experienced player, you've got Scout in your team, you've got brilliant supporters like Syed, you've got Kylo as well. Yeah, we missed him in the first 3 matches for sure, but I really believe in today's day, there has to be something, there has to be some plannings that a Scout will be looking forward to, because he's one of the most experienced guy that you can ever imagine in your team.
Yeah, exactly. And I just hope that Addy's going to be stepping up to the occasion, right? Because Addy recently, his performance has been looking way too shaky. But then you transition on forward towards the opposite side of the spectrum. Glitchx Reborn, they're in that mid pack. They need the performance, of course, but all they need is maybe 10 points per game, and still they can be in the comfort shoes.
Yep, that's for sure. And when you talk about the other teams, like we talked about RVNC, we talked about TW, OBS, Fast, like they are starting from the 5 and 3 points respectively. They need almost 40 to 45 points in the next 3 games. It's going to be tough, but again, they have to push their limits. They have to have that kind of mindset to be in the top 3 in every game, get a good amount of finishes, maybe double digits, like 10, 11 finishes each game. That might help them to qualify.
And honestly speaking, Team Aru, right, they performed so well in the past performance, right? It's out of that game of Miramar where Team Aru just dropped a complete nuke on the map. The way they were able to get those elimination points, the way they made some fluid calls, even the transitions inside of the fight, the stances they were taking, it was incredible. Mechanically, this team was gifted that day, and I hope we're going to be seeing the same Team Aru. But yeah, there's a high chance, considering Team Aru is in really good shoes, they're probably not going to be performing, considering they will just try to get some maybe 10, 15 points in one game, and they know they've pinned down the spot.
Even if when you talk about 15 points per game, I'm having that kind of thinking or like thoughts in my mind that even Metal Esports will be looking forward to the same kind of stuff. They also had a tremendous performance, and as well, we saw Siam stepping up. My god, he was like a literal bomb inside the match. He's just bursting out in the right moment, getting all the frags that was possible inside every match.
And Tribe Herdman, another one of those teams that we saw for the first time inside of the wild card. And Tribe Herdman, man, did they put on a show. They were taking fights left, right, and center off the rip, and the way they were looking really confident, even against some of the known names, it was just really impressive. Tribe Herdman, position gameplay's on point. Even the firepower is quite nice, but sometimes they can crack under that pressure, and hopefully that day is not going to be today.
Yeah, it has to be your day. And for LOC as well, LOC is one of that underdog teams we talked about. This organization has been emerging a lot more new talents from the grassroots levels to this point, and this team looks really, really nice. And the first 3 games, they had a very good run. I would say a decent run, but now the last 3 games is where the main pressure lies. Again, if they play it well, it should be fine.
LOC previous year as well in 2023, right? They were doing quite nice for themselves. We saw LOC qualify until quite the late stages, but then later on, when it mattered the most, they just cracked under that pressure. And hopefully the same thing's not going to be happening with this LOC. I want to see them move on forward towards the grand finals. We know the players are quite capable of packing a massive punch. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Enough talks about the teams. Let's just directly step inside of the action, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, and the plane flight path starting from Milta Power towards Hospital.
This is going to be an crucial flight path for sure. It's kind of dissecting the map in 2 different halves. The northern side, for the teams going to the areas of Stolberg, Kamishki or Severny, they might have to face some kind of consequences, have to go for the vehicle rotation. For the teams going towards the area of military base or Primorsk, they won't even have to bother anything. But I'm looking forward. Will Medal go towards the areas of Kamishki, or they will just drop down to Novoripnoy?
That's a good question. Metal Esports, they will drop down towards Novoripnoy, that's for sure, because that drop location is way too close towards the plane flight path, so they do not really need to change it at all. Kamishki is something that, yeah, it's really unnecessary for now. And yeah, you've also got Team Aru moving in towards Milta Power. You've also got TWOB dropping in towards that farm area. Raw Officials 2 taking an exit from the plane flight path. Still waiting for someone to hop inside of that Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, for sure. And for now, when you just talk about Craddock Esports as well, I'm really looking forward. How can they improve their performance? They had a decent one. They had 11 points in the first 3 games. Have to look forward to get at least 30 to 35 points from in these 3 games that they're going to play. Not a tough job in the office for sure, because we saw Mogo Esports having that similar start in the previous day. They made it happen. They got the points that they wanted. But for the other teams, can they do it?
A big question. Everyone's trying to wonder. For Craddock Esports, a team that did super good inside of the grind, the transition towards the main event was really rough. I'm not sure what caused that, but Retreat, he needs to step up and start making waves right now. You've also got Inertia moving up north toward Georgia Pool. You've also got GlitchX Reborn, a banner that's supposed to be super consistent. Right now, they're not doing too hot for themselves in the overall rankings. You've also got RVNC moving down south towards Primorx. So yeah, I mean, this group, so far, we aren't seeing any sort of drop collisions.
Oh, yeah. But I really thought that one of that drop collisions might happen in the areas of Georgia Pool containers, because we saw two teams going towards that area. But the circle, Necro, has formed in the southeastern side, keeping TWOB, the farm area, in the dead center, which is always kind of a tricky circle for us. We don't even kind of get an idea and which area is the end circle going to form.
I mean, TWOB is one of those teams that does pack a lot of punch, as I mentioned, right? They are supposed to be one of the aggressive bunch in the lobby, but recently they have been tweaking a couple of things here and there, and I'm not sure how well it's been working out for them. GlitchX Reborn, they move in, as you've got Sakira on the screen for now. And for GlitchX Reborn, it's all up to that consistent task, my friend. Getting those 10, 15 points per game, not even 10, 15 points. Maybe you can't say 7 or 8 points per game. And GlitchX Reborn can still keep themselves inside of that top 16 easily. And considering it is the last day, GlitchX Reborn do not have to worry about anyone else making a comeback.
Yep. And even for TCW, they had 14 points, and it seems like they have got that early start what every team desires. They've got the first finish of this game, and that's one of the players of RVNC getting taken down. And that kind of aggression that we were talking about, TCW, they had 13 finishes in the first 3 games, and they are not even backing out from that kind of strategy, that aggressive strategy, what they've already planned in the beginning of wildcard phase. They will continue. It seems like they will continue for the next 3 matches as well. But what about Team Zero? They also had a similar kind of strategy and that kind of planning for themselves as well.
I mean, for Team Zero, it's an interesting topic to speak about, because Addy's been completely absent from the game, has not been able to play that well, and we did see Addy in the past once or twice, right? And he was able to play super well, and that same performance is just not there inside of the game, and I think so that can be one of the main reasons as well why Team Zero is struggling so far. But you never know. Maybe Team Zero just having the communication issues as well can also be something that can be sorted on the fly. And one thing is for sure, the players must have been doing the VOD reviews, right? They're over here so late inside of the tournament. It does not make a lot of sense to not hope a lot from this.
They've also got Kylo in their team, right? He has been brought back on the lineup, so this can be that one aggressive factor that they will go for these finishes. They will look for to get more and more finishes in their bag. But when you talk about the finishes and the balancing factor, Medal Esports, in the previous first 3 games that they have played, they have balanced it out perfectly. 19 finishes, 14 placement points, completely balancing out to 33 total points for themselves. They will be looking forward to kind of maintain this flow in this next 3 games as well, because when you have got players like Sayyam, Kyoya stepping up so nicely, it doesn't have to be very much concerning for them to overboard.
I mean, concerns, they're definitely going to be there at the end of the day, right? Unless you're going to be in somewhere in that top 3, then you're all good. If you're going to be on the latter half of the board, though, from the 9th till 16th, then the concern will always be there. And unfortunately for some of the teams, they do not even have a fighting chance anymore. Teams like GT, they're just there waiting for someone to crack inside of that top 16, and their position can easily be stolen away.
Just praying out there? Don't you think so?
Yep.
That's the only thing that they can do, just kind of calculating and praying and hoping that this team might just come on top, they get the points, and we can still stay in the top 16. All the prayers has to be very precise, but when you talk about the prayers coming in, it's Team Forever in front of our screens. We see the entire team of Oasis alongside Mafia, Flock, and MJ looking forward to make a brilliant comeback, or maybe looking forward to grab a lot more points from the beginning of the last three matches that they're going to play.
Team Forever, this is one of those teams that is quite defensive, right? But when we saw this team for the first time in 2024 in the grind itself, man, did they impress us. The only problem in 2023 with this team was they were not really able to back that defensive nature with the firepower. Now they're able to do so pretty well. But still somehow, them seeing inside of the wild card, yeah, it's not something all of us expected. But now Team Forever's over here, and they're also struggling for their lifeline.
Same goes for TWOB as well. Going forward, they've got a very good lineup. When it was formed newly, we saw the players coming in, Prince there as the IGL looking forward. He has done a brilliant job in his past lineups. He also will be looking forward to get some good results with this lineup as well. Not a lot more changes for sure, but the position that they are in is very vital. Only 5 points for the first 3 games. Have to get almost like 40 plus points in these 3 matches. It's a big task. We say it very easily, but for them to get like 40 points for themselves, it's a big job to do.
Of course it is. 40 points in the span of 3 games, that's a lot we're asking for. But do they have a choice? No.
Nope.
They need to perform. And this is also something that's going to be adding on the pressure.
Hey,
Glitchx Reborn having a lot of fun in the outskirts, considering they know there's not going to be any sort of foes around that area. But soon enough, there might just be a clash coming in, considering RVNC is on that trail. We do have the map feed in front of us. And there's a high chance we might see this clash coming in as the Wall of Death as well moves up. Glitchx Reborn opting for that late game rotation.
This kind of cycling incidents bring back my childhood days when I used to roam about in the colonies with my friends.
We've all been there. We've all done that.
Exploring new streets.
Yeah.
Always finding new routes, but hey, for now, the routes are all leading inside the circle, but 2 teams out of which we see Glitchx Reborn and RVNC both are looking forward for the late rotating gameplay for themselves because they don't want to go and involve themselves in some early collisions.
What blows for Glitchx is that they do not have any sort of vehicles on the hand, if I'm not wrong. Every single player is just booking it on a bicycle. It's not going to take them too far, considering vehicles can also block in those crucial bullets. And for Raw officials, looking okay for now, inside of the zone, so you can't say still that comfort zone is over there with them. Not exactly in the center, just playing on the off-centric spot. It's all okay, good in the hood, but Raw officials still playing for that crucial information.
Having the northern side for themselves, there's nobody as such to kind of backstab them, but Superman having that visuals, he was there to scout out the positions if that compound was cleared or not, but it is Tribe Herdman we see holding this compound, and Raw official, they won't bother them as much right now at least. They will be looking forward to get some comfortable position for themselves in the dead center of the circle, because that's what we see most of the teams doing for the first and the second circle.
Tribe Herdman. A team that has got nothing to lose in my opinion, considering it is one of the Undergods lineup. But still a lot to prove. And I'm pretty sure they're here to make a statement. They're here to make a name for themselves, get that fame. Looking at the Circle 4 now. It's going to center on up once again. TWOB, they find themselves in the prime spot. Nothing taken away from that. Team 0 as well, not that far away. Metal Esports towards that bridge side. For them to breach in towards that main island, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough.
This kind of circle always brings a lot of thoughts in your mind on which end it would end. Is it going to be the main island, or is it going to be the military base island? And it seems like TCW, they're in that 50-50 ratio. If like 2 players going in this military base might happen. We have seen, like, if I'm not wrong, Revenant doing it before.
Revenant Esports, I mean, at this point in time, whichever team's trying to replicate the same playstyle as Revenant Esports, you better not do it. You've got the results.
Yeah.
It's not going to work out. The super team failing in their performance when it mattered the most. Metal Esports playing right around that bridge area, considering they know there's Voltex in the front.
Oh.
Yeah, the man's quite chipped up, but it's fine.
They have had those kind of shots exchange, it seems, and even Voltex are aware that there's one team exactly in front of our eyes that we need to take care about. But when you just talk about this, it's Team Forever versus Team 0 as Syed brings up the opening and instantly gets the finish done. Flock is down and out, and that's the first casualty for Team Forever.
Important knocker. Team Forever not really knowing the difference between good fights and bad fights. And this time they stumble across one bad fight. They do decide to take it, but now they've already lost out of one player. Now the man disadvantage looming on top of the players of Team Forever as they look forward to disengage from this entire kerfuffle. Are they still going for that challenge? It does seem like they are going for that challenge. They really do want to take over this entire warehouse area. No, Forever backing off. Just going to play it from the high ground. It's fine. Still, you never know where the next circle shift's going to be. There's a high chance it might just be curveballic shift on top of the players of Team Forever.
They've got the height advantage, so it would not be a great decision to go down Ridge and take the fight, but having that one loss already, it might actually backfire them in the end. Circles Team Forever, they have to be very cautious about every move that they're taking. But talking about the cautious moves, it's TCW. They're still waiting for that next circle shift. I really don't think they are going to rotate quickly from this spot. Might be looking forward that if any team goes towards the area of military base, they might look forward to do that bridge camp.
And speak of the bridge camp right now, TCW just eyeing it down. No intentions of letting anyone cross through. TCW, they already had that pressure subsider for themselves, right? One elimination point secured. They're looking decent for themselves. Towards Ferry Pier, you've got RVNC moving in. Not a big fan of this position, in my opinion, but let's see. RVNC, maybe they do have a proper play structure, a proper game plan. GlitchX Reborn slowly and steadily as well, looking forward to crack inside of that circle, finding that breaching point from the northern side. So yeah, I mean, at this point in time, still, it's a big mystery package. We do not know how it's going to be unfolding in the front.
The next circle shift is definitely going to kind of give you an overall view of what the teams are going to do, because the kind of collisions will start from that particular point. But when you're talking about the kind of game plans that Revenant had, I will be kind of suggesting the teams that if you want to have kind of strategies, like if you want to plan something, you have to kind of go with the game plan of Mogo Esports. The way they planned it out, the 3 games, the way they got the points from all those 3 games were incredible.
I mean, Mogo Esports, they do have a lot of experience as well, though, right? GlitchX Reborn, the playing for, you can't say quite new to the fray. So that experience definitely not there. Consistency is there. But Mogo Esports, they completely just excel when it comes to the experience, right? They've also been the champion of the 2023. So yeah, I mean, that's like an added benefit that they've got. It's going to help them so much with that mindset. That's why Mogo Esports, they always just somehow come back from the dead.
The experience always paved the path, but it seems like TCW, the moment that they were waiting for a long period of time, has come to life. LOC, they were waiting for a long time. They were rotating so late, but finally they came to a point where TCW, they are holding. Fizzy, Fragger, they will be liking to just back off from this position. And as soon as LOC found out that there is a team holding, they are literally moving back and having a different route for their rotation inside the circle.
I'm not even sure what the game plan is for both these teams, man. They just seemed really lost. For TCW, they should have been inside of the zone already. They've lost that breaching point now, and it's going to be the players of GlitchX to hold down the breaching point and also be the Guardian Angels. You see them in that circle. Looking pretty good. Still a couple of more teams moving in from that same breaching point. You've got RVNC. You've got TCW, of course, right there. You've also got LOC around the fray. So 3 teams looking forward to duke it out towards that same area. Next circle shift is going to be clearing a lot of the things. And this time, hopefully, it's going to be shifting in towards that left side. But instead, it shifts towards the right, catching every single team off guard. And now just look at the wave of vehicles trying to move in.
Oh my God. Inertia, they will be like, we have been blessed. This is our situation. This is our match. They are in the dead center. They have the compounds for their name. And this is a big opportunity for these lads to find a lot more finishes for themselves. But even when you look towards the northern side, even Genesis, they're rotating so quickly. It might just benefit them to grab some good spots inside the circle. But for the teams, Team Forever, GlitchX Reborn, RVNC, they have to rotate as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the cozy corners, the cozy compounds will be getting in the hands of the major teams.
Speak of the cozy compounds, there's a lot of them available right now. Towards that Milta Power area, you see Genesis moving in towards that side. Inertia is already there in the Smack Center. Raw officials as well looking forward to move in, pave their pathway towards that same area. So many compounds still up for grabs. The defense will be tough to put up, but considering there's not going to be any sort of backstab anyways, because the teams cannot crawl in from the water lines. That's rarely going to happen. If anyone does try to do so, well, then they're just going to be digging their own graves. They won't have any sort of equals at the final few moments, so it's not going to be a good option to have. Even TWOB instantly on that move. The rotations a lot of these teams are trying to pan out, it's not looking too fluid considering, look at TCW. They're moving in from that bridge area, and right now Metal Esports is camping that.
I really hope that they have a read about to watch their backs, otherwise TCW, they might just drop the nightmare on the Metal Esports. It seems like Team Zero, they came all in without having any intel. A lot of shots being taken, and the players have been chipped off pretty decently by the players of Metal Esports. Voltex Gaming, they're also in those compounds a little bit afar. But Metal Esports, the position that they have, all the 4 players, they're kind of focusing on the petrol pump area, but one has to take a look about the back because TCW coming up from the back lines can be very, very much concerning. Encore's position, he's a little bit more exposed for sure, but Team Zero, look at the split that they're having right now.
Looks like a trifecta of death for now. Team Zero, a 2-2 split, 2 players in the back, 2 players inside of that fuel station. And Team Zero, they do know that's not a good position to be in. Right now, they found themselves in a massive pickle. Wanting to go up against Metal Esports, considering the circle as well, it's just taking some of the most curveball shifts. So yeah. The circle is unreliable right now. You cannot hope that the circle is going to be shifting on top of you. It can backstab you any moment. TMG on the screen did spot out the players of GlitchX, take that vital information, and also move inside of the zone. Before TMG, they're in that comfort shoes for now.
Malik, he just came so close to the team of TMG. But in the right moment, he just flew away. That was a really major point. But looking towards the circle, GlitchX Malik finally finds out another player, Team Forever. This can be very, very much deceiving. Mafia has been taken down. 2 of the players are down and out in Team Forever. This is not the ideal start that they were looking forward to. But for sure, after this kind of situation, GlitchX Reborn, they will have a good compound in their name.
GlitchX Reborn looking decent inside of the zone, that's for sure. As you mentioned, they will have a good compound in their hands, and that's what they do have. And GlitchX Reborn, consistency is something they need to put up. As I mentioned, 5 or 6 points per game can actually seal the deal as well, but it has to be super consistent. One single game left out, and then GlitchX, they need a massive game to bring themselves back in the race. Next circle shift's going to be on the board, and it's actually going to shift directly on top of Milta.
Look at the circle. LOC in a very good spot. Team Aru sitting in such a great compound right now. They will have the overview of entire Milta region as well as of the teams coming from the back lines. This is going to be very crucial for Team Aru to grab a lot more finishes, but GlitchX Reborn, that's a good opportunity for them because Genesis, they're in front of them. Team Forever, they're in front of them. They can try to break through or breach through those teams, but a little bit of Cold War is starting in this area of bridge, where we see Voltex, Team Zero, as well as Metal Esports.
Team Zero not in that comfort zone for now. They're constantly being peppered down by a lot of the bullets, and Metal Esports having a clear-cut advantage inside of the fight. Both the teams, they need to disengage. Right now, it's a massive stalemate. It's not going to be favoring any one of these. Just try to move inside of the zone. That should be your main goal. As Voltex as well, they're trying to pull off the same thing. Milta City is going to be in the massive power. The real estate prices will go up, as Fixus likes to say.
Yeah. And as this is a kind of end circle in which compounds are involved, I really expect it to go for a lot longer time because a lot of teams will be holding inside the compounds and will be looking forward to play through the covers. But right now, it's TMG, we see Shivam with an S12K in his hand. He's got Crowd Esports in front of him.
TMG. Oh no, getting surrounded by the foes now. Shivam's taking a lot of damage upon himself. But Crowd Esports, once again, the start to face the brunt. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, and this time it's going to be a bit of an overshoot from Shivam. Looking to toss another one. He knows there's a man up close and personal. This time it might just be perfect. It does find that chip damage, but it's not enough to get the knockout. 3 players up and alive from Crowd Esports. The Utils are doing the constant damage. Another Util being tossed out. This time it's going to find the knockout. Man knocked out slowly and steadily, bleeding to his death, as there's also some shots being taken from the back lines. The smoke's not going to block any bullets. It will just be blocking the visual.
Crytek Esports just being the patty between the burgers, it seems. But Crytek Esports right now, from the backlines it's Raw Official, from the front it's TMG. There's nowhere that they can go. 2 players knocked out. One is still trying to revive, but it seems like Conqueror from the behind trying to save his teammates. It's nothing that they can do, but on the other side, it's Metal Esports versus Team Zero. Musayem has to clutch it out, but no, it's not the case. Team Zero, they are still out with all the 4 finishes and all the 4 players alive.
Team Zero, they get things under belts for now, as they wipe out the entirety of Metal Esports from the game. Such a vital wipeout that was. Look at the next circle shift. It's actually going to shift up north from that Milta City. Shifts out in the open. So many teams are now going to be screwed up, but Team Aru in the best spot they can ask themselves to be in. Even Raw Officials looking pretty good on that high ground. Raw Officials, they will be having the most amount of advantage considering they will have so much information. The only team that can put them down is Tribe Herdman.
They have to come up quite fast, otherwise Raw Official might just take away a lot more finishes, it seems. Crytek Esports are down and out, and TMG now, they will be looking forward to come in advance, but it seems Team Forever, the run is just not going well. It's MJ getting taken down and finished off as well. Team Aru, they're also in a very comfortable spot, but that only leaves Oasis as the single standing player from Team Forever.
TWOB, 4 players in the front, and now they're also looking forward to apply a bit more pressure on the likes of Team Zero. The battle's now on the verge of breaking out. What a nade that was! AJ catches a lot of damage upon himself. Heavy damage inflicted. Second nade's going to get the confirmation too. Team Zero looking pretty precise, looking crisp.
It's raining of nades. There is no escaping from that position. Turbo is barely surviving, but finally gets taken down. What a nade coming up from Addy as well. TWOB, they're literally crumbling down in front of Team Zero. It seems Prince, being that solo survivor, has got a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder, and his position is not yet compromised.
Yeah, Addy is going to go for the confirmation, but instead is taking a lot of damage upon himself. Addy's getting shot at from somewhere else on the map. I think so it's going to be the players of Voltex, and yes it is. Voltex third-partying this entire scenario. Addy was knocked out, but I think so he will be back upon his feet. That's not a concern for now. Voltex, they're catching some return damage upon themselves. But it's fine. They've got the hard covers to play with. Even if they do lose out on 1 player, he will be easily revivable.
Look at Prince's position. He doesn't have any nade or any util to use. He knows where the position is of Team Zero. But for now, Prince finds the opportunity, gets Kylo knocked out. Will he be able to get the finish for himself? Prince's position is completely compromised. But right now, TWOB just trying to make it up, and S12K goes down. No results, and another finish in the back. 7 in the name of Team Zero as of now.
The man did not have any helmet on him. All it took was 1 single headshot to put him down. And Team Zero, they're taking a lot of damage. Yes, Scout OP as well. Slowly and steadily ticking away from this entire game. TWOB, Eggy as well, now looking pretty desperate to make it inside of the zone. He does book it. Barely finds himself that slot. Eggy's there in the corner. And as I mentioned, right now, the zone's being dominated by the entirety of Team Aru. And look at the amount of fights that are currently happening around it. RVNC as well, they find themselves in a bit of a pickle. And yeah, the players get incinerated.
TMG finally having a dream run. They have got the smokes for now, but the circle has shifted towards the western side. They need to enter the circle. The concerning factor is Raw Officials still sitting up on the hill. Will have all the visuals for themselves. But on the other hand, Eggy also is down and out, and that marks the end of TWOB as well. Not a lot of teams left inside the circle. 8 teams and 23 players remaining, but that's a push coming on TMG. Glitchix Reborn trying to make it up for themselves.
Yeah, losing out of 2 players off the bat, and then there's still TMG trying to fight back as much as possible. Glitchix Reborn as well, they've taken too much damage. TMG slowly and steadily, they might just lose out on the grip. But it's all down to Sekiro from the side of Glitchix Reborn. Man advantage now in the hands of TMG, and they definitely can pull things back as well. Before Glitchix Reborn, the 3 players, they're done for. They cannot do anything. They cannot redeem themselves. And Sekiro is taking that constant barrage of utils on top of him, and there's a lot of damage being chipped out. Eventually, he will meet the Makers.
The dreams are just being crushed. Not a great start for Glitchix Reborn for sure, but the entire eastern corridor has been cleared by TMG. 9 finishes in their name as they can literally march inside the kind of circle, but now Raw Official, will they be able to hold up that position? They have to come downhill right now.
TMG, time to get your evil pathways locked in. And that's what they're doing. The evil thoughts now starting to prevail as TMG, they straight up ram their vehicles, but instead they get knocked out themselves. Inertia ready to welcome the players with open arms as they get both the knockouts secured, and within a flash you see the entire team just being beamed down to death.
TMG is out now. It's time for Raw Official. Inertia Esports, they know it pretty well, but look at this. T-Maru coming up from the back lines. The entire room is burning right now. Inertia Esports, they don't have any breathing space, but that gives a breather for Raw Official to kind of readjust their positions. But T-Maru, look at them. Look at the positioning that they have for themselves.
Veron having the most crucial position, but Aru Gaming now pushing up close and personal against the player in the front. He does get the knockout secured as well. Team Aru just moving around the fray. They do know there's a couple of more players inside of that house going for the revival, and the revival actually comes through successful as well. But Aru is doing that constant damage, and the opponents, they just can't find the recovery. And Team Aru, they come out on top with ease.
7 finishes in their name as well. Raw Official now in the radars of Team Aru as well. The Molotovs going to just burn them down around the haystack. But for now, we see another player of Voltex Gaming even surviving in a distant. But the fight is all down to Raw Officials and Team Aru, it seems.
There is one man, as you mentioned, a little bit in the far fray. Before Raw Officials, the only bigger thorn in the way is going to be Team Aru. Team Aru having 3 players up and alive, considering they lost out on Atenki a while ago. And there's one man towards the left line, just completely isolated. He can definitely play the spoiler if he wants. And Raw Officials, if the backs are exposed too much, they will be eliminated from the game too. But I think so they're well aware of this man's position, Vishu. Wall of Death now starting to close in slowly and steadily, and Vishu still being a vicious snake.
He can be that party spoiler, Necro. You never know if he gets at least one of the pairs. But it seems like, oh my god, Daljit, he has all his eyes on that one player. And Raw Official, they are really looking confident. But Dionysus, he was not aware, and that's where the party spoiler comes in. Team Aru, an unnecessary loss, but Vishu is down and out by the blue zone. It all comes down to a 4v2, while Raw Official, they have the numbers advantage.
Aru's got the zone though. That's where Team Aru can find themselves in the advantage. They need to contest it better. They've got a decent spread for themselves. They was so close. Oh my god, almost could have knocked out of the player. And now the constant util barrage, but for Raw Officials, they're just wasting every single piece of utility. They're not able to find the right mark, but then Veron gets knocked out. Team Aru slowly and steadily on the verge of collapsing. Last man spotted as well. A lot of damage is being dished out, and just like that, it's gonna be Raw Officials to get themselves back in the fray.
What a match by these lads. But finally, Raw Official, the kind of position they had was incredible. Utilizing the entire height advantage that they had was like, boom. All the frags in their name.
Exactly, Team Aru. I mean, still such a magnificent performance. Nothing taken away from that. But for Raw Officials, I mentioned this as soon as I saw that circle shift up north from Milta City. I mentioned this. Right now, Raw Official, they've got the biggest position, considering they had the high ground to play with, and considering Raw Officials, they played pretty phenomenally well, clearing out the backlines as well while moving in. I mentioned this too. Tribeherdman can be the biggest thorn.
Yeah, even for Inertia Esports, the kind of positioning that they had was really incredible. I really thought they will get a lot more finishes. They actually got around like 6 to 7 if I'm not wrong. But the kind of play that TMG kind of showcased us, it was incredible. Having the whole of the entire eastern corridor was, it is not that easy in this kind of situation. A lot of teams came to push them, but every time they were the one to kind of prevail on the top.
But honestly speaking, man, I'm just really impressed by Raw Officials.
Exactly.
Moving in from that northern side, they had the high ground to play with. They knew exactly where each and every single team is positioned to. They had the heat map available in the head, and that's how Raw Official just executed that entire final play. They might not have a lot of elimination points to back themselves up, but still a decent start to the day. And this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, for sure. But when we just talk about, I really, thought that Dionysus can be that X factor who can stop Raw Official until and unless that was Vishu coming in from the backlines and completely spoiling the party for Team Aru. But even after that, when we just saw so many nades going in that particular direction, Raw Officials, they were not kind of aware that yes, that player is down and out, but they wanted to ensure it. They got so many needs on that simple direction. Even if Dionysus was surviving, I don't think he would have survived so many needs.
That is true. I mean, for Dionysus in general, the amount of utility barrage that was there later on, it was also something, as you mentioned, it was next to impossible to survive. And even from the back lines, there were constant bullets from Vishu too. So yeah, I mean, for Team Aru, it just feels like they were not destined to win that game, but they were still way too close. And Aru was able to rack up a lot of those elimination points, especially Veron on top of that roof. He was having so much information to play with. He knew exactly where the players of Raw were as well, but unfortunately when it came to leaving that comfort zone, that's when Aru sort of crumbled down.
Yeah, they had to get inside the circle. They had to clear off Inertia Esports. That is where they got distracted, and Raw Official got that breather. Otherwise, if Inertia Esports, the way they were holding the compound, I really thought they got TMG out. Now it's time for Raw Official because they were coming down the ridge. They had the completely open lands exposed. So I really thought, you know, Inertia Esports are going to get some more finishes, but that was not the case.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these teams, we in general thought that they definitely can do something better, right? For TMG as well, moving it towards Inertia Esports, that complete ram we saw, it just did not work out. The players just got beamed down to death. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, enough talks about the teams. Let's move on and look at this winner chicken dinner moment. This is how the entire spoiler was played, where Voltex from the back lines just completely shattered the dreams of Team Aru, and then later on Veron as well getting spotted out in the open. That just kept on making things even worse.
Final moments, Aru, he did not had any cover, was just playing through the smokes that he had, but finally when he got exposed, the position was compromised. He was taken down by the players of Raw Official, but yeah, it's a very good start for Raw Official for sure, because the kind of position that they were in, this is the boost up, this is the kind of momentum that they wanted from their first game.
Even Team Zero getting eliminated like that, right? They were looking super confident in that fight when they took. They wiped out Metal Esports. They also wiped out TWOB. So Team Zero, they were definitely looking quite confident when it came to marching inside of the zone. But unfortunately for Team Zero, the circle just kept on shifting away from them, and that's where they were just not able to get their hands on the circle. But you know what? Enough talks about the teams. Who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Somebody from Raw Official, I believe. It also can be Veron. I don't know, but you know what? Let's find it out in front of our screens. We'll have a look on that. Which is that one player who is going to be the most valuable player of this particular match, and it is going to be over FTW from Inertia Esports. My God.
5 elims with damage number of 519, 2 headshots handed out, and then you've also got the survival time of 25-35. This man definitely did quite well. Inertia Esports, the major chunk of points just came in from wiping out TMG. The 3 players, they rammed in with the vehicles towards that compound, and that's where Inertia Esports, the defense was pretty flawless. Let's move on towards the top 5 players, find out a couple of more names that were able to do quite good for themselves, and this time a lot more names from the side of Raw Officials. A really good performance from these lads.
Yeah, Superman, Yashu got almost 4 individuals. In total of 8 finishes was taken by both of them. So that kind of reveals the kind of contribution they had in this entire game. But followed by that, we had Vishu. He had just one job to do to get at least 1 finish in the end, and he got Dionysus in his radar. And followed by that, we have Team Zero's Addy. I mean, Team Zero, again, that kind of aggression is superb, on top-notch point, but again, the placement points is where they are lacking, and that might just cost them the qualification.
This is what we talked about, right? Addy was not able to step up to the occasion. Now, finally, he's able to make some waves, and Addy, the fact that he's over there on the elimination board, this is also going to give them that pressure subsider that needed, because Team Zero's Addy definitely does pack a lot of punch. He is quite a great assaulter, but unfortunately, recently, he was not able to perform that well. And point standing is something that's going to be clearing a lot of the things, right? Considering the point standings are in front of us, and 19 points accumulated from Raw Officials, decent start. Team Aru getting 13 points. I mean, already they have pinned down the spot.
Already. We just talked about, you know, Aru, Metal Esports. If they can bag up at least 1 good game, they should be in a comfortable spot to enjoy the next 2 games and can relax, man. It seems like Aru, they want to go for the early business days, and they have just clinched it out already. But TMG Gaming, incredible performance. I would still say 9 finishes in their bag with a total of 12 points that they have got. Same goes for Inertia Esports as well. I really hope that they can keep this kind of pace up in the next 2 games as well.
A lot of teams managed to get decent amount of points, right? Team Zero as well getting 7 points. GlitchX Reborn 5 points. Not bad. Just the first game of the day, right? They've got 2 more games to go, and that's where pace can be recovered a little bit more better. Let's move on towards the latter half of the board. This is where the upsets are going to be. The major upsets, actually. RVNC, TWOB, Team Forever actually already there, too. Metal Esports. So many big names not able to perform. Once again, Team Forever, what's going on?
Hey, we talked about this earlier in the day, right? Only Carnival Gaming in yesterday's first group was able to perform in that when could have clinch the spot for themselves in the semi-finals, but the others crumbled down. Gujarat Tigers, WSB, and similar stuffs is actually happening with Medal Esports and Team Forever. Not the ideal start. One after another, the player got taken down by different teams.
Team Forever, upcoming 2 games, 15 points per game. That's going to be their goal. If they do not really meet the match, well, then it's done for. If they do not really get the points, they are going to be eliminated from the race as well. A lot of the known names already being eliminated. Revenue Esports, WSB as well, right there on the mix. So, yeah, I do not want to see another big name being eliminated, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be very sad for us, but for sure, we are looking forward to see some more kind of comeback games from these teams, especially for Medal Esports and Team Forever. We are talking about them because, again, that experience factor.
I mean, maybe you can't say for Medal Esports, still the comeback can be a lot more easier, considering the first 3 games were quite decent for themselves. So Medal Esports, the comeback can definitely be much more easier. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to talk about, but after this short promo.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स. है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
With various different game modes, BGMI is, of course, my favorite game. Is it your favorite game, too?
Obviously, this is love. It's an emotion, not even a game.
Exactly. Of course, it's our favorite, and I'm pretty sure even it's your favorite. But for the people that haven't really downloaded BGMI yet, go to your Play Store, App Store, download BGMI. I'm pretty sure it will be your favorite as well if you keep on playing on. But let's move on forward with the conversation, considering now the upcoming game will be the map of Miramar. And this is where Team Forever can definitely thrive.
Yeah, I have seen Team Forever playing tremendously well in the map of Miramar, and I really believe they will be looking forward to Outrun because the Erangel, it is just a nightmare for them, and they just want to forget it as quickly as possible. I really want the kind of old Team Forever to come back, the kind of aggression, the balanced game that they had, if they can bring it out in the next 2 games, because Sanhok, it's going to be tough. It will be very quick. It would be very aggressive.
Sanhok is definitely something that is quite random to sort of hope on it that you can make a comeback, but at the same time, Sanhok can actually be the lifesaver as well for a lot of these teams. We have seen that happen in the past. For Team Forever, making those changes on the fly, trying to get the playing forward changed up as well. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out, but for Team Forever, man, all I'm saying is just stick to the comfort zone. Whatever makes you feel confident, do that.
Yeah, they have to just kind of focus on that as well. But you know what? We'll have a quick look on the schedule as well, because the first Erangel map just went down, but it's time for the map of Miramar. And again, we talked about a lot of rotations, a lot of changes would be going on in the strategies for the teams, those who were not able to perform that pretty well. But a change on the desk is about to begin. We will have our Johnny, Super Johnny, back on the desk, and first time I'm actually there on the desk with you.
I've just heard you, and I think it's the same for you as well, so we get to enjoy this game of Miramar together. But what an exciting start to today, right, man?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really didn't expect, but Raw Official, oh my god. They came out of syllabus, and I was kind of mentally prepared for it, because we saw in yesterday's match as well, some unorthodox teams, 7Rs coming in, Galaxy Esports coming in, so I saw that coming.
I mean, you saw it coming, I didn't. I'm going to be honest about that, because in those last few moments, especially with Team Aru being there and the way they've performed over the first 3 matches, I thought they would be able to walk away with the chicken. But Voltex was there to change it all. By the way, I mean, Aru and Voltex, 2 of the only teams in this group that have been kind of consistent, so it does take a lot away from the teams at the bottom, but this middle pack in this group 3, they are fighting tooth and nail right now. I mean, Raw Official initiating that comeback journey right now, and along with them, a few other names also a part of that top 5. It makes things a lot more interesting heading into this game number 2.
You know what, Gujarat Tigers and Rush, if possible, Mizoram will be praying for, like, yes, Voltex, you can go for it, you can do it, grab some more points for us so that we can just retain ourselves in the top 16. But as you mentioned, Inertia Esports are also trying their best. Team Zero, again, keeping that kind of aggressive nature for themselves, but still have to focus on the placement points.
Exactly. I think Team Zero need that one big game. The aggression that we saw in this particular match, I was loving it at the start of the match, but then again, too much aggression means eventually you are going to lose out into those few of your players. And of course, as you keep moving forward, if you do not have enough players in the end game stages, you're going to get wiped out. The chicken dinner will be taken away from you. And that is exactly how the journey went out for Team Zero. But at least they've showed up with a lot of confidence today. And of course, 7 points, that is going to amount to nothing. They are maintaining that average, but they need that one big game where they drop a 20 bomber, secure at least. In the total tally, they need to go beyond 30 with this next matchup of theirs. And if they can do that, then the hope will still be alive when we head towards Sanhok. If they fail to cross that 30-point marker, which I think can be a struggle right now, then everything can change once they head into Sanhok. Then Sanhok needs to be that 30 bomber in order to qualify from Zero.
And you don't want actually that the last game is the kind of deciding match for yourself, because there's always a pressure on a lot of teams, because you never know. Like the first match, a lot of teams face the backlashes, who are still in that race. TMG coming into the question, kind of crushing the dreams of Glitchx Reborn. They just came into push and they was like, okay, we got this, but no, it was not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those interesting moments where you would expect, all right, what is happening? What is this play? But somehow the teams made it work, right? Unorthodox is going to be the name of the game right now, because if you are going to play standard textbook BGMI, then it will get extremely predictable for the opposing teams to raid you. But let's see, I mean, we still have just 4 more seconds to go before we jump into the action of this game of Miramar. Are you expecting any new winners this time?
I am expecting Inertia to come up. I don't know why, but I'm having that inner feelings for sure. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We have got this map of Miramar lined up as the Big Bird is about to take a flight high up in the sky. And let's see, is Raw Official going to be that one taking a second chicken in for themselves, or in my thoughts, Inertia Esports will prevail on the top?
I mean, either ways, both the teams are going to be desperate for that win, right? Raw Official, if they win this game, this basically sets them up inside of the top 16. And then on Sanhok, all they have to do is just protect their position. On the other side, Inertia, if they win this game, this just gets them close. On Sanhok, they have to perform again in order to break inside of that top 16. So it is quite important that both these teams step up. But apart from that, the middle pack, they are still in contention. We talk about Tribe Herdman, we talk about LOC, Glitch Reborn, all of these teams. This game of Miramar can decide their fate right now. We have the flight path starting from El Pozo to El Azar, sticking towards the northern half of the map. So we know for a fact that anyone looking to go towards La Driela, Los Leones, La Benedita, Impala, anything south of Picado is going to be a challenge and can result in those early drop fights.
We saw that in the previous map of Erangel. It seems RVNC, that one of the players got taken down in that early rotation by one of the players of TCW.
Yeah.
They don't want it to happen again, for sure. And even for Medal Esports, Johnny, I would really like to just point out, because this is the game that they will be looking forward to grab the maximum points, because they don't want to push it to Sanhok. They want to make it close. They want to just seal the deal right now.
I think that can be done by Medal as well. It is Medal Esports. I mean, that's the thing, right? You always see Medal and you always have those expectations. Does not matter what the past results have been like. It's the lineup. The playing for is, you know, they're mechanically gifted players. But the problem is a lot of outside variables right now. The undergod teams, they play that unorthodox BGMI where you do not really know what their rotations are going to look like. You do not really know where they're going to engage in those fights. And those off timings actually throw these pro teams a little bit off. But talk about being thrown off. What is happening up north in Torea Muda? You have Team Zero and Team Aru looking to take control of that northeastern quadrant, both of them together.
There's still players of Team Aru who are gliding and trying to reach Torea Humada, but Team Zero, I'm not quite sure if they have spotted the players or not, but if they're going in towards that direction, you are not in a kind of position to take a fight against Team Aru, and you have to be very cautious about that. La Cobreria is completely empty. If Team Zero decides to go to that place, it is a very cozy corner, and it's also inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, they can head towards La Cobreira, or in fact look to have an early start from water treatment, but this is going to get intense. As Team Zero, they just perform a flawless drive-by on 2 of the individuals from the side of Team Aru. Atanki and Veron instantly picked off at the very start of the game. Now, this is not how Team Aru was hoping their Miramar was going to go, but then again, this is one of those teams that has the least concerns about qualifying now. They started their journey with 44 points on the overall leaderboard. They were already inside of the top 16. And after that performance on the previous Erangel, Team Aru have nothing to worry about. But these 2 early frags, they benefit Team Zero quite a lot. But that's not the only early fight. It seems like Kratig Esports up against Raw Official.
This is going to be a revenge match with the map of Erangel. Craddock was brutally thrashed by Raw Official, and this is the chance. They'll be like, this is the revenge time, boys. We've got this, but no, Raw Official. They managed to escape. That was quick thanks to the UAZ that they're riding up. But you can see the desperation from Craddock Esports. They're hungry for those frags.
Yeah, definitely quite hungry, and they've damaged that US quite a bit. Look
God.
at that. Superman also down to just like 5 HP. Ouch. Now imagine if you're Craddock Esports, you go back home, you watch this WAD, you watch this match again, and you're like, yeah, if only we had hit like 2 more bullets on that US, it would have gone in flames for sure, yeah.
Oh my god, 4 finishes could have been backed up by Craddock Esports, and this could have been a nightmare for Raw Official. I'm just imagining in this moment, if you're Raw Official, you'll be like panicking at this moment.
Of
like,
course.
Guys, we need to get inside a compound, otherwise we are done.
Yeah, especially Superman. I mean, he's not a man of steel anymore, at least. Takes a lot of damage, tanked everything for his team. No one else. I think Abhi there were like 2 shots that connected on his body, but majority of the damage was on Superman for some reason. But anyways, coming back to what you were saying, yes, Craddock Esports, I mean, quite unfortunate. And of course, I mean, the entire team wasn't there to focus fire that US. So that was the one reason why Raw Official was able to survive. Had all 4 players from CRC stuck together. Ouch. It would have been a different story, but TMG on our screens. Decent performance in the last game, I have to say. Not the greatest, but not the worst either.
I really believe that if they had a little bit of area for themselves inside the circle, or if they would have waited in the outlines or maybe in the edges of the circle, things could have been different. But they went all in to slam onto that compound of Inertia Esports, and that costed them, because you know when a team is holding a compound, they have kind of covered all those directions. Inertia Esports, they could have, again, I was talking about that point, they could have caught Raw Official as well if Timaru did not invade them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of ifs, buts,
Oh,
what if situations, but this time around TWOB, they don't have to. Oh my goodness, what is that? 2 blunders, one after the other. AJ stepping out in the open, getting taken out, and then Eggy completely whiffing that jump shot. Hydra, those have to be the 2 of the easiest frags this man could have asked for. And again, some of the best players in the country.
even Hydra didn't even spot him jumping over his head.
Yeah.
The moment he had the gun in his back, not even in his hand, but still, not a single shot got connected. That's really, really sad, but again.
Yeah, but look at the radar. The other 2 individuals from the side of TWOB, they do not want to back off. They still want to engage in this fight, and I mean, that is a very risky move. Prince and Turbo, they need to decide how they want to approach. In fact, if they want to re-engage into this fight. Prince, he's been spotted out. Snapgod going with the push, and he finds another knock. This is going to be the 3rd man falling from the side of TWOB. In the world of battle, it seems like their battle, it's coming to an end soon.
Yes. One more player down, and the dreams are crushed completely, because from that position where TWOB are, they did not get a lot more points in the previous match as well, and even now, if they face this early elimination, there's no chance that they can come back or make themselves qualify in the top 16.
I mean, it's going to be so tough. Zanok, I don't think it's going to happen, and there it is. Last man falls as well, as the nade from over FTW connects inside that shack. Beautiful build-up from Inertia Esports, and of course punishing those 2 early mistakes from the side of TWOB is how the squad wipe was executed. A little bit of a stunt play over there, but I believe we should be able to recover that vehicle. Flip it back on its wheels.
Sometimes when this kind of situation happens, you get a little bit panicked, you know. I have been one of the players who got taken down by a buggy.
Yeah, it's happened to all of us.
How does it feel?
I mean, depends. Depends whether how many people were there and whether you took down a few of them with you. Oh, but look at this LOC now. They, by the way, are not too far away from where we saw that fight a few moments ago. Inertia in the back lines, and LOC, they've spotted out the players of Voltex. Fired a few shots, none of them connected, but now Voltex looking to re-engage. This can lead to a lot of possibilities from here on out, but I guess that has been taken away from us. Voltex looking to back off, want to have more information before they engage into anything against LOC.
one thing is for sure, Johnny, that these undergods, they have kind of made a mindset that they won't engage until and unless they're in a comfortable position.
Yeah.
We have seen in a lot of matches previously that they are only starting to engage with teams only if they are in the dead center of the circle or they have compounds in their nave, but not anyway close when they are in the edges.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you have to do, right? You have to fight when you feel like you are at your strongest and you have the best chance of winning. I mean, this is one thing that I like to say, never fight fair, right? If you're fighting fair, you're giving the opportunity to the opposing team, the opposing player to actually win. Why would you want that if you want those points and if you want to lift the trophy? Always have that slight edge, slight advantage, and you are going to come out on top. This was quite lucky, by the way. This was Hydra fighting against the odds, basically. It was a 2v1 situation, and Eggy had all the time in the world to actually hit those shots, take down Hydra, equalize the numbers, and maybe then try to re-engage against the players of Inertia. But eventually Inertia, they just went on a hunt. The players from TWOB split as well. In Inertia, they just got all 4 players.
I still couldn't figure out why TWB went for the fight, because if even 2 players were surviving, they could have at least got some points in the end phases. But now that being said, the circle has taken a shift in the northwestern side, keeping El Pozo and Crater Fields in a very favorable position.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no one there. We have 3 teams looking to take control of the northern half of the circle right now. You have Genesis closing in from the northeastern edge, and right behind them, you see that straight line formation coming in from the players of Team Zero. 2 surviving individuals from the side of Team Aru still holding on to that Oasis as well. But I think that is the only option. They can only play for survival.
Oh. A lot of damage being done. And I guess that player is trapped. Yes, it is. It's Tribe Herdman getting a hold of that situation. But instantly the teammates will be there to backing up and instantly get him out of that situation with that Mirado. But that's not the solution. They need to find another vehicle, because in Miramar we know about this, that the vehicles, they don't have a lot of health to kind of concede a lot of damage, and especially a Mirado, it just gets kaboom.
I think along with that, one more thing about this map is the terrain itself. It's so open that you have a lot of time to actually trace your sprays. And if the entire team has been sticking together, all 4 players firing on a vehicle in tandem, it makes it easier for a squad to actually blow that thing up. So that is one thing that you have to be extremely careful about. Plus, because of how big the map is, you see those vehicles from a long distance, and we know for a fact these players are very well versed in emptying out clips and connecting every single shot close to 100 meters, 150 meters. I mean, everyone has practiced those moments, but look at the finish feed. It seems like Team Aru, they have gotten themselves a bit of revenge against Team Zero, picking off 1 individual. And TCW as well, they've spotted out 1 man from the side of Inertia Esports, knocked him down and secured the finish as well. A vehicle was also spotted out in the back lines, but I don't think Hunter is going to look to engage anytime soon.
Look at the positioning of TCW. I mean, they have got so much visual around every corner of the map right now. They've got Metal Esports in the western side for themselves. They're coming from that direction of El Pozo. They've got RVNC. But kind of positioning of TCW, I really believe they can benefit themselves in so many ways. They can get a lot more finishes. If the circle stays in that way, they can also get a lot more placement points from that position.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's all about information. From that hilltop, Hunter can do so much for his team. Look at that. He was the one who secured the knock. Of course, here is the recap of how things went down between Aru and Team Zero. And quite unfortunate, he was riding on the passenger seat of that buggy, and he was the one most exposed, so easy pickings for the side of Team Aru. But Team Zero, they keep moving forward. They continue along on their journey, and they found a little bit of a safe haven towards the northern edge of the circle. There's absolutely no one there for at least 100 meters in, and I think they should be able to buy themselves a decent amount of time playing that position. But look at that. There's a massive cluster forming for the center already, and we did see a few moments ago the nice little high ground advantage TCW have to work with. But on that southern side, Kratic and Raw Official, they are moving through Chumasera in a few moments. And I think if TMG, they just stay back towards that southern edge, we can get to see a very interesting fight develop.
A triangle fight, for sure, if that happens. But I guess the BGMI gods somehow have planned that Kratic might have a chance to get the revenge done of the
Yeah.
previous match, it seems. And the first, it was the rotational clash in which Raw Official barely survived. But when we just talk about the fortune stuff and all, it seems like Team Forever, they need some more fortune in their name.
Oh, of course. And of course, the change you guys were talking about in the post-game segment as well. Flock this time playing with Team Forever. They're not having a fun time. I mean, they haven't been having a fun time for a long time after Grind came to an end. This time around, they started their day off with 17 points, so they do need that big game to their name. First 2 frags, the drive-by, the perfect drive-by, executed by Team Zero on the players of Team Aru. And the return to this game a little bit later, but it was a 2-for-1 trade eventually between the two teams, as Aru did go on to pick off Addy from the side of Team Zero as well.
Still feel like, the circle might just go in the ends of creative fields. I mean,
Oh.
the circle, the way it forms kind of reminds me that, yeah, the time I was playing this, like, I played scrims with my friends and all, it was like, yeah, the circle is going to end in creative fields on the hill. Let's just set on the hilltop and we can find a lot more value. But it seems like Malik, he has just got a hand on a very good spot away from TCW.
And it can lead to wonderful pick on towards Hunter as well, as the M4 and the 4X equipped. So quite a decent loadout for the distance. But as you were talking about it, right, the creative field circle, I think I agree with you, because that is what the IGLs, it seems like, are thinking as well. That is where we are seeing the cluster develop. A lot of teams looking to climb up the hills between Monte Nuevo and Creative Fields. El Pozo was also another position we saw that cluster develop, and I think with this shift, Metal Esports are going to be the happiest. They have a lot of cover available, taking control of the compounds inside of the city. They will feel some pressure from the northern side and the eastern side, but the backlines, at least for now, are absolutely cleared up unless Team Zero decides to force their way in.
Good thing for Metal Esports is that they have the players to get the frags done. They've got Kylo, Sayam, and Encore as well. All the players, they are very, very much experienced, and in an individual performance, they have done greater deeds. And that position, Metal just have to sit tight and get all the possible finishes that are coming in their way. They've got Inertia Esports from the northern side, RVNC from that side as well. So if El Pozo remains in the final circle, the most beneficial team will be Metal Esports for sure. But right now, on our screens, we see TMG Gaming, and in front of them, it's again Raw Official breaching through Team Mafia as well as TMG.
Well, and this is kind of interesting from the side of TMG as well, because the way they parked those vehicles inside that factory instantly and ran out, it seems like they were hoping that Raw Official show up to take a fight, but Raw Official, they know what is on the line for them, so they just keep pushing forward and they look for a safe haven inside the circle. But switching things up, Inertia Esports on our screens. Decent performance in the last game, looking to pull off another wonderful run in this map of Miramar. If they can actually do that, it does propel them as well into a position from where they can look to qualify. And this time around, they are somewhere close to the northern edge of the circle, the northern half basically, with Voltex in the back lines at the high ground as well. But Voltex, they have their own problems. Shots fired upon them by TCW.
Every time Voltex or Team Aru or Metal Esports coming in names, in my mind, it's always Gujarat Tigers and Rush if possible Mizo. It's coming and like they're praying. Come on, you can do it. You are gonna get the points for us.
Yeah.
Please let us retain our spot in the top 16.
And at this point, along with prayers, they are gonna have to pull up a performance as well, a wonderful one. But TCW seems like they are the ones who are the hungriest for all of these finish points, taking a few more shots on the players of Team Herdman, but none of them connect. Metal Esports are the ones, in fact, to find that first opening frag, and they are going to look for a few more, but damage traded out from either sides. Even Inertia Esports in the backlines lend a helping hand, and Tribe Herdman, it seems like their plans are just falling apart. One more player lost, Blitzpew out of the way. Down to their last 2 players they go.
TCW had an incredible position, and right now they also wanted to lay their hands on that one finish.
Oh!
But Kyoya, he didn't even had an idea where the shots were coming from. And that's the beauty of a suppressed dog.
Yeah. I mean, just causing more panic for the players of Medal over there. With Inertia, it seems like all of that commotion has given them an inkling of information to watch out for the hills. We've heard of the phrase, the hills have eyes, but these hills, they have those weapons too.
They can backfire you.
Yeah.
Have to be cautious about it. But Team Zero, look at the kind of position that they are having in the western corner for sure, but they're looking forward for some frags, and Genesis is exactly rotating beside them alongside Team Aru in some distant area of El Pozo. But Genesis, this is the moment. But hey, is Hunter going down? He fell off and got knocked out. It's the second time I'm seeing him.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes on Miramar, when you're playing the top of the hill, people tend to forget that, yeah, falling from a cliff can be dangerous inside of the game as well. But look at that. TCW, they have different problems to deal with. And there is a push coming upon them from one of the players from the side of Volt, and it is Aryan. What was he thinking? Just ran into 3 players all alone. As soon as he realized, like, all right, there's too many of them. Tries to run back, gets knocked out. But the back of the players of TCW official are kind of compromised since Hunter came down, because Medal now have a line of fire available to them. And this goes for either sides. If players get knocked out, Medal will take full advantage. But these nades too close. Guru knocked out. Hunter down to half his HP. And Jack's OP in the back lines. He's the one who has managed to remain quite safe, in fact. But re-engaging into this fight, that is just a kamikaze move.
1 DD is done. 2v4 situation for TCW. Volek seems pretty confident. And now Thunder, his position is revealed. A lot of shots being exchanged, but Hunter gets one of the players down. He's still keeping up the fight. He's dropped down to almost 30 to 40 HP right now. He needs a cover. Aryan comes in close and he gets taken down. This is a beautiful cover fire from Jax. And this fight turns out to be a 2v2 situation.
Oh, but Aryan has been finished off. He moved down as well. And all of a sudden, TCW, they have turned things around quite nicely. 1v2, Vishu last man left there, 1v1. Pixel of HP on that last player, and it's not even going to matter. Vishu manages to connect that shot and wipe the floor with the players of TCW. This got way too close for comfort, though. Almost getting wiped out. Voltex somehow managing to recover.
Not a single shot got connected. He was there on 30-20 HP. He literally clashed out. It's a 1v3 for Vishu. And every time, this man is spoiling the dreams of so many teams. Previously, it was Team Aru, and now it's TCW. My God, Voltex Gaming, what are you guys up to?
Yeah, brilliant. 3K there secured. But is that going to be enough for the side of Voltex? That is the true question. I mean, they did quite well for themselves in the previous match in this game. They are going to look for those frags, those finish points as well. Inertia Esports, though, hearing all of that commotion, their eyes kind of turned and shifted towards that hill. Just a few seconds, I think even they wanted to be a part of the action, but of course taking the wise choice of staying back. In the meanwhile, though, as they try to move, RVNC, they spot out SnapGod. He's going to be snapped. Tane is spotted out by Medal as well. So it seems like Inertia, their journey might come to an early end on this game of Miramar.
A lot of noises have been made, but Team Zero, they're now quite aware of all the position. Tribe Herdman coming up from behind. Scout has a good read. He gets 1 knock, and the second one is also kind of confined. Kylo makes the confirmation done, but Tribe Herdman, this might be the end, and yes, it is. Team Zero gets 4 finishes in their name, and now they also have a read about where RVNC is. Syed is still outside of the play area, and he needs to get inside the play zone as quickly as possible. Look at the damage Kylo is dealing on RVNC players.
Yeah, it is quite intense, and RVNC, they can panic as well, but just need to take a deep breath, reanalyze where they can climb up from, or be patient, let everyone else take the fight against each other. In the meanwhile, Team Zero, I mean, brilliantly fought that fight, the 2v4, and RVNC against Voltex. 2 nades lobbed out, 2 players knocked out, more to secure the finishes. Heavy commitment of those frag grenades. And Voltex, they are down to their last man. Team Zero now looking to take away a few points. Do they get one?
Not quite sure, but now RVNC has decided We need to push. We need to get inside the circle. And there's only one player scout. He's all alone. Kylo is in the backlines. He needs some support fire for sure. Zero wants to go up front. Scout is down and out. What a brilliant play by Zero. And that's another casualty being dealt by Team Zero. Syed comes in the question, but it's a dead trap. You have to run away from here, Syed, and he manages to escape. But RVNC getting all the control of this northern corridor for themselves.
The cover, the backup came too late, and now that one individual is stuck unless Metal Esports show up, which it looks like they want to make that move up the hill, take the fight against RVNC as well, but Metal Esports are always worried about their backlines. Kylo from the top of this hill, he's trying his level best to dish out at least some damage to the players of RVNC so that this utility from Syed can help them secure at least a few knocks, make the fight a little bit more even, but he's out of nades now. And all Team Zero can do is just wait and pray for Metal Esports to secure a few knocks so Team Zero can walk away with a few extra finish points.
Look at Encore getting that first opening. RVNC seems to be in a very bad position. That's a rain of nades coming in their direction. Two players knocked out, and it seems like Encore's position was also compromised in that way. Sultan and Zero surviving as the last hope for RVNC, but Metal Esports, they're just nowhere near to back out from this fight.
Yeah, Metal Esports, they showed up being the harbingers of chaos, and they are bringing that chaotic performance as well. Paradox in the back lines knocked out. Kyoya, no, bringing him back into this game. And Encore also getting finished off. Metal Esports, they showed up looking to play like the Titans, but, well, they are going to be sent back to the depth of Tartarus this time. And LOC, brilliant job in this matchup. Look at that, 11 teams still surviving. We have 31 players still left, and LOC have already racked up 7 elimination points to their name. We knew they needed big games to their name, and they needed those big matches in order to qualify. And I think this might be the beginning for LOC. This game of Miramar, if they can secure the chicken dinner, that is.
Vishu again being the solo survivor, but LOC, the main comeback they have made for sure. That's going to set a benchmark for a lot of underdog teams coming up next in the next group. But LOC, this is the moment, this is the time. If they can clinch it out, nothing can be better than them. But TMG, now Team Forever goes up close, gets 2 of the players taken down. Shivam still trying to pull off something for themselves. But Team Forever all in, gets the 3rd one out as well. Franklin remaining, that solo player surviving, gets taken down, and 5 finishes in the name of Team Forever as 4 of their players are still surviving.
And beautifully done by Team Forever over there. What an amazing push. Extremely clean as well. Not a single one of them goes down, and they got all 4 players. But this is not going to be enough. Team Aru on the other side from the start of the game down to 2 players, and yet they have made it to the top 8. So they do get 1 placement point for being here, but this fight against Craddock Esports, Danis the switch from the DBS at the last moment, even though he saw the players looking to get a few knocks for himself. Does not matter. Aru falls in the backlines and Danis follows up, but they have completely ruined the day for Craddock Esports as well, because that rotation got delayed. The players went down to the blue, and now Craddock, they're going to be scrambling for anything they can salvage from this match.
Team Forever also trying to just get some frags against Raw Official, but now Raw Official, they're in a sandwich position. One end it's Craddock, another it's Team Forever. Daljit has been knocked out. This is a big opportunity for Team Forever to make the push happen, as MJ has got the opening for his team. But right now, Always, he has been taken down by the play zone, and he's down and out. Team Forever down to the final 3 players.
Down to the final 3 players they go, but it is Forever, MJ and Mafia and Flock. Quite talented, of course. But look at this. Raw Official, for the 2nd time, finding themselves in the top 4. Hoping to secure another winner chicken dinner that guarantees them a spot inside of the top 16. LOC looking to replicate the same thing, and Team Forever, if they win this match, it brings them in a fighting position for that top 16 on the game of Sanok. If they lose this, the pressure on the next game, it is going to be incredible. Abi, oh no, just an off timing, looks away in the wrong at the last second. But now finally sees Genesis coming up that hill.
Raw Official, the focus, if it shifts from one direction, that will give the breather for Team Forever. But oh my god, so many nades. Abi, you can't just survive like that. He goes down, and Superman, Daljit trying to just make it up for him. Trying to save him is not going to be possible because Genesis, they show no mercy.
Yeah, no mercy from Genesis. The artificial artillery strike on the players of Raw Official, and there's no way they could have reacted to that. Look at this. Ray going for the first. The spray looks good, and he looks to find that first knock, but the follow-up nade drops Superman. Daljit, last man left alive from Raw Official. Ray's trying his level best to keep the pressure on. His teammates doing a brilliant job in the back lines of following him up as well. But it is Team Forever who climbing the opposite end of the hill. Raw Official eliminated from the game with 4 finish points and of course on the 4th position. But Team Forever, this is the end of their journey in this game of Miramar. A top 3 finish. I don't know if they're going to be too happy with that, but I think now we know. It is Genesis who will walk away with the win of this map of Miramar. Down to a 1v1 for the next few seconds, but Das Fragger has a single frag grenade on him.
Big questions. This revival is done. Now Ray will be looking forward to get Gyro God up as well to bring it down to a 1v3 situation for sure. Fizzy, he will be confirmed by Ray. Fragger and LOC, they have pulled up a big game. 10 finishes in their name. So they will at least be walking away with 16 points in total. But Genesis, I mean, we have seen clutches coming up today. If it can happen once more, LOC might just walk away with a big number game for themselves.
Yeah, 10 eliminations on the board already. If they get this 11th one, 21 points secured from this match. And I think that itself would be enough to help LOC move forward. And that last game on Erangel wasn't too bad, to be honest. So that is just a added bonus. On Sanhok, heading into Sanhok, I think LOC will look to secure like 6 to 7 points if they can pull that off. I think that should be enough, but let's see. This clutch, it's not going to happen. It's a 1v3, so those 21-point dream, it comes to an end, and LOC will have to settle for that second position. But Genesis, what a brilliant job. The amount of patience this team displayed in this game was phenomenal, and of course that push against the players of Raw Official. That was very clean. If that wasn't clean enough, then maybe LOC stood a chance, or maybe Team Forever could have walked away with the win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Team Forever, they were playing really nice, but once again, the zone, the Raw Official from different direction. Is it like second time Raw Official is spoiling the game for Team Forever?
Yeah.
And they're not going to like it, but Team Forever, at least they went a little bit aggressive compared to what happened in the map of Erangel. But once again, when we just look down, LOC, the performance is pretty good, but I really feel bad even for Metal Esports. They got completely sandwiched out there.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Metal was holding a pretty decent spot inside the circle at the start of the game when we saw them towards the eastern periphery of the city of El Pozo. That position itself looked wonderful. I mean, we knew there was going to be some pressure from the players of TCW who were holding that hilltop, but it is Metal Esports. They know how to deal with that kind of a situation, and they did kind of deal with it quite nicely as well, just waiting patiently, letting TCW make the mistake of coming down that hill. But from there on out, those late game rotations on Miramar are always going to be quite tricky, and this time Metal were the ones who had to deal with the worst possible angles inside of that fight.
I mean, they were having a great time until and unless LOC came into the picture. So as soon as LOC came, that entire game crumbled down. They never expected somebody to come up from the backlines, as you mentioned. And LOC, that late rotation did work out so brilliantly for them.
I mean, of course, as you said, did not expect anyone pushing their back, and the pressure from that one Team Zero player from the top of the hill as well, that was also quite critical, because they knew, like, we weren't the only ones who were shooting the guys up front. There was someone else who helped us out, and now if we push beyond this ridge, then the threat will be upon us. So Metal had that paranoia which kept them up that slope, and that made things easy for LOC to clean up.
But you know what? There has been so many good plays, but there's only one player who will reign on top, and it's Vishu from Voltix Gaming. 4 finishes in his name for sure, but you know what? This guy, it's like the second consecutive match that he has been surviving in a solely way for his team, carrying his team as much as possible and gaining a lot more points.
Yeah.
But Voltix, they are in a very decent spot. They've got a plenty amount of points, and I really believe in the map of Sanhok, if they can bag at least like 7-8 points, it should be enough.
It should be enough, but let's see. I mean, Voltex, with how they are playing today, it seems like all of their focus is just on going for finishes. And that is a risky mindset to have inside of the game. If they can secure 6 to 7 eliminations every single game, then it is fine, especially on Sanhok. If they can get those eliminations early, then they can play for placement and try to get a decent average going. But let's see, that is the next map. On the top performers list, though, we have Vishu followed up by Syed OP. He has 3 eliminations to his name and almost 600 damage dished out. Then we have Paradox from the side of Metal Esports, followed by Fuzzy and Sketch from LOC Esports. LOC, they played very well. I mean, can't take anything away from them in this matchup. I think 16 points secured in total, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we can have that kind of entire gist only by seeing the point standings. And it will be coming up on our screens very shortly. And the way LOC played, I mean, there was no mistakes that we can just count out. But Genesis, on the other hand, also played tremendously well. 16 points in their name as well. They've got 6 finishers and the chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, I mean, Genesis just tied up with LOC, 16 points to both these teams. As you mentioned, Genesis having more placement points, of course, because they won the chicken. And then you have on the third team Forever. Now, 12 points from this game for Forever. Is that going to be enough? I think it does put them in a decent position to stand a fighting chance on that game of Sanox. So, qualification is still not completely denied or blocked for them. Same goes for Team Zero. I think they need a big game. They need that 30 bomber now just to guarantee that qualification. Raw Official, I think they've done a decent job, but this kind of puts a reset on all of that hard work done on the previous Erangel.
That's for sure. And when you just talk about the hard work, Metal Esports, they have done so much in the first 3 games, but the past 2 games that we just saw, the Erangel and the Miramar in today's day, the first 2 games, it is not the Metal Esports that we know or what we have seen in the past 3 games, the previous 3 games that they have played before coming in today's matches, but only 4 points from the 2 matches. It's definitely not Metal Esports 1. So I really believe this Sandhawk, which is going to come up next, it's going to be full of contention because so many names, but only one is going to prevail on the top.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And of course, as you spoke about Metal not really being able to put up the same performance as they did in the first 3 games, I think same can be said for Tribe Herdman over there. Such a phenomenal run when they made their debut on the big screens, right? But on the second day, it seems like, again, it's the same thing. The pressure getting to the newer players. And Tribe Herdman are the casualty this time around in this particular group. But they still have 1 more game to go. And I think from all of the effort from that first 3 games, it's the same thing, right? 30 bomb, you move through. Anything less than that, well, bye-bye.
Yeah, that's for sure. And when you know a lot of things are happening in the minds of the players, but a lot of things are happening in the mind of Crofton as well. And that's why they have got a beautiful promo lined up for you guys.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
Let's get spinning.
And of course, as my buddy said, there's always new exciting things lined up for you guys. So do make sure you go into BGMI and check all of them out, ladies and gentlemen. But now we have to try and discuss, because we will, in a few moments, check out what Sanok is going to look like for these teams. But what are your expectations from the next game? Are you expecting Raw Official to be consistent? Because they kind of have been. Or do we expect one of these middle pack teams that are just on the verge of qualifying to have a big nuke exploded into this next match?
I really think, you know what, this can be the match for Team Zero. Because, again, Sanok is a quick map. We see a lot of fights happening, and Team Zero, that kind of aggression that they are carrying forward is really, really nice. And if they can just maintain it throughout with the proper rotations on time, this map can be theirs. But I'm concerned about Team Forever because Sanok has never been their forte.
Yeah, that is something that I agree with you on, right? Team Forever, the struggles can actually get worse on this map for them. And of course, Team Zero as well, agree with you on that. I love that ruined split drop that they always go for. But this time around, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. It is the last game for Group 3, and it can turn out to be an absolute massacre for a lot of these teams as well. And of course, one thing is for sure, and I think the person joining me on the panel, I hope he agrees with me on this, that Fixes, considering this is the last game from Team Aru, and they have done already a brilliant job in securing off all of those points, they can go after whoever they please now.
Like you just said, right? They are the harbingers of death and destruction.
Yes.
Certainly could be one of those, and they just don't care.
Yeah.
With the way they've started the day off, had a decent game, and it's all about just pushing past that 50, which I believe they've already done so. But again, coming back to the teams that are in contention, Team Zero, definitely one of those names. Raw Officials, definitely out there. And for Team Forever, I was watching the conversation. I was hearing it all on the sidelines, and I have to say that I have a different contrasting opinions because when you look at their stats and figures, Team Forever has had a really good run in Sanhok.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
And this time around, you believe they can again as well?
Again, there are a lot of variables involved.
Cross your
because
heart, Fixes.
I'm trying to cross my heart over here because I'm trying to contemplate why did they make such big changes. You get in Flock instead of Omega, who was your top fragger. What has gone wrong?
I mean, we will find out, I mean, I guess in a few hours, but for now we have to find out how this game turns out for them before that, because I think if this Sanhok, they can convert a big game on this map of Sanhok, then it's all good and dandy. If they can't, then we'll definitely find out what happened.
It completely depends upon the circle, don't you think, Johnny? Because if you look at the past Sanhok games, Team Forever, if it's a central circle, it is always theirs, but there's still a high chance that it kind of goes towards the western side. And if that happens, then everybody goes in for a toss.
That is what I was about to say, that if you go back and watch the Sanhoks that we have seen since halfway of round 4, I think it started off day 2, round 4, that we were getting those northwestern circles towards Camp Alpha Hill or towards the city of Hathin. Last few days, I think yesterday we saw kind of the circle taking that eastern shift towards the later stages, but it's still quite central, right? We saw one of those awkward boot camp swarm circles just west of boot camp, like 100 meters or something. And that led to an interesting development inside of the game. So I'm actually hoping for one of those open position circles. And of course, if it is towards the southwestern side, then I'm going to be a happy man.
You've been asking for the southwestern circle
for
quite some time.
It's not happened in years.
But again, like you said, if you have that open bootcamp circle, that really favors Team Forever. But putting Team Forever aside also, I've been really impressed with LOC. In fact, the points that they've been garnering across the 2 days and even how they started off today, this is a team that packs a lot of punch. And if they make it through, I think their undergod story is still going to be there.
Okay, but this is the praises that we have been saying for about the teams. You specifically, like Team Forever does well on Sanhok, praise. LOC played very well, that is also another praise. I'm going to put you on hot seat right now. TWOB Fixes. What happened to TWOB?
They just collapsed. Similar Gujarat Tigers storyline. And you have to follow it up, right? Prince, in fact, the entire lineup was former Gujarat Tigers. I think it's just that collapse that happened. And it usually does occur in tournaments which have such high stakes. And goes on to show did not have a good start in the first 3. Today also, after that collapse in Erangel, they could not do much.
Man, that fight on Miramar, what was that? I mean, 2 players engaging, and especially, it is such a rare sight to see Eggy whiff.
It was just a mental shutdown. Nothing else. That happens in the pro circuits. On any other day, they would not have messed it up. But it was the pressure that was really starting to get on their heads. And there's that numbness that takes over, that you cannot really contemplate your thoughts. And whilst you just press your triggers, it's all done and dusted. At that point, your IGL absolutely has no clue of what's going on. And for TWOB, the moment they messed up their first game, I think it was pretty much done and over.
Yeah, I think when the mentality collapses of the entire team, after that you just see them break down inside of the matches as well, and I think that is what TWOB is going through right now. I just hope the players recover before this game of Sanhok, and in fact looking at the longer journey before whichever is the next tournament that they play. But anyways, I mean, bringing a conversation back to the next upcoming match, we see the clock running out, and that just means one thing: we are about to jump into the game of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, the last game, the last map for Group 3 into the wildcard stages. And of course, there it is, the big bird in the sky.
Already, and off we go. Camp Alpha towards Campong. Not a lot of these bigger teams will have those major issues, but for the undergods, this is the final chance to prove their mettle. The iron is hot, might as well strike it. Bootcamp, definitely one of those areas of contention. Whilst we are talking about so many of these teams, another bigger team has to be Team Medal. Now, they tend to drop across Paradise Resort. Should not have any major issues getting over there. But what I'm concerned with is if they have somebody dropping along with them.
And Medal just needs like 10 points and their qualification will be done. They are hunting for those 10 points since game 1 and they still haven't found them. That's the big thing. But I think Medal themselves, they realize like, alright, we do not need to overexert ourselves. Let's just play our standard game. But look at this, Team Forever against TWOB. The first fight, the drop clash in boot camp, and Team Forever off to a brilliant start. They've already knocked one, finished one, but Damage traded out, and in fact, the player itself is going to be traded out as Mafia gets knocked and finished. So that's the first casualty from the side of Team Forever. Can this work out in the favor of TWOB?
Oh my god. This just became so much worse for Team Forever because TWOB, at this point, they have nothing to lose. But really putting a spanner to the works of the players of Team Forever. This changes everything. Drop clashing right on the central building. And now, this is where Team Forever, the pressure is really getting on them. Always does manage to find out Turbo. One more development in this particular fight, but they need to end it soon. Because we've seen if the fights over here prolong, certainly a lot of the other foes will be knocking on their doors. Team Forever having a little bit of that advantage. AJ does not have the best of HPs, but his position compromised.
Well, his position is compromised. And MJ lobs that preemptive nade on the outside of boot camp just to see if anyone's around the corner. AJ climbing down the stairs again and again to check if there's any aggression from the side of Team Forever. But look at this. As you were talking about things getting worse for Forever, it is about to get, well, even more worse. This is about to turn into the 7th circle of Dante's Inferno, with TCW joining in. And TCW, they have a plan in mind to execute both the teams together. Because look at the radar. They've gone for a 2-2 split. 2 players in the triple warehouses and 2 players pushing that western edge.
Nobody makes it out of the central building alive.
Yeah.
That is Team TCW's purpose at this point. MJ does not have any meds to work around with. Same goes for AJ. It's all about Eggy trying to thread the needle, trying to find another knock. And in situations like this, might as well work as a unit. So many angles to check. It's all about the crossfire. And both these teams, they've gone in for a halt.
There's something very interesting happening right now. Fixes all of this commotion in boot camp, has attracted more teams towards their direction. And in a few moments, we're going to see a lot of them close. And look at that northern side. You have LOC, Raw Official, Tribe, Herdman. Metal are going to take their sweet time in Paradise Resort. That is for sure. And Raw, they can go ahead and clash with Metal in a few moments. But I think as soon as they realize who that is, they will back off. Because Metal have a pretty good win rate of their fights in that Paradise Resort position. Glitch Reborn, they are towards that eastern swamp area again. But they also would like to move in towards the bootcamp position, maybe looking for a few extra frags.
At this point, I'm really concerned to what's going on at Paradise Resort. Multiple teams. But for now, it is a stalemate. It is all about somebody trying to reinitiate this fight. Is it going to be AJ? He's found some healings there. Somebody needs to disengage. But Team Forever, little do they know, the moment they go out in the open, oh my god, MJ, he's playing with fire. And Jax OP, he's got all that information relayed to his teammates.
Well, he might have spotted out a few of them. But as you mentioned, spotting that flank, the most important thing. In the meanwhile, Tribe Herdman up against Raw Official. And seems like they found the opening knock in this fight, but they are going to look for a few more. Although the distance between the two sides, it can benefit the players of Raw Official. And of course, the flank, it is going to be shut down by Daljit. He knocks out one, looking for the second. Damage dished out. But not the knock. Oh, they got to dodge this nade from Dextro. If this connected, completely ruins the day for Raw Official. It's a bit off. But he sees the mana be out in the open, overexposed. And this flank from Tribe Herdman, absolutely brilliant. Raw Official, they are down to their last man, and there is not a lot Daljit can do about this. He's going to have to take this loss.
Yeah, a hard pill to swallow for Raw Officials. Because this is where their dreams finally come to a halt. Not enough points, but for now, TWOB closing in on Team Forever. Flock holding on to the flank. Eggy trying to taunt them out, trying to lure their opposition out into making those mistakes. Flock does not have a shotgun to work with, and the AJ does. As Flock instantly goes falling down as Team Forever. Breathing led last final moments inside of the BGIS as AJ decides to march in. MJ's position not compromised though. Always still trying to keep the fight alive, but to no avail.
Let's see. The struggle continues, the back and forth, the game of tug and war. with guns, of course. But TCW, they are patiently waiting. I think they are the ones who are just hoping, like, guys, just go on, keep fighting against yourselves and just be quick about it. We do not have a lot of time to get those finishes, of course, because we are going to look for a few more somewhere else. Just the thoughts of TCW at this moment.
And you know, in the grand scheme of things, these were supposed to be Team Forever circles.
Yes.
And they absolutely bottled it. But for Team Aru, everything looking sunny, quite dandy.
Oh, wow.
Aru, look at those agility, do look at those reflexes, but does not matter. Inertia esports, getting that inertia in and getting those knocks secured. For Hydra, he needs to hold the fort against the remainder of the players of Team Aru. Atanki is taken a hit, but still he prevails supreme. Team Aru, out of nowhere, they just managed to pull through, 4 finishes secured, and they will get Dionysus back on his feet.
It's always such a pleasure watching these experienced players, right? Because it's small, tiny little details in their movement and how they position themselves, but you can clearly see the impact of every single thing. The timing of that jump, that wall through the window, and what's the first thing he does? He instantly ducks. Because again, experience teaches you from an awkward angle, the players are going to start spamming their weapons, and Aru knew this. He dodges that first shot and delays the fight long enough for his teammates to show up, but finally it has happened, Fixes. Team Forever, they're forced outside of this game, they're forced to take that early wipe, and their hopes and dreams of moving forward in BGIS 2024, I think they've just come to an end.
Yeah. The run absolutely over, but for TCW officials, they had enough of it. They were like, you guys aren't fighting it out. We know your positions. We're going to come hunting you down. And next on their hit list is going to be the players of TWOB. Also taking their final moments in the BGIS as Eggy already done and dusted, and the other one, the last surviving one, also gets taken down. TCW already good with 4 finishes and certainly eyeing out for more, but look at this. Medal out of nowhere. They come in and a huge denture for the players of LOC. One of them already done and dusted and somehow have survived the onslaught of that Paradise Resort.
Again, medal, not a lot to be done in this game. 9 to 10 points and that is it. Maybe not even that much. They've been struggling throughout the day. Even in their first 3 matches, Sanhok did not go well. Remember, this was the exact position on that game of Sanhok, where Medal lost 3 players because of Big Brother, if I'm not wrong. That third party from Big Brothers made sure the backlines got compromised, and Siam was the last man remaining, who went out on a heal battle to help his team secure those early points. But now Medal, they have to capitalize on this game of Sanhok. Can't really afford to lose bodies early in this game. And this position, I think, can actually work out quite nicely. It's a nice little hill they have. The height advantage gives them information about opposing teams in the distance. Then again, the last time what happened? Their backlines got compromised.
Sometimes it is those single-digit points that are usually the hardest to obtain.
Yeah.
When you know the task is enormous, you tend to go all out. You play as if there's no tomorrow. But sometimes when it is just those mere 7 to 8 points, that time you feel that sense of comfort that, yeah, we just need to survive. And you kind of enter into the shell. And that really deters your performance. And that so far has been the case for Team Medal throughout the day. They enter into the competition. They were sitting at around 33, 34 points. First game, they could not accumulate anything. The last game, yeah, it was pretty decent, but were backstabbed by the players of LOC. And now, with just 1 game remaining, they need to somehow get those 8-9 points in the bag to be feeling a little safe. Because, hey, let's not forget, there's still 1 more group to play, and they're all watching all those matches.
Of course, recap of that early fight. Forever against TWOB. Do we blame now TWOB for Forever not qualifying?
I think Team Forever should have seen this because TWOB usually tends to drop around boot camp. Again, getting a little cocky over there because for Team Forever, that was a nice recovery. I guess the idea should have been quite idealistic for them. They were wondering that, yeah, TWOB, they're not having a good day in the office. Might as well just go after them, get those early 4 points, and ensure that you end the Sanhok game with a chicken. Because this was supposed to be their circle. The gods of BGMI did show mercy on them, and they managed to just fluster it up.
Look at this. Stage 2 comes to an end, and the zone taking us back towards boot camp. I believe we're going to see that swarm circle again. Second time this week. But I have to say, Tribe Herdman and TCW off to a great start, off to a dream start, both these two teams. Tribe Herdman in particular, because as we spoke about them before this match, they need a big game to qualify. They need those 20 points on the board, and only then they stand a chance of being inside of the top 16. Anything less than that, they could be sent back home. TCW, that they need a lot more.
They're being the notorious ones inside the lobby. They're trying to have fun. You know, their last dance, the last hurrah. They're trying to make sure that they do spoil the lives of the others, the ones that are in contention. But like you said about Tribe Herdman, a very interesting prospect coming into the wildcards. We have not seen them even once before during the broadcast stages. And the first day, they were quite impressive, Johnny. 23 to 24 points. But suddenly it felt like it was just a one-day show for them. Because the first 2 games, they barely managed to accumulate any.
And I don't know why Tribe Herdman has just completely taken their foot off the pedal, because those first 3 matches, it was all about those aggressive performances, running into those fights and securing those early frags. Today, for some reason, they just wanted to play safe, and it did not work out for them at all.
I think it was, again, the pressure. Initially, they came in with no expectations, and suddenly, they were in the race, and they started believing. And the process of believing, they managed to bottle it so far. But who knows, they can still qualify. One big game is all that they need. But look at this. RVNC, such an interesting prospect. Were quite stellar during round number 4. The first 3 games really gave us to believe enough reasons on this squad. But they've also fallen massively. But Vortex Gaming, they stand a chance, but I still agree with what you just said a couple of moments ago. You know, they've always been on the hunt, looking out for fights, being on the prowl, and that has eventually led them to lose a lot of those position points. Yes, Vishu, he was amazing. The first game from the back lines, just crushing the dreams of Team Aru in getting that chicken dinner. Second game, Vishu was quite stellar, but now they need some solidity. They need some good points.
Of course, but it's not going to be easy. Although, look at that. Team Aru, it seems like quite eager to take those shots again. Kratic Esports, they have Glitch Reborn up north. Glitch X, I think the moment they step out of these shacks, they could feel a lot of pain by the teams around them. But there it is, Voltex. They are getting pushed upon by the players of RVNC. And Vishu, he manages to drop 2. One more man in the back lines. Himu taking a lot of damage, all thanks to that shotgun, but the numbers advantage from Voltex working out quite nicely for them. It's just one last man standing behind the tree. They take him out, but Aryan, he steps into a Molotov. Now Zero has an opportunity to go for a squad wipe with this one nade, but will it connect? A big question, and it does. It secures him a knock, secures him those elimination points, and one more.
There you go.
It's over.
The dreams shattering in front of the players of Voltex Esports. Such an amazing bunch of players, but RVNC, when it mattered the most for Voltex, they're here to destroy it, to crumble it and throw it out of the window. Have the players of Voltex collected enough points? That's the big question. That's the cliffhanger that we have to play around with. But for Team Aru, again, a walk in the park. Nothing much to worry about.
Yeah.
Right in front of them, we have the players of Team Kratic. Another name that really impressed us during the grind. But ever since, they've been pretty much in a deep slumber.
It's time to wake up now for everyone. Medal, I think they're still sleeping, man. Say I'm stepping out into the open like that, and Atanki as well. He tries his level best. Finally, secures that knock, and Medal, their position now compromised. Brilliant move by Team Aru. This actually opens up the door for them to pick off the players of Medal Esports. And look at this, Veron, his positioning is just perfect to execute that, but needs to be careful about Team Zero, who have just taken the hill north of Medal's position. Aru, of course, present on that southern hill.
Are they aware of Encore? I think the
Yes,
smoke
they
has
are.
given his position away. And there you have it. Medal stuck between a rock and a hard place. Siam already being dealt with by the players of Team Zero. And suddenly the numbers dwindle down, and Paradox, the last survivor for Medal.
It's not going to be easy. It's over for the side of Medal already. Either they get picked off by Team Aru or Team Zero shuts them down. And not what we were hoping for, fixes from the side of Medal Esports. I think with this early exit, their chances of moving to the semi-finals have just dropped very close to zero.
Wow. That was a spray and a half. The Dionysus did not see this coming, but for Team Zero, the ask is too much. They have to get inside the circle. These mere finishes, will help them, but they need more points. At least 15 to 18 if they want to secure qualification into the semis. So far, they're getting those finishes, but that's not going to make the cut, as now Genesis, they were pretty stellar in the previous game, but haven't really amassed enough points. And now look at TMG unleashing themselves.
Well, and they've chosen their target in the form of Genesis Esports. Genesis still looking to fight back. They've done a phenomenal job in the first few matches. Of course, that win on Miramar does push them quite close to the qualification marker, but they need a big game on Sanhok in order to secure that qualification. In the meanwhile, the circle, now that is a shift and a half. It moves towards the western side. Tribe Herdmen all of a sudden in the prime position to secure this win. That compound gives them a lot of cover. But TCW, we've seen this before, and that is the exact position from where Voltex 2 days ago secured an amazing winner-winner chicken dinner on this very map. But this time, Voltex, they aren't there.
They aren't there, but Genesis still are. They want to get a chicken, get a back-to-back, make it to the semis, but Franklin and Aryan both taking such massive damage over here. As Tapata cooks in one more grenade, and this has to strike gold. In fact, it does. Two players already being dealt with, but from the sidelines, Team Zero coming out of nowhere. Shivam, his position compromised at Tapata. He swings through, bobs and weaves, and TMG, they are history.
Man, I love this move. Just empty out the shotgun into that smoke. Some pellets will connect, and eventually the player is going to run out of health. But that nade quite close to Dextro. He does survive. Fragger from the backlines wanted to get cheeky, but even he gets shut down. Although Tribe Herdman fixes. Now this is a big sign of concern. Two players knocked out into the open. The other two are playing inside those shacks up ahead, so they have some cover to work with, but they can't move out to protect or in fact help their teammates recover. And LOC, while they have taken a hit upon themselves, going for a revive on Fragger proves to be very important. And they do bring him back inside of this game, but their position is compromised as well. As soon as they step to the other side of the ridge, they will feel a lot of pressure. And of course, all of that lead that is being pummeled towards them.
Oh, look at this. This is what I wanted to mention about. Paradox was still alive, finally taking his last moments and getting eliminated at the 9th position. Getting 0 position point inside of this game. And Team Medal down to a huge collapse, and Team Zero, their heroics also come to a daunting end. They had a lot of finishes to their names, but Kradik, they're still alive. Conqueror trying to get past his fears, maybe trying to keep things afloat. But GlitchX Reborn, they were such an interesting prospect, Johnny. And who knows, if they get a chicken dinner, they might also make it through.
Yeah, but more than them, it was LOC whose performance in this game was extremely important. 7 finishes secured, I believe. Or no, they get eliminated on the 7th position. They just have 2 finishes secured in this match. And now I'm just thinking if that is going to be enough from the side of LOC. They did a wonderful job in the previous game. Those 10 eliminations, 16 points in total. But from this match, not a lot was recovered. Tribe Herdman and Glitch Reborn now. Two big names moving forward. TCW as well, still in it to win it. And there they are, moving towards the players from RVNC. Poker. He has the line of fire to stop them from crossing the road.
Look at the tension, look at the way trying to get in like cockroaches, but eventually spotted out. Zero, last player surviving, has to deal with the onslaught, deal with the wrath of the players over here as Malik gets knocked onto its Guru. For GlitchX Reborn, all these knocks are turning into gold the moment they converted into finishes, as there you have it, Jax OP also getting dealt with, and TCW official, they also go falling down, but Blitzpew, imagine Johnny, if he had a grenade on him.
Well, let's see. I mean, no nades on Blitzpew yet, but we're down to 4 teams, 8 players still alive. And remember the conversation we had before this game began. Tribe Herdman, they needed 20 points in total. They have 5 finishes secured. And of course, a few more points in front of them, but they can get close to 20. All of that hard work done before this game began. They can capitalize on that, and maybe they will stand a chance of moving into the top 16, but it seems like Glitch Reborn, they're taking everything away from them. Last player from the side of RVNC, Zero, he goes down to the blue, and now this is a 2v3 situation. Tribe Herdman against Glitch Reborn. Glitch down to their last player, so Tribe Herdman, they've guaranteed themselves those 16, 17 points. 16 points, in fact. They've guaranteed themselves 16 points from this game. The chicken dinner cannot be taken away from them, but even after the win, the qualification into the semi-finals, it is going to be a big question mark over whether they have made it through or not.
You know, for Genesis Esports, they had been sleeping in those first 3 matches. The previous game, they got a chicken dinner, and this game, they have a second position confirmed already. Now imagine Gyro God, he still has those 9 first aids to play with. And oh my days, if somehow he could deal with 2 of the players of Tribe Herdman, Genesis could certainly make it through. 6 points from the position, 5 from the finishes, 11 already confirmed. But is it going to be enough? That's the big question. For Genesis, they've always been those latecomers every time into the latter half of those 3 games. But for Tribe Herdman, it has been a fantastic run. But the big question is this one good game going to be enough to push them past 45?
Well, we will find that out, but before that, the final few moments of this particular match, Gyro God, last 2 first aids left, and I think he's waiting for the players of Tribe Herdman to just completely step out into the open. He would like to take at least one of them down with him. Although the moment he pulls the trigger, his fate is going to be sealed. There's the last first aid. Now finally goes for the spray. None of the shots connect, and Gyro God now, his fate is sealed as well. Whether he gives the point to Tribe Herdman or just goes down, denying them that extra frag. And Tribe Herdman, the chicken dinner secured, but Fixes, as I was saying, even after this win, their probability of moving into the semi-finals is quite low. And of course, do you want to hear? I mean, I've been running the numbers in my head, of course, that calculations going through, but I have a very bad feeling that from this group, only one team will move inside the top 16.
Yeah, actually, because today you could not see that consistency from anybody, to be honest. Because the moment a few teams were doing well in the first 2 games, the third game, they absolutely bottled it. Yeah, hopes were high for Team Forever, even for the likes of Medal Esports, TWOB. We also thought we would see them staging a comeback. But the biggest upset came in from Raw officials. First 2 games, they gave us a chance to believe. And just in the previous one, they were just dealt with.
But to be fair, I mean, Raw officials, it was the first 3 games that put them in this position, right? Because today they showed up with an all or nothing situation. Either they win or perform well in every single game and qualify, or if they fail even once, they're done for. And they did well on that Erangel, they did well on that Miramar. Sanok 3 times in a row, I guess they weren't really able to pull through. But then again, I mean, a lot of teams, they had even more opportunities provided to them. Even bigger probability of them moving forward. We talk about Medal, right?
Yeah.
Such a wonderful run in the first 3 days. Today, I don't know what happened. Tribe Herdman, same thing. Brilliant job done in the first three matches, but today even they fell apart.
Yeah, in fact, if you talk about both these teams, Medal Esports especially, they had to know the lay of the land. They had to come in a little bit more prepared, because you could see them in that situation, right? They were surrounded.
Yeah.
You had the players of Team Aru on one side, Team Zero closing in from the other. Even for Team Zero, to be honest, the way they started their day off, yeah, a couple of points here and there. The previous game, they also managed to accrue a few. And if this game, they would have gotten 15 points or more, they could have also made it through. So right now, with so many of those unknown teams getting those chicken dinners and all of that, they kind of filled up that space in that mid to lower tier teams. And here onwards, the cutoff does reduce. So for the next group that comes in, they have such a good chance.
Oh, of course, and I think it is going to be exciting to see how the teams perform over there, because as I said, and as you said, in fact, the teams in the other group, their possibility of moving through has just gone up higher, considering this group, the middle pack that we expected to put up a tough fight, just completely crumbled. And Team Aru, I don't think they themselves cared what happened today. They did such a wonderful job in 3 games, and I think Team Aru, their focus was, we have to be #1 in the wildcard stages. So they are having their own little thing, shenanigans going with IQ Soul and Carnival Gaming up top. But let's have a look at the numbers of this match. Let's start off with the MVP of the game and see which individual takes that title for this game of Sanhok. Who do you think it's going to be?
Somebody from maybe TMG or Tribe Herdman. Let's give it to somebody from Tribe Herdman. Did they have enough finishes to their names though?
I think so. I think they had a decent number of eliminations, but I don't think no double digits in this particular match. So that was a little bit of a letdown. It was the last Sanhok, but anyway, so much pressure on these players. But we do have TCW Jax, and TCW, a lot of aggression in the early stages, but that also did become the reason why they were picked off during the mid-game. We have 5 finishes on Jax, damage 435 dished out, and of course survival time of 20 minutes and 47 seconds.
Did really chime in the first fight against Team Forever and TWOB. Got a couple of finishes here and there. But TCW, certainly one of those underdogs we were really eyeing out for. The first 2 games did not go the way they wanted, and Atanki Gaming, pretty much a usual suspect in all of this. And Tapatap, that clutch towards the end for Genesis Esports. I mean, who knows, him taking his team to that second spot there could change things massively. But like I said, really feels bad for Team Zero and Scout OP especially. You know, giving so much up, going in, coming into the in-game qualifiers, round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. And then the wildcard, so much going on for Team Zero, and yet barely missing it inside the semi-finals. Should be hurting.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite painful for Scout OP, but yeah, this is something that I think a player with his experience definitely is used to, but he needs to help his teammate out now. I mean, they are a set of young players, and he needs to keep that team together. I think that is what Scout can be all about, the leader of the next generation. But let's see. I mean, it was a tough journey for this lineup, man. I mean, I'm going to be honest, lot of expectations, so many fans just hoping to see them push through. And of course, they did set it all up on the first 3 matches they played in the wildcard stages, but unfortunately the last day it all just fell apart. But we do have the point standings on our screens, and of course, look at that, Tribe Herdman 16 total points secured, 6 finishes on the board. Glitch Reborn 12 is the total tally as they see themselves on the 2nd position. Genesis on the 3rd with 11. TCW 4th with 10 total points. RBNC, this is a team that Necro and I kind of love because they have just been a nuisance to everyone else, and as Necro likes to say, RBNC, the only time they're going to perform is when they ruin the day for someone else.
And they did that today against the players of GlitchX Reborn. Imagine had Zero not shot the players of GlitchX from the backlines. 2 of the players being picked off. If GlitchX Reborn had a chicken dinner, they could have easily sailed through. But like you said, right, yeah, it's going to be such a tough pill to swallow for GlitchX. And even if you look at Team Zero, 5 points, I don't think that's going to make the cut. For Team Aru, I think it was pretty much already set in stone that they are going through. But for LOC, it was such an important game. For Medal Esports, another one of those teams, all they had to do was just get 9 or 10. But even for the likes of Voltex Gaming, that has to be a fall and a half.
Yeah, that was a massive drop. It was like the fall from Olympus for these lads. I mean, the first 3 games, it was a decent run, and that sort of gave us a lot of hope that maybe Voltex this time we are going to see them move to the semi-finals, but did not really happen. Today hasn't been a great day for a lot of these teams. And again, as I said a few moments ago, maybe, just maybe, because my maths isn't the best, I think just maybe it is just Team Aru from this group that sticks inside the overall top 16 and everyone else is out.
I think there will be few other names. I still feel like they would be touching that 40 to 45 range marker. There could be that possibility. But then again, when you look at Tribe Herdman, imagine they started off with around 22, 23 points. And just by the virtue of this game, they got 16.
Yeah.
Had they gotten 3 or 4 points, and that is what's kind of holding them back. This is where they all must be cussing themselves. Few extra points here and there, one extra finish here, maybe in that particular matchup. All these thoughts start reeling right in front of your head, but the deed has already been done. Can't really help it.
Exactly. So my theory was, in order to be in a comfortable position, you had to cross a total tally of 45 points one way or the other. And that is what I'm concerned about, because the way things have gone down for this particular group, I think majority of the teams are sticking between 40 and 45 points. And we still have 16 more teams that have been waiting very eagerly. Not just right now, not just for the first 3 games. They've been waiting since yesterday that our time is going to come and we're going to show them what we can do. And I think those 16 teams, when they take the stage, as you like to say, right, their target, their borderline qualification barrier, whatever you want to call it, the threshold will be clearly laid out for them. So they will know exactly, precisely to the last minute of the game what needs to be done in order to secure those points.
Before the start of the day, we had the players of WindGod who were pretty much around that threshold.
Yeah.
And it was around 35 to 36 points. Now, with not a lot of teams really surpassing them, I think, like you said, majority will be in that 40 ranger.
Yeah.
So, still we are anticipating that cutoff to be around 45 plus. And now this leaves 8 to 9 spots up for the grabs.
Yes.
And that is where things are looking really exciting. If, you know, the teams from Group 4 do not really step up, who knows that these teams still might have a chance.
Hey, but with things getting heated up, let's have a look at the fiery finishes of this previous match. And it was this one fight, RVNC against Voltex. And this is exactly what Necro always talks about, right? Whenever you want the players of RVNC to perform, they take a backseat. But when it comes their time to chime in and basically cause some chaos for someone else, they are going to be very perfect in the execution this time as well. Out of nowhere, those two nades just take down 3 players from the side of Voltex and put a full stop on their journey in this game of Sanhok. And then there was this Genesis.
And that is where it did not stop. For RVNC, ended the dreams for Voltex Gaming, went after the players of GlitchX Reborn. Such a nuisance inside of the lobby. And that is where nobody anticipated. Everybody gauged the situation for GlitchX Reborn. They were pretty much certain that this could have been their game, because Tribe Herdman were not in a mood really. They were not in the groove. First 2 games, absolutely in shambles. And they thought that, yeah, they're not much of a challenge. But RVNC, nobody saw them coming from the backlines. Whilst GlitchX Reborn were really preparing themselves mentally to deal with the players of Tribe Herdman, 0 from the backlines, 2 players done and dusted, and suddenly this team just broke apart.
I think Team Zero just like put all of their experience down on the line in this particular game, because their positioning was... I loved their positioning, like that slow rotation from up north, picking off the players of metal, and instead of pushing down that hill, realizing like, alright, this team is taking damage from another squad on the opposing hill, they move further wide, wrapping around along with the blue zone. So all of those rotation, again, it's just about those minute details when it comes to experienced teams and experienced players, small things that they do differently from the new coming players. But again, that was brilliant. I think it was just the amount of chaos that they had to run into towards the mid game that caused them to take an early exit. But overall, I think at this point you can't really do anything about it, right?
Really can't do anything about it. Team Zero, certainly lack of awareness leading to their fall. But hey, our folks from Crafton have a beautiful message for you guys in this promo.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम, और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
Not just a game, it is an emotion. And if you haven't really been playing a lot of BGMI, you might as well go tune in, and who knows, in the next official tournament we might get to witness such new players, and could be the undergods and the story to be real. But looking forward to what we have seen so far. So much going on our mind right now. And coming back to that Team Zero's conversation, right? They did see the players of medal, and I felt like after dealing with one or two, Paradox was the final player surviving. And yet, he managed to take one of their player down. And this is not just for the first time it has happened today. Even in the previous game, if you remember, against Team Aru, they started off with a bang, took down two of their players, but eventually Aru got his revenge on Dionysus. So, I think this is where, you know, you have to kind of understand the fact that Team Zero, little bit of that extra knowledge of where your opponents are could really be helpful.
I mean, I can't really even blame them for this, right? I mean, it is a lot of teams that you know nothing about, a lot of players you know nothing about, and how they play, how they take fights, who is mechanically sound, who is the best mechanical player inside of a team. Sometimes just that bit of information is important, because if you take down that player first, you know the rest three of them are going to try and back off, or they're going to try their level best to save them. You can bait out the opposing teams out into the open and finish them off that way. So all of those tacticalities develop once you know who you're up against. But over here, it's the element of surprise for all of from the undergods that has caused a lot of harm to the big names. But then again, I mean, we are excited seeing these newer teams in action and these newer players as well. I would love to see them in the semifinals. And of course, if any of them make it to the grand finals, that is going to be epic.
Oh, for sure. We are always on the lookout for the new Glitch X Reborn, for the new Gen X FM. We're looking out for the new for Aggressive Men. So many teams that have always impressed us, in fact, in the past. And now we're looking at Alibaba Raiders. They're not over here. Yes, Hyderabad Hydras, they're into the semis. That is one of those teams really eyeing out for the players of For Aggressive Men. They could not make it. And so many things have happened in the course of time. But this time, this BGIS has also been about those newer teams really stepping up. Magnet Esports, who knew about them out of nowhere? Yesterday also RTG IND, one of those teams that we were really rooting out for, still have that chance, still around that 40 marker. But everything depends on the next group that is yet to play.
And of course, sometimes even if the team hasn't done well, those iconic individuals that have given us those moments that we will never forget. Voldemort with his utility usage, right? A man who is just forced to stay in the back lines. But when it comes down to providing his team with some suppressing utility, be it with the Molotovs, be it laying down those wall of smokes to help them move out, charge upon the opposing teams, or securing the first knock so that his teammates have a easier time when they actually commit to a fight. He has been incredible. Yesterday, Dagger Devil. I mean, amazing run from that individual. So we do see those players coming into the limelight, teams as well, making a name for themselves. As you talked about Glitch Reborn, I mean, I understand it is going to be difficult for them to move into the semifinals this time, but these new players, they had big shoes to fill, man. The last iteration of this team, they left a legacy behind.
It was a perfect rivalry also, because during the grind, I feel like we've seen that fight, Glitch X Reborn going up against Alibaba Raiders, and them smacking them down, then that entire journey into the stages of qualification into the BGIS, and them still performing. Yeah, they missed out barely by a smidge, coming into the wildcards. Today could have been their day. But are those points enough? Because that is what is really going on my mind. Even the likes of Voltex Gaming, we discussed about them. Raw Officials, the oldest clan in the history of BGMI, they also made a comeback. So much emotional roller coaster drama going on. Imagine Daljit, Scout, and Oves. They were teammates once upon a time. All of them playing in different orgs, all of them in same lobby, rivals to each other, fighting till the death, and maybe none of them make it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe none of them make it. I mean, we did ask the teams and the players to make waves at the start of our journey, right? And while we asked for a wave, I mean, I'm so grateful that we got a tsunami this time of all of those talented individuals and all of those talented teams coming in. And of course, one of the big reasons why the wildcard stages have been such an exciting journey, because some of the best teams in the country got thrown down to the wildcard stage, while we had new names. Like, no one is going to forget Vasishta Esports and how they made it to the semi-finals.
Absolutely. Vasishta Esports, they have to be talked about because this is a team that you do not come with a lot of expectations from. Every single time, everybody kind of puts them down. They're like, huh, a mid-tier team, yeah, nothing much. And yet, in those final games, they always tend to surprise us. And as a result, they've made it to the semis. But when you look at the bigger names crashing out, Revenant, Blind, such big names of this caliber, you have got all those all-stars lineup with you and still unable to qualify, and who knows what awaits for Godlike, who going to play next.
I mean, they are going to be playing next, but for now, let's have a look at the result of the group that just performed. Overall rankings on our screens, and there we have it. Team Aru again taking the second position, this time right behind Carnival Gaming. And from this particular group, a few other names that we see move forward are Voltex, who find themselves on the 9th position with 44 points. LOC with 44 on the 10th. We have Tribe Herdman. They've barely managed to keep themselves inside of the top 16 as of now. And Medal, I think they know what's going to happen next, right?
Yeah, the curtains have pretty much been drawn over them. And for Tribe Herdman also, all three of these teams barely latching on. So 3 spots pretty much up for grabs, and then Big Brothers, their dreams could also shatter. For Imprint, though, I really want them to qualify. They've been such an interesting prospect. LOC, Voltex, yeah, they've marched ahead, 44 points. And seems like the cutoff is going to stop at that. Because from 10 to 16, you've got those 6 spots up for grabs. But when we move on ahead, that is where we get even more clearer picture of what's going on. Because a lot of teams are yet to come into play. 16 to be exact. And yeah, K9, GT, their dreams already done and dusted. Genesis barely managing to push through. Even for Wingard, Remorseless, things are looking really smirk. And for now, even for GlitchX Reborn, Team 0, yeah, their run also ends. WSP, we saw them fall. R4W not also there. But 7, sure, they have a nice chance. THW, they also have a good chance at that. 2 Billion Divine, TMG, yeah, their run is also pretty much over.
I mean, all of these teams, THW, as you mentioned, they've set themselves up for success, but it's not going to be easy, especially. I think the biggest concern for the teams that are about to take the stage are 2 names. One, Team Godlike, because of how desperate they will be to break inside of the top 16, and the other because of how much damage they have already done in the previous group they were a part of, Aiku Soul. So, I mean, it is going to be exciting to see what these teams perform when they, or in fact, how they perform once they actually drop into the next upcoming game. But let's move forward to the next page of the rankings. See, in fact, say goodbye to a few more names from this particular list. And of course, again, none of these teams being able to push through. TCW today, right now, they tried their level best. It wasn't enough. Same goes for Inertia. And of course, moving forward, RVNC, Kratic Esports, last 3 matches, not really able to perform. And now they can do nothing about it.
For Raven Esports, Entity, today is going to be a very crucial day. And in fact, that first game of Wrangle, that will almost be like a decider, because now sometimes if we feel like those 6 to 7 points are very easy to get, but hey, Medley Sports could not get it, Gujarat Tigers could not get it, who knows, for maybe THW or 7 Show, they might not even get it. And that has been one of those curses that has been going through. But barring Raven and Entity, all the other teams pretty much their journey done and dusted as we move on ahead. And this is where we're going to see majority of those teams. Such big names, Johnny. UP50, you've got the likes of VST, Jarks, Version 9, even the players of 7E, they'll be coming into play. And Godlike, who can forget them?
Yeah, Godlike, I mean, that is one name that everyone will be watching out for. What are they going to do? How does their journey begin? And as you spoke a few moments ago, that first game of Wrangle, I think that itself will decide whether Godlike stands a chance of qualifying into the semi-finals, or will we be forced to bid them adieu right here, right now?
Godlike can be compared with the likes of Revenant. Again, one of the all-stars lineup. You've got one of the best assaulters in the country right now, Admino. You've got an ever-reliant player like Jonathan. You also have in Sim, who's been such a prodigy.
Yeah.
And having such an accomplished IGL like Jelly, still not being able to produce the results that the owners and the fans do expect. I think all of that pressure is definitely going to be there, and can't really play like the way they've been playing in the past. They have to go all out. They have to replicate a performance like the players of Lifecraft did yesterday in the first game of Erangel.
Yeah, and I think this one just has to be about the fans. You can't be worried about what the org is going to think. I mean, this lineup has been together for a long, long time, and this is either a make it or break it moment for them.
Yeah, indeed. Will be a make it and a break it moment for a lot of these teams, as Heavy have it. The matchup in front of our screen, such big names coming in, and the rivalries, they might finally get settled up here, as we have a little bit of a change also on the desk. Johnny, he's going to be taking a little bit of that breather. He's going to be joining us for the last game, as this time my panda brother Necro joins along with me. And Necro, Group 3 matches done and dusted. Group number 4, how excited are you?
I've got 2 vital informations with me.
All right.
Okay, and the first one is that IQ Soul is not going to be playing with the same playing 4 anymore. S-Power is going to be taking a back seat, and Joker's going to be inside of the playing 4.
All right.
That's the first one. The second one is, recently, Godlike and IQ Soul's drop location have been the same on the map per angle. So that means there's probably going to be a drop collision over there too. I'm just saying there's a lot of drama on the way.
So much drama. I think we're all excited. I hope you have your popcorns ready, because today it is going to be absolute carnage. Now, you did talk about that drop collision, IQ Soul and Godlike, and I really feel like Godlike will be changing their drop.
Oh, yeah, I think so as well. Godlike, they definitely do need to do so, considering IQ Soul, they're not desperate. They've already made it inside of the top 16. The real race over here is for Godlike. They need to be the one to breach in that top 16. And as I mentioned, for IQ Soul as well, they're also going to be experimenting a couple of things, considering changing their playing 4 is a massive step they're taking inside of the lobby. But considering they have already qualified, it's fine.
Yeah, I think even when Joker really comes into play, we've seen that in the past in other major third-party tournaments. Whenever Joker comes in, he also brings in so much of that firepower. Feels like, yeah, they do not miss S-Power anymore. We've seen those moments happen. And even there are a couple of times where they even play without their IGL Manya. So that also could be a potential possibility. But you talk about IQ Soul, I think they've already done the heavy lifting. Previous day, they come in, 2 chicken dinners. So they're all good. But like you said, Godlike, Entity, Raven Esports, 7 Shots, THW, so many of those bigger names still into the mix. And hey, sometimes this much point is also this difficult.
Exactly. For Heroes Gaming as well, I mean, their journey has been quite interesting, right? They came in out of nowhere. In the previous stages, they were doing pretty good for themselves, but then later on, moving in towards the wild card, the performance in the first 3 games, it was pretty bad. And now moving on forward towards the latter 3 games, we're pretty much going to be expecting the same thing to return once again for Heroes Gaming, but you never know. Maybe they can hit back as well. And recently, we're seeing a lot of these undergods hit back, especially Genesis Esports in that previous group. At least they tried.
At least they tried. Try till the very end, and this is where they must be cussing themselves. They're still in the race though, don't get me wrong, but who knows. 1 point, and I think 3 teams might just be pushed away from the top 16, because I think 39 is where we are sitting at in terms of the cutoff, right? Big Brothers, they're somehow latching on towards it. But like you said, right? So the nearest from group number 4 have to be Shevenshaw, DHW. They're sitting at around 33, 34. And that is where things really get exciting, because Medal Esports coming into today's matches, they were also at that 33-pointer marker, but they could barely managed to keep.
I mean, a lot of these teams just barely missing out on that spot, right? And Genesis Esports is one of those. Now, moving on forward towards this matchup, there's definitely going to be a lot of those close calls once again.
Oh, yeah.
And just hope that it's not going to be Godlike. There's going to be so many fans disappointed with this lineup. And let's be honest, right? The previous 3 games that we witnessed from Godlike, a lot of the questionable decisions were being made in the gameplay.
Definitely. I mean, there's no second thoughts about it, because when you've got such an aggressive lineup and you decide to kind of go in, play for the position points and try to have mostly like a mellow game, that hasn't really been working out for Godlike, and they haven't tried their plan B yet. So when everything is against them, they have to go all out. All their players have to deliver.
I mean, especially even for Entity, this game's going to matter so much. Even Raven Esports being pushed so far back in the overall standings, it's definitely going to give them that pressure. But let's move on towards this upcoming game of Erangel, and also the first game for the Group 4, as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Stalber. Now, this plane flat path is completely tilted towards the right side, so that means we are probably going to be seeing a lot of these drop collisions.
We might. Even for Entity, for a moment, I'm starting to get a little bit worried. because this had to be the comeback storyline for Somraj and his boys. Pukar, we know in the previous BGIS, was the IGL of Team X-Park and managed to secure that third spot for himself. But this time still fighting for qualification into the semis. The likes of Entity cannot stop from over here. But Seven Shaw heading down towards the Sosnovka military base. And we've got quite a lot of those teams already taking that jump. Version 9 also not far away.
Yeah. Even Jux is right there towards Norupnoi. They're going to have that little bit of a drop collision against one of those teams that's right next to him.
THW.
And THW is one of those teams that does not really like to go for the early game drop collisions. Instead, they would try to avoid that, play it that safer way, and just try to be in that smack center of the zone. That's going to pop up soon enough on the screens. But as you mentioned, even V9's over there towards the left side of the military base. You've also got Seven Shores right in the smack center off that island. Entity Gaming slowly and steadily moving in towards their drop location as well. But one thing is for sure, a lot of them are trying their best to avoid the drop collisions.
And I come bearing bad news. Ikusol and Godlike, they're not drop clashing against each other.
Yeah. Godlike going back to the roots.
Yeah, the fear pretty much there. And it has to be, because when you know that Ikusol has gotten so much points, they've got nothing to lose. Who knows, even Ikusol might decide to go for an early drop and get some loot done and quickly rotate towards Yasnaya, because Godlike, hey, they're not alone. They've got another team, and I'm starting to ponder which could that be, or rather, who could that be? Because we do see somebody. Oh, it's VST. Godlike dropping against VST, but we're back at Novoripnoi. We've got Jux taking on THW. And both these teams have got some big flanks going on.
And as I mentioned, THW is one of those teams that would like to go for this battle off the rip. They do not want to battle it out. Instead, they would like to take their sweet little time, move inside of the zone. That's what they like to prioritize. THW has always been one of those teams that prioritizes the zone first. But the fact that now they've found themselves in a massive collision against Jux Esports, a team that is quite desperate themselves. THW, they cannot afford to go for this fight, honestly speaking. They've got 31 points so far. They're way too close towards that qualification bracket. But if they do come out on top in this battle, it's definitely going to be making some massive waves in the overall standings too at the same time. And there we go. Things kick off.
Oh, Vardhan, he's been making a lot of noise. But look at that. Sam, he's got a really good position to himself. Chucks, slowly but surely, they're being choked down to death. Already Chucks losing out on one of their players. And for Chucks, it is going to be such a tall ask for them to really accomplish. And the way they've started off in Wrangle, yeah, the zone's still on them, but UP50 really cannot digest the fact that they've already lost out on one and certainly could lose out on Anonymous.
Oh my god.
And it all goes foiling down the drain. And there you have it. HR Esports, quite notorious, and seems like UP50 off to a really rock start.
As we talked about the drop collisions, that's what exactly is happening. And now Ikusol as well on that prowl, on that chase against UP50. UP50 just on the run inside of the Water City. That's where they want to find themselves the home, but then they're being chased constantly by Ikusol. They cannot stop just here. They need to keep on moving, keep on running. And Ikusol, they've got no intention of stopping as well. Even they're following that same trail. For the opponents, UP50 on the verge of being eliminated this early inside of the game. It's definitely something that's putting in that fear. And there we go, Sarkar knocked out. UP50, such a bad start. All thanks to the plane fly path.
Yeah, for UP50, everything just coming down and not really going the way they had anticipated. But somebody needs to tell Ikusol, they're not godlike.
Oh my god.
They're supposed to be at Isnaya. And Manya, he's just playing around with his prey eventually for Nakul, just to drive over KSR. And UP50, the first team to get eliminated in this game. But looking at the bigger picture now, we know for sure that Ikusol, they are the harbingers of death. Ikusol, they are the riders of the apocalypse, the 4 horsemen. And guess what, Necro? Where could they be headed next?
I don't think so.
You don't think they're going to Yasnaya?
Nope. I don't think so. I mean, they will try to hunt down Godlike maybe in the future, but not right now. Just does not make a lot of sense. Because hunting down Godlike, can also mean Godlike is one of the most known names, man. They've got some heavy hitters inside of the lineup. And taking this fight in so much of an unorthodox way can also mean you feeding Godlike points. So you got to watch out. You got to take the fight, make sure you've got the most advantage in that one before you take it. But for now, looking at this, Jux Esports against THW. Considering Jux was taken down with a 3-man squad, THW having a clear-cut advantage inside of the fight. All the 4 players in the city. One man's a little bit on the hilltop, so you can't see it's got the high ground advantage. But Jux Esports, I'm not a big fan of the positioning.
Me neither. They've been pushed back, and it's all about THW getting a little complacent, getting a little erratic, and then being eventually punished. For THW, though, no, it's all about making that one bad move. And Jux, they might find themselves right back in. For THW, they need to somehow get information on Vardhan's position. But look at this. Seven Shaw. They're on the sidelines. They've heard all that commotion. And who knows? The moment the fight breaks out, they also might want to gate crash.
In my opinion, though, still it will be quite tough to break out. Because if Seven Shores, they do want to go for this third party, then they just need to make sure both the teams are taking equal amount of damage upon each other. And for now, it's going to take way too long. It's came down to a complete stalemate. THW, it's better to just disengage from this entire fight, considering they like to prioritize the zone better. And for Jux, they're taking some damage even from the side of Seven Shores now. It's Seven Shores tickling their feet from the back.
Seven Shaw having made their presence felt already. Now that is quite alarming for Jux. Really felt like they should have shown a little bit more discipline over there. Amazing. Brought it out by Tiger. Shows no mercy.
His position was known, and still Amazing did that.
It's the pressure. Really going blank, really going numb. But for Vardhan, now he's being pushed at. THW Esports, they know what's waiting for them. As Toxic gets that confirmation. As the numbers keep falling short, and Jux reduced to their final 2.
As I mentioned, THW, they're brilliant. They instantly move away, knowing the fact that there's also a third party on the fray. It's better to just back away, disengage from this fight, give those elimination points away to the opponents. It's completely okay. Sometimes playing Vice should be the way to go, and that's what THW is doing. Backing away from this entire fight, this entire chaos, prioritizing their life much more and the zone. And luckily enough for THW, the zone center is still not filled up. It's still pretty clear. This is the first time I'm seeing this.
Ideally, on any other given day, Necro, pretty sure till now the farm area should have been occupied. But even in the first game of Erangel, you were hoping the circle to be going around farm, and suddenly the curveball hit and it went towards the Miltapar area. But yeah, a little bit of that recap. HR Esports, they were really not even in the race. And even UP50, to be honest. But UP50 is one of those teams that we've seen in the past. They've delivered. They've done some great deeds, but this time they were just hunted down. Quite a horrendous start to the day. But coming back to business, for Jux, with just 2 players surviving, barely had 14 points to start with. And now, what do?
Nothing. Just try and squeeze away as many points as possible from this, and then move on. That's what they can do. They need at least 7 or 8 points from this game, which is still acquirable, in my opinion. And look at what Reboot's doing. I'm loving this. But THW, even they're quite well aware of the fact that there might just be someone around them. That's why they toss that smoke. I like that surrounding awareness from THW.
There you go.
It's incredible. Utilities being tossed on the opposite side. The man's position's compromised as well. And the Utils are not able to find any sort of damage, but eventually the man flanks around and he catches him.
And there you have it. A machete to end things
my
up.
God.
And THW, that had to be a statement. Just chopping him down to death at this point. But look at that circle go.
Oh my God.
This is exactly what I was talking about. The gods of BGMI. Quite notorious. Going towards that eastern side, the Lumberjack Hills. And Heroes Gaming. They're going to be the first to take their possessions, even for the players of new version. But It's such an enormous task as now even Godlike, they want to move in. But look at them. Who's on their tail? Aiku Soul might join. We've got another team right in front of Team Godlike, and it is going to be Team Entity.
Godlike moving inside of that zone slowly and steadily. In my opinion, Godlike, they've already lost out on that prime spot. Now they need to try and settle on the leftovers. That's what they're going to do. All the 4 players moving in like a pack. They need to take some fights if they do want to have some good positions inside of the zone. But at the same time, this early taking any sort of fight does not make any sense. There's a high chance the circle can actually shift up north as well, right on top of Godlike. So it's better to just book it right now, right here.
We've seen the iterations of the circle also come around that prison area. Gives you a little bit of that holding point, but for Godlike, it becomes so much worrisome, especially considering you've got Entity, and giving that high ground to Entity, that's such a bad idea. Because they are the players who might just punish you down. They've heard all that vehicle noise going out there, and Godlike, you could see, they're starting to look scared. Again, really not trying to take those early fights. Again, trying to play from the edges. I think the idea is pretty clear. They want to have a Mogo Esports run. Keep your backline safe and fight your way to glory.
Mogo Esports, I mean, they have been utilizing that strategy over and over again for a long time. They have been using that same strat, so you can't say the experience when it comes to this entire playstyle, they've got it better. For someone else to try and replicate it, it definitely can be tough for the first time. So let's see how this time it's going to pan out for that team. But Aiku Soul on the screen. Aiku Soul is definitely screwed, that's for sure. They cannot place themselves in a good spot, but they're just over here to spoil some games.
Yeah, I mean, do they really even care? They know how to breach their way inside the circle. They've got the firepower. And Joker, he's such an amazing one. Sometimes it's such a shame to have him on the bench. I'm pretty sure he's going to get at least 2 or 3 finishes to his name. But for now, Aiku Soul, they're moving right beside the players of HR. A team that just recently came into the wildcard and did not have a lot of time to prepare. But this time, they've already been the party spoilers, at least for UP50. Who knows? Could really put things down the drain for a lot of the other teams.
HR spotted. Players at the top, they might just have the advantage to strike. HR, they're not stopping anytime soon, though. But there we go. Aiku Soul, they initiate the fire. Shots taken, nothing found, no damage dished out just yet. But then you see Manya wrapping up from the opposite side. And Manya's got no intention of letting go of these opponents. Pulls out the D-base of close and personal. First shot connects, and that's going to find this deal sealer.
Certainly is. And for HR, the numbers again start falling. And Aiku Soul, this is what we're expecting from their side. They don't care. They show no remorse as now Extrovert could be the next on the list. Has been spotted down, but he responds in kind. One of the players, the IGL, gets dealt with, but Ronnie, he eventually also falls from the backlines. You have the 2 players of HR, and suddenly the tables have been flipped.
Yeah, HR, the 2 players in the backlines doing so much damage. Aiku Soul taking down to that one lonesome survivor. It's all down to Knuckle, the most consistent player inside of the lineup. Can he once again pull things back in his team's court? As he's also getting pushed on by the foe in the front, but the nade's being cooked to perfection. As Knuckles not going to be looking for to toss it at the perfect mark. It does blow up, but no damage dished out with that one. Another nade being cooked up at the same time. And this time it might just find the connection that it's needed, and will. Knuckle, what a beautiful connection that was. Precise with the util.
Ooh, Joker, the young lad, he's already been finished off. But for Hexter, he really needs to make an entry. A little too late to the party though. As Aiku Soul, they have got their numbers back alive. Ronnie patching himself up, but no, he might just walk into his own death. As now, Knuckle trying to force that revive onto its Manya as well. Ronnie lobs this grenade, does flushes open it out, and that is a slap. And Aiku Soul, 6 finishes strong already.
Off the rip. 3 players still up. On the behalf of 6 finishes, I would take that.
Oh yeah.
It's worth it. But losing out on Joker, man who's given the chance to play in the playing 4, it's not good for him. He needs to make a statement for himself to be in that main playing 4 of Aiku Soul. I mean, he is mechanically gifted, nothing taken away from that, but still, man, seeing this man on bench definitely feels a little bit unfair.
Certainly does, and yeah, might take a couple of games to warm himself up. A little bit of a rough start for him, but for Aiku Soul, they're still quite afloat. The next on the hit list might be the players of Supernovas. Now, Supernovas coming in inside the BGIS. They've been such a tremendous addition. Look at this circle shift, Necro.
Godlike having the most advantage, Fixes. They're in the prime spot right now. I thought Godlike, they're not going to be able to rotate in that prime spot, but luckily enough, the rotation was quite nice. They do find themselves in quite a great one, but then even the back lines are not secured just yet.
But look at this. They're on a 2-2 split. And at this point, I mean, it's understandable, but imagine somebody pushing out at Jelly and Jonathan. And at Minnow and Sim, they have to provide that cover fire. And so many teams injecting themselves from that northern side. That just makes things worse. But Team Entity, a very important game for them. 7 show. They've got 2 finishes also to the tally. And might just be sitting at 35 points right now. One more squad wipe and they might sail through.
At this point in time, just got to make sure you're not going to be finding yourself in that 2 teams deadlock. If you do, well then you're screwed. At that point in time, you just got to hope that someone else comes in and third parties that entire fray for you to be freed. But I mean, looking at Godlike and this 2-2 split, Jonathan, Jelly playing with each other. You've got T7 on the fray as well. And there's a high chance Godlike can be in that deadlock as well, because there's a couple of more teams closing in from the back. And imagine Aiku Soul knows that Godlike is in need right now, right here.
The calling has to be perfect. Not a single margin of error. And yeah, finally the players reunite. But really do not like this spot. Exposed to multiple areas. For Godlike now, they do have that little bit of that central spot. But imagine somebody pushing down on them. You have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. All those grenades just pour in. And like anticipated, Aiku Soul bring in the heat this time on the players of Supernovas.
Supernovas, the players inside of that shack, not really having that much of a comfortable spot. But Aiku Soul, once again, they've got nothing to lose, so they don't even care. They're here to take the fights, and they're anyways going to do so, no matter what the circumstance is going to look like. And right now, the outcome does not really favor the players of Aiku Soul, considering they do not even have the man advantage. But Aiku Soul still slowly and steadily trying to get their grip back inside of the fight. It's going to be a 3-on-4. Aiku Soul with the man disadvantage.
Can't really get complacent. You also have the players of VST just lurking around, waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce upon. For Supernovas, you could see that tension building up. Zyro getting out of his vehicle, wants to get inside the circle. And that's what he's focusing on. For VST, it's all about keeping that high ground intact for them. As Supernovas, this time they decide to play from the shorelines. A good decision will keep them aloof from those fights. But Gabba, he wants to take one player of Aiku Soul down. And is he going to succeed? Not yet.
Not sure. Aiku Soul on the move instead, playing for the survival this time. It feels a little bit weird, right? And every single player from Aiku Soul has actually taken their own individual vehicle. VST is right there in the front line, so there's a high chance we might just see that collision. But once again, Aiku Soul, as I mentioned, they've got nothing to lose, so they're going to be welcoming this collision with open arms. The man gets knocked out, though. Knuckle, such a big blunder this is for Aiku Soul. They cannot afford to lose out on Knuckle.
Yeah, did not see this coming in. Poor Knuckle, he's going to lose out on his life. As VST absolutely decimate Team Aiku Soul over there. A perfect trap laid down and 3 finishes in the bag. This is a team that came in with a lot of hopes. Did not have the best of start to the first 3 games inside of the wildcards. But who knows, one good game in Erangel and they might also be set up for success. But with VST taking down Aiku Soul, Godlike, they feel a huge sigh of relief.
And now Godlike straight up booking it towards Milta Power. In the prime spot. They just want to be in the warehouses, feel pretty comfy over there, and that's what they do. They will be having enough amount of cover to play from this spot. And luckily enough for Godlike, they don't even need to worry about the surroundings anymore. Because they're just not going to be having any sort of line of sight on them. Unless if it's going to be the higher ground on top of the hill. But focusing on version 9. 2 players knocked out, done and dusted. Rising Falcons as well. They're taking decent amount on themselves in return. Version 9 trying to go for the revival on the fallen player.
Version 9 just sitting at 14 points. And with the stage 4 really kicking in, the need to apply those bandages and then the first hit. But look at 7 Shaw They've already called this fight against the players of Team Entity. 3-on-2 situation right now, and making it worse. Tiger already done and dusted. Devil needs to provide that cover fire. But for Team Entity, they know what are the forces they're dealing with. As Puka, he decides to push in onto it. Toxic gets that beautiful knock. And Seven Shaw getting a little ahead of themselves, being punished.
Knocked out. Two of the players, they don't have a chance to recover anymore, considering they have been sent to hell. And now you've got Entity on the screen, looking pretty comfy in this spot. Like they own it. Try. This man took a lot of damage. He's patching himself up. Entity in a really good spot for now, but still they need a breach inside of the zone, and that's where the real problems, they might just start hitting. And Raven Esports, they put the final nail in the coffin for that team.
And Seven Shaw barely get 2 points out of this game. Not a single position point, and considering they were sitting at 31, that brings their tally to 33. And sometimes when you look at the cutoff being 39 now, still have to get around 7 to 8 points inside of 2 games. But look at this. VST, they've closed in on the players of Heroes Gaming. They've held on towards that plant. And for VST, they will be taking on the remainder of the vacant areas.
I'm not sure how to feel about VST's position right now. The backs are completely exposed. It's not good at all. VST, they need to realize there's way too many teams who've booked it inside of Milton Power already. And soon enough, they will be backstabbed with ease. All the players of VST just playing around the compound wall while you see Beast inside of the house looking pretty comfy. He's chilling for now, but now finally so many fights starting to happen.
Yeah, even players of THW, they're getting dealt with. One of the players already eliminated, new version. They're also taking a lot of those losses, but Godlike right on the smack center. This has to be their game. The stars starting to align for Godlike, and they need to start gathering all those limbs. And this is pretty much their game to lose, because so many teams are going to be injecting themselves right on their faces. They've got everything set up for them as Heroes Gaming. Robin trying his hands on the players of Team Entity as VST decide to barge in the doors of Godlike.
As expected, this seems like a Godlike game, considering they have a really good spot inside of the zone. And Godlike just taking so many shots against the players of VST, also finding some confirmations in return. Looking decent for now, but one of the warehouses being taken away by the likes of VST2. What just happened? Godlike letting the opponents be dominant on top of them. It's not something you expect. Utils are being tossed and returned, but that's really not going to do anything.
Need to find one more opener. And maybe this grenade from Jelly might just do the deed. Jelly just ensuring he's got his backlines clear. As one after the grenade keeps on getting sailing towards the players of Team VST, as they are already in a whole world of trouble. As the knock keeps on pouring, and Jelly, he's got so much to do, so much to work with. Has to break in through that smoke. Molly's also laid out, and Jonathan finds some success as Admino pushes in through that Molly, getting burned, but still fighting in.
It's his own teammates Molotov, but Godlike still slowly and steadily starting to get the grip back up in the fight. As 2 of the players are knocked out for VST, I don't think so there's any fighting chance anymore. It's all down to that one last man, and yeah, Godlike, they easily wipe out the competition, but still, that could have been way close.
4 finishes just for Godlike, and they live to fight another day. Still have all their players intact, still look pretty solid, but Team 7, even the last time Godlike came into play, they threw a spanner to their works, and could also be one of those days where they could play the spoil spot. But let's not forget, this time, still having that circle, they have to play as if there's no tomorrow. At least 15 to 16 points in this game, and Godlike could still be back into the competition.
Could. It's a big could. Team 7, this team can be the Snakes, just looking forward to inject the venom in the opponents. All the 4 players up and alive. Team 7, they're also going to have the high ground to play with slowly and steadily. You've got NV2 just getting wiped out from the outskirts. Supernova's taking a lot of shots against them. Yeah, Megatron could have been knocked down in return as well, but for a new version, man, things just keep on getting worse and worse. They do have a couple of smokes to back themselves up, but for Supernovas, they're just tossing in the utilities constantly. And Godlike as well, just third-partying this fray from the far.
So many big names already taking an exit. Even Entity ended the round with just 2 finishes to their names. Same goes for the players of THW. 3 finishes, and that's all she wrote. But for Godlike, and that historic comeback. They need this chicken dinner. Things looking much easier for now, but they will have to be watchful of their surroundings. They're letting all the other teams fight it out amongst each other. While look at T7 starting to creep in.
Too many fights happening at the same time. It's tough to keep track of what's going on the map. We've got 7 teams alive and 24 players in total. It's such a small zone. Even Godlike now slowly and steadily starting to fade away from that circle, considering he moves away from them. And Godlike, now it's time to assert dominance. They need to start taking the fights. From the back, it's going to be T7 closing in slowly and steadily. So for Godlikes, the problems, they just keep on brewing up. Admino tossing out the util. Knows there is someone right in the front. It is a suspicion, though. Look at out in the open, AG2 taking a lot of shots upon themselves. There's too much going on the screen.
And suddenly, new version. They're in a decent spot. Godlike, they have to fight their way inside the circle, though. As Keshav, he's let loose of those bullets against the players of Raven. But still nothing really managing to connect, though. As for Team 7, they have to get in close. You've got the players of Heroes Gaming Cake in the middle of nowhere. As Godlike, they're letting out that smoky trail. Want to get inside the circle, but Rising Falcons, they still have their numbers tight. And Raven, they might be in a whole world of trouble.
Dave God's able to find one of the men from the side of AG, and that was actually the final nail in the coffin. Rising Falcons too in the outskirts, taking a lot of shots against the front. And they finally do find the knockout as well. Reaper this time ripped apart. Nice shots from Juice. Squeezes them out. And now the last man from the side of Ravens right there, proned out in the open. He can't really do a lot. All he needs to do is just play it as safe as possible. Aim God, all eyes on him right now. And yeah, Rising Falcons, they know the last man is right there around the corner somewhere. Aim God's position and contested for now. So he's lucky. For T7 though, they need to duke it out against the likes of Godlikes to be inside of that zone in a prime spot as the circle centers on up once again. Godlike, the problems, they keep on continuing. And now slowly and steadily, they're starting to crack into that pressure. Godlike, why are they not playing aggressive?
I have no idea. Too late to get inside the party, and suddenly Supernovas and Team 7, they come in out of nowhere, and Jonathan, the final player surviving. How does he keep the dreams alive with barely just 4 finishes to their name? Team Godlike on the verge of a massive collapse once again.
Godlike, a lot of questionable decisions made. They're playing too safe at this point. I'm not sure why, but at least they've got all the 4 players back up on the feet, right? Slowly and steadily, even the wall of death is now going to start to close in. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it keeps them ticking up. Jonathan's back up. Now it's starting to make that smoke trail. Godlike, they need to make it inside of the zone. That's going to be a lot of that added pressure. And even Supernova's constantly peppering them down as Krish finds a knockout onto Simp. Godlike, unfortunate start for them inside of the final few moments. But for Supernovas, they're actually dominating through. All the 4 players up and alive. The players out in the open, they've got nowhere to go. Godlike, they get completely eliminated, or almost on the verge.
Yeah, Jerry, he has to keep the mantle alive, but has no first aids to really work with. As Supernova, a new version, do Godlike dirty. As now Rising Falcons somehow still alive. But Supernovas, what an amazing game for these lads. Out of nowhere, Necro. They've managed to get 10 finishes to their name and a top 2 finish. Now against the final foes, it is going to be Rising Falcons. UV Jod, his position pretty much compromised as Juice out in the open has taken quite a lot of damage. Will eventually go out in the open, eventually to fall. As Zyro, he knows where UV Jod is. And the final nail in the coffin, almost there.
Almost there. UV Jod, last surviving player from Rising Falcons. And he's got a lot of hopes and dreams, but this time a nade squeezes in right next to him and gets the confirmation. Supernova, a performance we expected in the first 3 games is now finally over here, but can this get them in the top 16? That's the real question.
They started off their day with just 5 points and having around 10 to 11 finishes in this one. could be a comeback like the players of Lifecraft did, even the players of Raw Officials did a couple of moments earlier, and Supernovas. We were talking about this team once the wildcard also started, right? In round number 3, they were quite impeccable, had some big stats, and felt like it was just the pressure really creeping up on them. After messing up the first 3 games, they were like, it is do or die for them, and they decided to go all out. In the initial part of the game, we saw them in a very sticky situation against the players of Aiku Soul. And how do they retaliate back? They take on the shorelines and keep creeping their way inside the zone. And for new version also, it's a little too late for them. And same goes for Rising Falcon.
I mean, for a lot of these teams, there's a high chance they might just give up on that spot, but all it takes is a 30 bomber. I know it's pretty easy to say, but still, it is something that they should be looking out for. You never know. If one single game goes really good, there's a high chance they can instantly catapult themselves back in that top 16 before Godlike. So many questions still in my head. That could have been their game. All they needed to do was be a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, just too defensive. I also really feel like, you know, they were letting all those teams... I think the idea was to let all this fight amongst themselves, and whilst all that commotion was going on, they would want to sneak their way inside the circle. But the moment the circle shifted away from them, it went into those open lands. That is where the trouble arose. And one after the other, the players were getting taken down. It was the players of Team 7, Supernovas, eventually for the players of even New Version to also chime in inside that particular fight. And 3 teams up against 1. And not a lot of finishes either for Team Godlike, and a 4th or the 5th position exit around 8 to 9 points. Nah, that's not gonna do.
Yeah, no, I mean, Godlike, I don't think so. They have a lot of points from that game, and they definitely do need some nuclear performances on the board, ladies and gentlemen. This thing cannot keep on continuing, as we saw Aiku Soul as well, off the rip being super aggressive on the lobby, and that's something I love. But for UP50, I feel really bad. All the 4 players just getting wiped off as soon as the game even started, all thanks to the planned fly path. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Enough talks about the teams. Let's move on and talk about the individual performance. Let's move on towards the MVP of that previous game. Maybe it's going to be someone from the side of Aiku Soul.
Could be. Or maybe somebody from
Supernovas.
Supernovas. I think, yeah, that could be the case. And
Krish?
who shall it be? Yes, Krish OP. He's got those 5 finishes, 742 points of damage. And for Supernovas, this is what I wanted to see more of them in their first 3 games. But yeah, better late than never. Supernovas, bring in that Supernova inside of the lobby. But when you look at the top 5 performers, yeah, you've got Zyro. Even for Raven Esports, it was such an important game, and AimGod did deliver.
AimGod definitely delivered. You've also got New Version's Mikey over there with 3 elimination points. Then you've also got Keshav over there from the side of T7 with only 3 elimination points. For T7, they definitely did have quite a good position. The only reason why I mentioned Godlike should have pushed up is because T7, they had a big split between that one single man who was there in front of the warehouses. If Godlike would have realized that, they could have easily made that push and conquered a bit more of that Milta power.
Oh, for sure. And they could have done 79 different other things, but they decided to stay silent inside of that situation. We're going to talk more about that. But let's take a quick look at the point standings. And there you can see 22 points for Supernovas.
Solid.
Starting the day with just, what, around 8 points and even 5. So 27 points altogether. And this has to be a really good comeback. But for Godlike, just 8 points. That's not going to make the cut. New Version did not have a lot of points to work around with. 8 plus 9 amounts to around 17 points. Maybe in the race though. But for Raven Esports, a very important progress. Because 7 points, they started their day off with 23, which brings them to a tally of 30. But for Entity, man, they barely have those points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, for Entity, definitely a rough game, as I mentioned, right? I mean, looking at their position, too, inside of the zone in the final few moments that we saw, right? Entity, they still needed to make it in. And in the front were the complete open grounds, and that's where Entity got completely screwed. Even THW Esports, they tried to make it inside of the circle in the late game phase. They got completely caught out in the open. HR Esports, 2 off the rip. We saw them take a fight as well. You also have Heroes Gaming on the latter half of the board with just 2 points. Entity with only 2 as well. Now let's speak about the desperate teams here. UP50 is one of those. 7 Shores is looking pretty okay, but still they need any sort of points that they can to just pin that spot down in the top 16. They had 31 points at the start of the day, so they're barely out of that top 16, but even if they do manage to get 10 or 20 points in the upcoming 2 games, they can easily make it.
You have to agree with the fact that the circle screwed everybody over. Nobody was really prepared for that circle. It was barely the players of New Version, Supernova, just lying on the hope that the circle shifts towards them. And once that happened, I think Rising Falcons also fought their ground there. But eventually, again, getting back to how Godlike really played, I think now things look really bleak for Godlike to really make it inside of Hyderabad. Still, they have to make it inside the semi-finals. But you watching us on the broadcast, on your mobile device, on your television screen, you have a chance to make it to the land. That is going to be at Hyderabad High-Tech's Exhibition Center, Hall number 4. And there are also certain premium tickets up for grabs, which will be live pretty soon. So ensure that you check Crafted India Esports official site and also follow them on their socials for more info.
And all the money accumulated from those premium tickets will be used for a good cause. So you will be helping someone in need. But yeah, let's move on forward with the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Now the upcoming game is going to be the map of Miramar. Godlike, they sort of do pretty good on this map. But the last time when we saw them perform against Team Aru on the game of Miramar, they did something pretty messed up. And that should not have been done in the first place. So I just don't want to see those indecisive moments once again.
I mean, for Godlike, so far in BGIS, they've barely managed to get a good game of Miramar. It has always been that Erangel and the Sanok where they've been getting those chicken dinners, and now things are really, really going down the drain for them. But that being said, folks, we do have a beautiful promo by Crafton for you guys, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
I mean, of course, BGMI, it's an emotion, and if you still do not really have it installed on your mobile devices, what are you doing, man? Move in towards your App Store or the Play Store and download the game right now and have fun inside of the game. But let's move on with the conversation. Now, for T7 and this godlike thing that's going on, right? Once again, we saw this in the previous game. Even in the last time we saw the same thing happen. What are your thoughts about it?
I think they are pretty much men on a mission. And it's not for the first time happening. Take you back to that previous game of Erangel the other day when Godlike came into action. They were all hunkered down to that one small position towards that northwest side of the circle. And suddenly T7 comes out of nowhere, takes them down. And even in another map, we also saw them going after Team Godlike. So pretty much have been their kryptonite.
Yeah, so you can't say that it's sort of like a toxic relationship going on inside of the game. Godlike is trying to avoid that relationship, but T7, they really do want to embrace it. But we've got the schedule off the day, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game now is going to be the game of Miramar, where things will definitely be spiced up even more. And as we know, inside of Miramar, it's easy to rotate, tough to sustain. The defensive posture will be a little bit more tough to play for Godlike. But now I've got Johnny joining alongside with me on the panel. Johnny, Miramar on the way. Godlike struggling. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think the struggles might just continue because this might be too much pressure to deal with. Plus, again, I think this particular group is that one group where we have the middle pack stepping up quite nicely, because in that last game we saw T7 Esports step up, Rising Falcons had a pretty fun game, and of course Supernova with that big win have taken a leap and put themselves in the fight for qualification. Again, they have 2 more matches to go, so that is one more team now you have to worry about. And for a team like Godlike, again, as you mentioned, there is a little bit of a threat lurking around on top of their heads. They will try their level best to avoid it, but at this time, I think it is the moment they need to go all guns blazing, because if you fail this game of Miramar, then that Sanok, it's going to get so tricky.
I mean, there's so many of these teams that are looking really thirsty for the elimination points, right?
Yeah.
Aiku Soul off the rip, just wiping out the entire UP50. I just feel really bad for UP50 too, man. Even they're in the race.
That is true. I mean, and Aiku Soul might have just taken that opportunity away from them, but
Might.
to be fair, we can't blame Aiku Soul for this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they put in so much work in the first 3 games, securing 50 points, right? And today, we knew for a fact that when they would start playing their matches, they don't care about anyone. They don't care about how many points they get from every single game. Their qualification, it is done. Today, it is just a massacre that we get to see from their end.
I mean, when you can't really blame anything else, just blame the game, right? It's because of the planned flat path, my friend. The planned flat path really screwed you guys over. That's why you guys were not really able to scoot up towards your drop location. So maybe even that was one of the things that played against you. And HR Esports was the one who started things off in that fight. So yeah, I just feel really bad for UP50. Maybe this time they can make the comeback. For Godlike as well, they definitely do need to establish that comeback. For a couple of more teams, still a chance is there. Even for Supernovas, they did get that big chicken dinner, but they still need 20 more points to consolidate that spot in the top 16.
That is, I think, perfectly said. I mean, that one big, that one big win, it puts them in a fighting position, but the fight goes on. It's not over. Still 2 more games to go, and as you mentioned, 20 more points needed. I think 10 points per match. Supernova can pull it off. Let's not forget, in the previous round when we saw them for the first time, this team was doing phenomenally well for themselves. And now I think they have taken a tumble, but it should be okay considering they have recovered at least something from the first game of Erangel.
Yeah, Johnny, but Jux Esports slowly and steadily losing out on that grip, man. Amazing's not able to do anything.
Ouch.
The entire squad is failing themselves.
I mean, I do agree with that. It's not just Jux, version 9 as well. We had so many expectations from version 9, and these two undergod teams just falling apart in the face of pressure. Did not expect that, especially from the side of Jux, to be honest.
And not just that, even Entity, the previous game, completely lost out. It's one of the most known orgs inside of the country. And Somraj was super confident moving inside of 2024, considering you've won some big third-party titles. And that transition towards the official event isn't really looking that good.
Yeah, and for Entity, I think the situation is quite similar to Supernova. 2 matches to go, you secure 22 points, and that should be enough to keep this team in a fighting position. In fact, it should propel them into the top 16 directly, but then again, things haven't really gone right for Entity till now. 2 matches to go. This Miramar can get extremely complicated. If they fail to secure around 10 to 11 points on this game of Miramar, then I don't know how they will deal with the pressure on Sanhok.
And not just that, to spice things up even more, 7 Shores, they haven't really started hitting yet.
Yes,
and we know this is one of those heavy hitters as well that's going to be chiming inside of the lobby. Once 7 Shores knows that they have secured their spot in the top 16, there's a high chance in the game of Sanhok, 7 Shores going to start go guns blazing.
I mean, they can. And 7 Shore, they do not need to do a lot in order to secure that qualification spot, right? They started the day off with 31 points. The last game might not have really gone their way, but on Miramar, if they walk away with 10-11 points, I think that should put them on the other side of that threshold, and that should give them the freedom, as you mentioned, of going all guns blazing in the last game of Sanhok. And of course, once 2 or 3 teams in a particular lobby have that sort of a mindset that, all right, we've now qualified, now we can do whatever we want, they will try and see if they can get some of the competition out of the way early.
Now, I'm still going to be rooting out for Team 7 Esports as well in this game, because Team 7 Esports and Godlike's rivalry, it's been quite spicy, man. Inside of the map of Erangel, they always do sort of meet each other. It's like the stars are aligning. It's the toxic relationship that Godlike is trying to avoid, but 7 Esports, they're embracing it. Maybe in this map of Miramar as well, the same thing can happen. And Miramar, for Godlike, has been a nightmare. The previous Miramar that we witnessed, so many questionable decisions made.
It has been, but it started off on a good note, right? I mean, the early fights they were taking, they were going quite well. Just one small little mistake made in the last Miramar we saw from them in the first 3 matches of the wildcard stage, a small error in positioning, and that resulted in the entire team crumbling down. But it felt like they had the right idea of what needs to be done in order to qualify from the wildcard to the semifinals, and I believe, I hope at least, and I pray that they show up with the same sort of mentality of just going on that path of destruction and basically just taking everyone on. But let's see how this game is going to turn out for them.
Yeah, but the idea is not paying off so far, though. That's been the concern, right? Godlike, they're trying to do everything that they can. But you know what? We'll have the conversation later on, because the plant flat path's already over here, starting all the way from the left side, which is, of course, going to be Montenuevo, towards the right side, which is going to be Impala. Now, this plant flat path is decent. All the other teams, they will be feeling quite good about it themselves.
Well, let's see how it turns out. I mean, quite a standard flight path, this one. Not really a lot of trouble for even the teams looking to head towards the northern side. If you want to move towards the northwestern quadrant, Cruz del Valle, Tierra Bronca, I think you can definitely drop towards that highway that leads Hacienda del Patron to Cruz del Valle, and El Azhar can be a good drop point as well for anyone looking to start from Campo Militar. That is also another location we have seen being utilized quite heavily by the team, especially in the wildcard stages, but a big cluster already heading towards that northwestern quadrant. We know El Pozo, it's going to be the city where Entity Gaming start from, and of course, a lot of eyes pinned out on them as of now.
Entity, as you mentioned, moving in towards El Pozo. Godlike as well, moving in towards Hacienda del Patron and San Martin. So even that's going to be their drop location. You've got Aiku Sol moving in up north towards La Cabrera. That's where they like to go. And then you've also got Supernovas now taking an exit from that plant flat pad. THW, the previous game was a complete mess up, considering they wasted so much time in that early battle. But this time, THW, they need to be a little bit more quick.
Well, let's see. THW, they kind of did a lot in the first 3 matches that they played. 31 points secured, but just a small push just to go further inside of the top 16. That is all that is needed from THW, and that start from Chumasera can actually work out quite nicely for them if we get a circle anywhere towards the west. And we are going to find out where the circle takes us this time in this game of Miramar. A big, important piece of information for all of these teams. But are we seeing any early drop clashes as of now?
Nope, is going to be the answer. Los Leones in the smack center of this zone. There's a high chance we might just see that urban warfare. Imagine the circle pans out towards Puerto Paraiso. Man, it would be super fun. Godlike on the screen towards San Martin. The players are dropped in, going for that loot. Godlike, they need to be aggressive inside of the lobby. They cannot keep on playing the defensive play style. They need the elimination points.
It is going to be about timing those fights, though. And at this point, I think the aggression, it needed to happen yesterday. All of those opportunities, especially on that game of Miramar. So many eliminations secured into that one match, but after that, just completely falling apart. This time around, though, as you mentioned, contested in the city of San Martin. They have VST up north and Raven as well, kind of spread out towards the southwestern side relative to their position, but there will be a few extra minutes that they have freedom within this map of going for that early loot and then regrouping not too far away from the circle as well, so even that works out for them.
Aiku Soul right now on the screen towards La Cabrera. Just trying to get their basic loot done, and then of course it's going to be the aggressive footing once again. I'm just searching out for their first prey. That's what I'm looking out for. Who is it going to be? And looking at this entire group, right? You've got so many desperate teams. You've got Jux Esports in there too, in the mix. You've got Team 7, Version 9, Rising Falcons, new version. Luckily enough for Rising Falcons, that's a really good start to the day. So you can't say the momentum right now is with them. All they need to do is just keep on striking with that same advantage. But Rising Falcons, looking at the past stats, man, they're really not good at moving away with the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, even in the first 3 games, no position points secured by Rising Falcons, just finishes. And then in the previous match, they did quite well, to be honest. I mean, Team 7, Godlike Esports, Rising Falcon new version, and Supernovas off to a great start, all of these squads. But again, all of them were playing, or at least they started their day with, well, a few of them with single digits, and Team 7 and Godlike just barely over 10 points. 11 for Godlike, 12 for Team 7, but now I think the recovery that we wanted, let's see if that can happen. Started on the right note, just need to keep the ball rolling.
Entity on the move. The game plan for them is to pretty much just rotate from the southern side inside of the zone. Trying to be as safe as possible. Entity is another one of those defensive teams. And even for them, this defensive play style hasn't really been working out that well. This time, they're trying to put a little bit of new thing in the mix. Just trying to be a little bit more quicker to rotate. They are done with the loot, instantly on the move as well. I'm not sure how well that's going to pan out because you can clearly see a couple of that loot is also being sacrificed.
And all of that for that early rotation.
Yeah.
Want to get out of El Pozo as quickly as possible. And of course, I love the way these lads are moving around the map as well. They've sent Pukar and Gamla Boy along the highways, and then we see Troy over there. Just making sure that the flanks are clear as well. Gathering some early information about Ladriela. If anyone dropped towards the southwestern quadrant of the map. And I think with how Entity is moving around, they might come across the players of THW soon. Unless TSW actually stays or uses that road up ahead to move from Chumasera inside of the zone. Supernova, comfortable position inside of the circle. The only thing they have to worry about is a team fight, and that too only if VST decides to push.
Raven Esports as well, breaching in from that same breach point. UP50, they might just have a couple of foes approaching them. Raven Esports on that move, UP50 right next to him. A high chance for the collision as UP50, they do spot out that rotation as well. But nothing's being done to take measures against it. Instead, they're letting the opponents be comfortable enough and rotate away from that spot. Now, looking at the map itself, look at the northern side. IQ Seoul, they've got a couple of more teams approaching them. So there's a chance IQ Seoul is definitely going to be going for this fight.
I mean, let's see. Because now it's kind of awkward. Why has Seven Shore moved up north? They were playing the western edges of the map, west of El Pozo, looting up the smaller compounds, and yet they've chosen to head up north between Rising Falcons and Aiku Seoul. Can lead to an awkward situation between all three teams. And of course, Jux Esports. Jux Esports went all the way towards Torre Amuda, the northeastern edge. And for them as well, rotating down south towards Los Leones, it's not going to be easy. But now we have version 9. Started their journey from Impala. And it seems like the players from Team 7 Esports have been spotted out.
They know each other's position. That's what it is. Team 7 at the high ground. Definitely knowing where the opponents were, or at least the first man's position. And for T7, Stifler's position is also compromised. One thing that's not looking good for Stifler is that his vehicle's stuck. He cannot get it out of that spot. So he needs some backup of his teammates. He needs that pickup. And then he's going to be able to move away.
It's not going to be easy for T7 though. That hill, their control can get quite tricky to avoid engagements. In the meanwhile, Raven Esports a few moments ago could have been under threat from the side of UP50, but UP50 not really taking any shots allowed Raven Esports to secure a nice little high ground just north of Los Leones. Although still quite early to predict where the circle is going to go. It seems like majority of the teams and majority of the IGLs think at least it is going to be towards the southeastern edges of the island. That is where we are seeing those clusters form.
The centric part of the map. Raven Esports as well is quite close to that spot. And Reaper needs to wake up. He needs to start taking the fights. If he does not, well then it's a big issue. Because he was the main playmaker last time in the past 3 games that we witnessed. Reaper was the one to make the massive waves from that team. Heroes Gaming in front of our screen. It's been a while since we see this team perform nice.
Yeah, I mean, Heroes Gaming off to an interesting start in the previous stage, but unfortunately Wildcard not really working out for them. Just a single point in the first 3 games they played today. Yeah, it felt like they are going to try and build up the momentum, but now I think it is going to be too tough for them to move forward as well. And again, a central shift of the circle. The hills between Los Leones and Puerto Palacio still up for contention, but T7 can actually block a lot of these teams that are there towards Impala from taking control of that hilltop. An Entity, look at them just moving in from the southwestern edge, my apologies. Will put themselves quite close to the players of UP50.
My question is, what is Seven Shores doing? Still towards La Cabrera, just staying over there. And Seven Shores just waiting for Rising Falcons maybe to walk up in their crosshairs?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing, I guess. All the 4 players, they're ready with a trap set up. And just waiting for the players of Rising Falcons to walk in their crosshairs. And soon enough, the fight's going to be executed too.
And I think even Jux as well, staying outside of the circle for long. But let's see how this game is going to turn out for them. They've stayed towards Torre Amuda for a long time. 2-2 split going on. 2 individuals moving towards Cruz del Valle to make sure the front lines are clear. But here it is, the trap laid out by Seven Shore. And finally, shots being fired. Juice dropped extremely low. And in fact, he is going to get knocked out. Aru, he's going to look for the second one. But a little bit of a spray whiff. Finally lands the shots. Knocks have been secured, but can they convert them into finishes? Rising Falcons in a huge world of trouble over here.
They are. UV Jawed and Newbie right in the front. The last 2 remaining players from Rising Falcons this time. The Falcons are not able to rise. Instead, they have been dug 6 feet under. 2 of the players knocked out. Even Vintage is going to be slowly and steadily confirmed. And there we go, Seven Shore. The trap, it does swing back to life, but still they only got 2 points from that, and they have left out on the great position that they could have found inside of the zone.
I mean, Seven Shore, I think their game plan is just to go all out, guns blazing inside of this game as well. Just try and get those eliminations as quickly as possible. As we talked about it, Seven Shore, not a lot needed to be done at the start of the day. They needed 13 to 14 points in 3 matches, and they can still make it happen. It is not a huge Herculean task that is being asked from them.
IQ Soul on the move. Players trying to move in at least closer to that centric spot. And the funny part is, IQ Soul's not being aggressive inside of this game. I don't know why. I want to see that aggressive IQ Soul once again back in the race. Maybe IQ Soul, even they are scared over the fact that there's a high chance their position can be capitalized. Maybe. But they've got 50 points on the board. They're doing pretty decent for themselves. And considering they also got a couple of more in the previous game. So yeah, I mean, they have pinned the spot down. I just want to see IQ Soul straight up rushing against some of the squads.
I mean, the opportunity is still there for them to actually do this, but I think the one thing that has slowed down their momentum inside of this game is the fact that they start from Crater Fields, and that was a long journey for them, making it all the way from Crater Fields to La Benedita, making sure you avoid any conflict along the way as well. And even now, they're just making sure that the backlines are cleared before they end up fighting one of the teams holding the inside edges of the circle. We'll talk about IQ Soul. Jux finally deciding to move in towards the zone. They have taken that Eastern Highway 7 shore, realizing there's no one left towards the northwestern quadrant. Even they are going to start to move out. But look at the southwestern edge of the circle. We finally see the players from Team Godlike quite close to the edge. Should not be too difficult for them to secure a spot inside, but moving up from there on out, it is going to be a big challenge considering THW will be the first team they come across.
All the good spots are taken away, though. That's the main problem. Godlike, they would now need to try and settle down for the leftovers. And DHW right in the front definitely can't be the Guardian Angels. Godlike looking for to breach in completely from that southern side. They do so with ease. But still, the main concern is, how are they going to position themselves in a better spot inside of the zone? Already all the good spots are taken away. Godlike, they need to assert some dominance. They need to be aggressive in order to get some good spots.
Let's see. I mean, still a lot of options remaining. There's the hidden cave in the hills of Los Leones. That is one position that can be taken by Team Godlike. Even if there's someone in there, you can try and engage into a 4v4. But for 7 Shore, there's just one option. Just keep putting on those bandages, keep pushing forward, make sure you have enough fuel for this long, grueling journey ahead. This is a road trip that they have taken now.
They should have the fuel. They should have been able to calculate everything properly. Even Rising Falcons is on the move. You've also got Jux Esports as well, going for that late game rotation. So many of these teams not even fighting this time. The previous game of Wrangle, it was so aggressive, and now look at this. A complete passive game of Miramar.
Yeah. And again, I think considering we did not have any early drop clashes, this was expected. Because always, I mean, those early fights are the ones that end up building momentum for one of these sides. And even the circle itself, we had a northern flight path, we had a southern circle, quite a big contradiction. And that did result in a lot of these teams just scrambling for that early loot in order to rotate down towards the southeast as quickly as possible. Jux Esports finally entering the circle. They do find that position, the city of Impala, quite isolated, but the circle, it has moved towards the southern hills, the hills between Los Leones and Puerto Paracio. Look at that. The shift is so drastic that it gets covered up by the cluster of teams that are already there on that mountain.
And not just that, with this shift, Godlike to spring back to life. Now they somehow do have the advantage inside of the zone. They're looking pretty good with the high ground as well. Godlike, all they need to do is hunker it down properly. If that's not going to be good enough, well then, the position will be contested, and they can be easily snuffed out. Raven Esports on the move. New version taking a lot of shots against them. The shots are not going to be connected, so Raven Esports is good for now. But they have got another team on top of them in the name of Entity.
New version, Death, looking to deliver his namesake to the opposing player, but it's not going to be easy. The distance between the two hills, two mountains, quite a lot, and he does not even have any backup available right now. His teammates are on the other side. So if he gets engaged upon, it is going to be him just being completely isolated over there. Entity, in the meanwhile, they back off, reposition. Look at the radar, Raven Esports, not too far away.
Bakara on the screen. Scouting out the grounds in the front. THW. They aren't there in the far fray, but it's safe for now. Entity Gaming, they've got a decent amount of portion covered for themselves. They actually do control a lot of that map right now. So I like that. They've got a nice spread to play with. AG is at the top inside of Los Leones. AG at this point in time, they're just not being able to breach outside of that city. So they just need to just keep themselves pinned down in that same spot for a while. Aiku Soul making that drastic rotation.
This is going to be a big one. This just puts them amidst their cluster towards the eastern edge of the map. And look at the radar. They are passing by so many squads, but Jux Esports in the front lines. Aiku Soul, do they have a read on this? They are looking for the control of the high ground, but that is just another fight waiting to happen, as they will come across the players of version 9 in a few seconds. There you go.
Aiku Soul walking into some unknown territories. And V9 not knowing exactly what's going on the screen. Nail sails in towards the shack. Man's position's known. And version 9 in a big world of trouble out of nowhere. Utilities constantly being tossed inside of that shack as Zen-OZ's position's now known. Smokes that vehicle, wanting to run away from that spot. Another nade sails in towards that same spot. It's not going to find the knockout just yet. I like that quick readjustment that he tried to pull off, but then there's a high chance he can be knocked out. Luckily enough, he squeezes himself away from the claws of death.
Yeah, this is a brilliant escape from Zen-OG. Mana as well, preemptive clear onto that shack. He expected someone to be there, just 2 preemptive nades to try and clear things up. And then he waited for any bit of information, some return fire, some return utility did not happen. But this is a recap. Heroes Gaming losing their first player. And of course, version 9, now they feel the pressure. Aiku Soul looking to press on against these lads.
Alien tapping away. Aiku Soul. Even they can start to feel that heat. But Aiku Soul, once again, they've got nothing to lose. For V9, everything on the line. Hopes and dreams. Next circle shift's going to be on the board once again. Godlike, they keep on finding themselves in the advantage inside of the circle, but still they're not taking the advantage.
Yeah, I think up until now they haven't really been given an opportunity to engage into any fight. They have been holding on to that stronghold of theirs, top of the hill. But now Jux Esports, we see them moving in. In a few moments, we're going to find out what the result of that fight breaking out is going to be. In the meanwhile, Entity Gaming up against TSW, and Nox haven't traded out from either sides, but it will be extremely difficult for both these teams to secure those elimination points. Oh, WILDCARD in the front lines can actually pull it off, but even he goes down.
Overcommitment from that same angle. No reposition coming in from the side of Entity. And THW punishing them instantly, but even they've lost out on one of the players. So that's sort of like the heavy blow they have been handed out. And THW taken down to a 3-man squad, now just looking to back away, disengaged from this fight. But Entity with the advantage. They definitely can keep on swinging their hands against THW. THW instead prioritizing their life much more. This next circle shift still not being contested by a lot of the teams. You only can count the names easily. While Entity taking shots against THW once again. Entity really reluctant in taking this fight.
Made sure that at least TSW are going to be left bleeding, but Heroes Gaming, they show up out of nowhere, and it is a revenge fight that they want against the players of Entity Gaming. Robin has been dropped down in terms of HP. He has his teammate right behind him, and Somraj in the front lines looking to at least try and flush him out from the other side of the wall, but Robin falls back, and Entity, the setup that they wanted, they're not really succeeding in making it happen.
Utils being tossed in constantly. Robin, the last man from AG, shrouding himself inside of that smoke. Entity Gaming, I mean, it's just that one last man from the side of AG, right? Right there in front of them. His teammate's way too far away, so you can't say if Entity wants, they can make the push happen. But still, Entity a little bit hesitant Utils being tossed in constantly, and at this point in time, they're just burning through the utilities. I don't understand. They should just make the push happen.
They don't know who that is. They assume it's, again, the players of THW. And Heroes Gaming, I think that's the only reason Robin has managed to survive all this time. But now I think it might be trouble for Heroes Gaming as well. His teammate in the back lines, David YT, he falls at the hands of TSW, and Robin finally picked off by the players of Entity Gaming. So that's one of the first exits of this particular match. But Seven Shore, they had their own little thing going on against the players of version 9, but now they try to move forward and find themselves against Team 7.
Yeah, and Seven Shores, look at the amount of shots that are being taken in the front. Seven Shores slowly and steadily trying to recover from all the setbacks that are there right now on the board, but Aru gets caught in the open. At Team 7, they somehow find themselves in the advantage, and they do come out on top of Seven Shores. I mean, they were in a really dicey spot, but here we go. A third party from Aiku Soul, as expected. The players are hungry for the elimination points, and they're here to get the cleanup done. They have joined the cleanup crew, and the shotguns, they keep on dishing out more damage. And Aiku Soul, with these, should be able to wipe them out.
Well, let's see, all 4 points secured by Aiku Soul. Out of nowhere, they show up. And as you mentioned, the cleanup looking absolutely clean, in fact. But they have to be careful now. I mean, there's still a line of fire available to the team lurking right on the outer edges in the form of UP50. So this dip, as soon as they step out into the open, there is going to be heavy fire dropped upon them. But UP50, look at that. The distraction from the backlines as Raven Esports show up.
Raven Esports. Reaper's still alive inside of the game, so he can't rip apart the competition. Raven Esports, 3 players in the front lines. Hanzo
no.
there in the back as well. UP50, what am I watching? The players are looking way too desperate and godlike now. Even they're starting to chime inside of the fights, and this is what you wanted to see. Raven Esports having a clear-cut advantage inside of the fight, as it's all down to Sirkar. And I don't think so a lot can be done from the side of KSR. Slowly and steadily, he's going to be meeting his makers as Raven Esports are just claiming the elimination points that belong to them.
Yeah, rightfully. There's last man left alive from UP50 KSR. He's trying to hide behind those cars, but one after the other, utility lobbed in his direction. He's taken a lot of damage, down to the last few pixels of HP.
Oh, this might just find the marker. Nope.
Overshot.
Overshot.
Doesn't matter though. I think in a few seconds, KSR is going to get picked off either by Jux or by Raven or by Team Godlike as well, since they have a high ground and a line of fire on this entire position. But Aiku Soul, this time around, they find themselves up against the players of VST. And with Joker already down on his knees, Knuckle and Manya, how did they deal with this pressure? Well, Manya gets dropped as well. Gabbar traded out, but from the back lines, as Beast, he tries to push forward towards the ridge, sees the man on the other side cooking up a nade, and he wasn't really able to capitalize on that off play.
Oh my god, the nade was so close! It does find the opener too, Johnny. VST taken down to that lonesome survivor as well. Now it looks like a 1v1, but then Jux Esports, even they've got some demonic plans as they try to chime inside of the fight from the back lines. What a perfect Molotov that was! Forcing out the man from his comfort zone, but it's fine, amazing. He's got things under control.
Yeah, Amazing wraps things up. Aiku Soul eliminated from the game, and we are finally down to 8 teams, 21 players still alive. Godlike still in it to win it, or at least they are hoping for a win. This time the circle is favoring them as well, but they have to deal with the pressure coming in or about to befall upon them from that eastern side in the form of Jux. Jux is going to come charging up that hill. Of course, Entity Gaming as well, closing in on their position from the north.
It feels like Godlike is controlling this entire final zone. They have got the only hard compound available in it. Entity Gaming slowly and steadily trying to maneuver their way inside of the upcoming safe zone, but it just looks even tougher. THW, 3 of the players alive in the game as well, taking a fight against VST. Oh, the native was so close. Dazzle, luckily enough, he does not take a lot of damage.
He just runs away at the last second and does manage to survive, but 4 elimination points on Team Godlike. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. They need the chicken, along with 5 to 6 eliminations from this match itself. Not 5 to 6, 10 eliminations at least. Gaming spotted out. Shots committed from Jonathan onto Gamla Boy, but does not really connect.
Jonathan is got visual on so many players in the front, and look at THW's Ninze. He's got the potential foes in front of him. Ninze's taking a bit amount of damage upon himself. He's taking decent amount of beating. But THW, they're fighting two fights at the same time. VST and Entity are being challenged by them. And THW slowly and steadily cracking under that pressure. Destiny knocked out as well. Now it's all down to Keo Lamau, the man who's responsible for all the elimination points. Sometimes THW can't carry, but this time Keo Lamau can't do anything.
Too much pressure on THW, as you mentioned. Two fights at the same time. Not something you would ideally want from them. An Entity, they capitalize quite nicely on that. 9 eliminations secured in this match already. They're going to look for a few more, look for a big win. And they had a wonderful day yesterday. Well, at least a decent one. 22 points were secured at the start. Well, it is where they started from today, but I think this game, if they win this chicken, then it changes everything for them as well. Jux looking to change their fate in the meanwhile.
Oh, two big dogs having all the 4 players, and even Jux, as you mentioned, looking forward to change their fate. Godlike, they've got 2 bigger foes in front of them. But all the players up and alive. Godlike, they need to start scratching up the surface.
Yeah. 5 to 6 eliminations, that's not going to cut it. But Simp, I think he is trying to delay or deter the players of Jux of pushing in towards this factory, but they still move through, and there it is. The nade needs to connect. If it does, it helps him secure all of those eliminations, but unfortunately just bounces off the corner and goes off to the side. Jux, they have at least something to work with in this fight now.
Jux Esports closing on in towards that warehouse, but then from the outskirts, Entity challenging them. And Entity is one of those bigger forces as well. VST from the back is also going to do some more damage against Entity. Too many fights happening in the outskirts, and Godlike is just chilling in the middle with premium seats acquired. And then you've got Entity from the outskirts once again being a little bit more challenged, but Jux Esports, even they take a fight against VST. Man, it's a trifecta of death in the outskirts, and Godlike should try and take the advantage of this fight. But instead, Godlike as well, now they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves. What's going on? It's utter chaos.
They wanted to let all of these teams fight among themselves and then walk out in the end, secure those points, as many as possible at least, towards the end of the game. But now all of that has been denied. Jelly was knocked out, but he's been brought back. The revive does come to fruition, but now finally Godlike looking to engage against the players of Jux, and Vardhan is going to be dropped. Reboot still up close. And he needs to realize that is a very risky position to play from.
Godlike kicking up those utils. Jux are taking constant damage. 2 more players knocked out. Godlike looking for to hand out those death blows. Another man at the front lines, and there we go. Mino, he puts the final nail in the coffin as Jux Esports, they say goodbye to the lobby. And now it's going to be a 4-on-4, a proper collision between Entity Gaming and Godlike as Jelly gets knocked out. Now the advantage in the hands of Entity.
The battle of the IGLs won by Somraj. 3 versus 4 develops for Godlike Esports. And Entity, as you mentioned, they have full control of this fight. It's not going to be easy for Godlike to bounce back as well. But Jonathan is slowly and steadily inching towards the left side of that tram, trying to see if he can find an angle to pick off the players, the flankers from the side of Entity, Somraj and Puka. It has to be a 1v2. He's looking for 1. The damage from the blue dished out, and Jonathan runs forward. He gets knocked out. Godlike, this could be it. This could be the end.
All that safer play for what? Losing out on this chicken dinner once again. And Godlike, they're definitely not going to be feeling good about this. The amount of points Godlike got is not going to be helping them too much to move up. But at least it's taken those baby steps. But at this point in time, those baby steps are not going to be enough. But Entity Gaming, what a chicken dinner that was. A deserved one and a desperately needed one.
Yeah, I mean, this was a well-fought battle from Entity Gaming. And of course, their journey starting from the city of El Pozo. The first few steps they took inside of the game had me a little bit concerned when we saw them move along that western edge of the map, dropping down south, following the highway, and then rotating inside the circle.
Yep.
But from there on out, I think their timings of engaging into fights was just perfect. And apart from that, that last 4v4 against Team Godlike, since Jelly was instantly dropped in that fight and Jonathan was basically stuck into a corner with the blue zone forcing him to move forward, I think even that last setup was pretty much secured by them.
I mean, once again, I just feel like Godlike are playing it a little bit too safe, man. I still think so they should try and take advantage of the other teams fighting against each other. They could have done so much more damage on the lobby if played properly, but Godlike instead just chose to play in that warehouse, which is also an understandable play style because they wanted to play for the win, but still, they could have tried to rack up some more elimination points.
I think from this match, they do walk away with like 13 points. It is going to put them in a tough position, whether well, not a tough position. It's going to be like a very intense situation on the next map of Sanhok. Either they win the game, a big chicken dinner with 20 points and they qualify, or they get left behind. But at least now that is also an option, right? Because the way this day began for them, it was looking extremely tricky.
It was, but I mean, relying on the map of Sanhok, man, it's like relying on a snake. It's really tough, man. You never know because Sanhok sometimes can stab you in the back because it just takes away the zone advantage. But so far, Jelly has been the zone magnet. Every single zone has been shifting right on top of him, so you can't say the luck is now favoring. But you really got to give it to the Jux as well. Jux too played it super well, providing that good cover fire. Amazing was there this time.
And Jux as well, they timed themselves perfectly because we saw Jux start from the northeastern quadrant all the way in Thore Amuda, and then slowly and steadily, just before, I think there's one more team that made that eastern edge rotation. I think it was Aiku Seoul, and they entered the circle just a smidge before Aiku Seoul took control of that hilltop, and that actually worked out quite nicely in their favor because they were able to protect themselves and defend their numbers in the early stages of the game. Had they lost a few players, then we would not have definitely not seen them in the last few moments of this match.
And now imagine in the map of Sanhok if the circle is going to be on top of Camp Alpha Island. Things will just be even more tricky. IQ Soul, they will be in the advantage, and IQ Soul is already looking forward to hunt down Godlike because there's a high chance they would want to stop this qualification. Godlike is definitely taking those baby steps, so the storyline now is looking way much more perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they should have been able to cross at least 25 points from this game, so they need like 15 more to push through. And for a team like Godlike, the kind of players they have, their caliber, the individual performances they've delivered in the past, I don't think 15 points is going to be a challenge for this team. Should be easy. Just to be safe, go for 20 and just make sure you move through.
Let's just say a chicken dinner. Okay, just to make it complete. But yeah, I mean, this entire final moment, a 4v4 between Entity and Godlike, as we saw, Jelly was the one to get picked off first, where Somraj was the one to find the opener. And then later on, even Jonathan was stuck over there. He tried to move out in the open, instantly got capitalized by Pukkar. In general, Entity Gaming, they were just much more in a better control of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they had the positioning advantage. They had the frontline cover available, and it was Team Godlike who were forced to move out since the blue zone's edge was a little bit closer to them. So Entity Gaming, they were set up for success in that matchup, and all of that did happen from the plays they made a few moments ago, just securing, or in fact clearing up that western front. But now going into this last game of the day, there is too much pressure even for the side of Entity Gaming to deal with.
Even Supernova's inconsistency hits them like a truck. The first game, 22 points. Yeah, it does bring them back in the race, but we had to talk about this, right? They need 15 more points.
That is true.
So many teams are desperate to get these amount of points in their hands, man. Even Jux Esports, if they do get a chicken dinner, who knows? They can barely squeeze themselves in that 16th spot.
I mean, they can, but are they going to be able to pull it off? That is the thing, right? I mean, this is a team that is fresh on the circuit, and going into this last game, that is just too much pressure for a fresh team to deal with.
And even THW started the day off with 31 points. So far, the performance hasn't really been up to the mark, but imagine the last game of Sanhok, THW, they start to pop off as well.
Yeah, so if anyone from the top of the leaderboard right now pops off, it just basically denies the entry into the semifinal for anyone on the latter half of the leaderboard, and I think that will include the side of Team Godlike as well, since they started the journey from quite far back, right? At the start of the day, like 10, 11 points to their name. And even we saw them on the last page of the ranking. So that was a big leap that they needed to take. And with the first two games, they have kind of initiated that. But then again, a big game is required to guarantee that qualification, not just from the side of Godlike. I mean, we have seen a lot of other names fall off as well. Raven Esports, where did they go?
Yeah, Raven Esports, a complete disappointment, I'm not going to lie, right? Reaper was the man to sort of bring in those major numbers for that team, but Reaper's not able to step up. The other players, they need to do something, but even they're not able to step up when it matters the most. Even Seven Shores, they did start the day off with 31 points, but then the back off is not there. They need to perform in the latter three games once again.
But I think we might witness what we saw from NIY yesterday. You remember NIY at the start of the day, they needed like 10, 11 points to qualify, and they waited till the last game to make it happen. Last game comes along, and all of a sudden, they just secure 11 finishes in the first 5-6 minutes, and then they were like, all right, bye, our job is done, we're going to see you in the semis.
I mean, so many surprises to be revealed. So many mysteries are still unraveled, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? That's going to happen after this short promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली? अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
I mean, after witnessing a competition like this, I'm of course more excited to play BGMI myself now. And if you guys do not really have the BGMI installed on your devices, what are you waiting for? Install it right now. But let's move on with the conversation, right? Sandhawk on the way, Johnny. We know Sandhawk is quite an unreliable map, considering it is quite a zone-centric one. Godlike right now, the gods are favoring them.
Yeah, I mean, right now the gods are favoring them, but I mean, is that enough? They have to pull their own weight as well. So that is why we keep saying, I mean, we need that chicken dinner, because everyone, I think majority of the people that are tuning into this broadcast right now, all of them are hoping and praying, in fact, for Godlike to push through. Everyone wants to see them make it to that LAN finale.
Exactly, the LAN finale, which is going to be happening in Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen, where things are definitely going to be even more exciting. And also, there's going to be premium tickets being sold soon on the website. To have some more information about this, make sure to follow Crafton India Social. And yeah, going back towards that Santa conversation, right? Supernovas, a high chance even they can start a hit back.
I mean, they can. They started the day off on a decent note. The performance wasn't too shabby. And, of course, Supernova, the performance we saw from them in the round prior to this, it was all about aggression. But it seems like when they showed up to the wildcard stages, that aspect, the most important aspect of this game, the playstyle that depends on this current point structure, I don't know why it was just taken away from them. They were just too passive when we saw them in the first 3 games. And today, at least in the first game, they brought that aggression in. But unfortunately, after that, the reset happened on Sano. Miramar, Yeah,
the reset did happen. But moving towards the wild card, right? Supernova was one of the interesting prospects because they were doing quite good when it comes to the point standing. Still, unfortunately, not been able to make it to the week 1. That's why they were over here, barely just missing out on that cut. And Supernova, one thing is for sure, they do pack a punch looking at the past stats. Moving forward, even Team VST, the previous game was decent for them, but decent is not going to cut the deal. Now they need a chicken dinner to make it inside of that 16.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, VST, I think it has already been a little bit of a letdown looking at VST, because when we saw this team come in and, of course, their journey in the previous rounds, everyone was expecting them to already, I mean, right off the bat, start hitting hard upon those other opposing teams. But turns out, I mean, it was a little bit of a hurdle in front of them, the slowdown, and the momentum they weren't really able to build up that momentum in the early stages of the wildcard stages, and the struggles continued. And today as well, I think they tried to bounce back. At least they have a little bit. I don't think they're going to be too far away from the qualification threshold, but this one last push on Sanhok, and especially when you know you have teams like Seven Shore, Aiku Soul just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Because again, Aiku Soul, they will have the freedom of knowing that we have made it through, so we can basically just ruin the day for everyone else. And Seven Shore, at this point, I think now they're going to start rolling up their sleeves, and everyone's going to look at each other and be like, yeah, boys, it's time to let's do it.
Yeah, it's time to be a little bit serious for Seven Shores and even THW. And I just don't really understand. THW is one of those teams that likes to play it super passive. They do not really like to go for the early game fights, but still they're not being proactive inside of the game, Johnny. They're instead going for the late game rotations as if they want to be the one to assert the dominance. And this play style is quite unorthodox in my opinion.
I mean, it is unorthodox, but there's a reason you will always want a safety cushion for yourselves, right? You want to see if you can somehow just throw the other teams off. Everyone tries to read each other. This is not just a game where you play with the mechanics. I mean, there are a lot of mind games being played between all of these 16 teams right now as well. And I think TSW just wanted to see if playing slow was the way to go, or can they in fact try and take on these teams just playing from the outer edges, not really engaging in those early fights. But again, I think this is going to be a lesson learned.
This is definitely going to be a lesson learned, even for Team 7H or Team 7. Even they have a solid chance right now to make it inside of that top 16. The first game was decent for them, maybe being able to get those decent amount of elimination points. But even Team 7 Esports, if they do manage to get a nice game in their hands, at least they can try and crack some other teams under that pressure.
I mean, they can ruin the day for a few of these teams, but I think even their day was ruined just now on Miramar, so going into Sanok, they need to be extremely cautious, careful, and again, you have a big game, drop that 30 bomb, you push through.
That is true. Drop that 30 bomb. But let's move on and look at the MVP. This is where things are going to be a little bit more cleared up. And the MVP is going to be Picard from the side of Entity Gaming with 7 finishes and 44% finish contribution with a map impact of 12%.
Yeah, Pukar definitely an impressive player, and it's always fun to see him in action. 7 finishes, as you mentioned, secured. But let's move forward. Top 5 performance on our screens, and Entity Gaming, amazing run in this match. You have Gamla Boy with 5 eliminations, Somraj as well with 4. And then following them up is going to be Tiger from the side of Seven Shaw with 4 eliminations to his name. And Jelly from the side of Godlike Esports also shows up with 3 eliminations to his name. But then again, I mean, Godlike, we needed that big matchup from them. And we're still waiting to see if they can deliver on the map of Sanok.
The point standings are also going to be there and soon on the screen, and this is where things can be cleared up a little bit more. Godlike in the previous game, they definitely did have the double digits on the board, if I'm not wrong. And once again, moving in forward inside of this game too, they do have the double digits. So as I mentioned, baby steps are being taken from them, but these baby steps, are they really enough to put themselves in the solid 16? That's the real question. Entity, 26 points acquired from that one single game. You've got Jux Esports 2 with 8 points. You've got VST with 7, 7 Shorts with 7 as well. 7 Shorts being that consistent bunch.
So I think Entity with this performance have definitely moved inside of the top 16 in the overall leaderboard. So they will be moving into the semi-finals. Godlike Esports though. Now this, I think this also helps them get extremely close. That last game of Sanok, maybe 12 to 13 points, and that should do the job.
Yeah, but they have been struggling to get even those, man. And
They
as
just
I
got
mentioned
14.
so far, the gods have been favoring them. That's why the circle has been forming on top of them. But considering it is going to be the map of Sanhok, man, Sanhok is really unreliable. I keep on mentioning this. Let's move on towards the latter half of the board, though. That's where you're going to be seeing some of the disappointments. THW, a team that is so close to that qualification bracket and still just missing out on the games.
Yeah, I mean, THW, the struggles continue, but then again, not too far away from that qualification position. I think just 6 to 7 points on the board, and that should get the job done. But again, Supernova, as we talked about, the Reset new version as well. Reset, they had a decent performance, decent run on that first game of Erangel, but Miramar not really going their way. And of course, on this last page, version 9 and Heroes Gaming as well, just completely falling apart under pressure. So I think now it is down between THW, Seven Shaw, Godlike. They have brought themselves back into a fighting position between these 3 teams as to who can actually qualify inside of the top 16.
I mean, Supernovas, as you mentioned, is also there inside of the race. Version 9, a complete bomb in that previous game. I'm not sure what they can do to bring themselves back in that race. And I think so at this point in time, it's done. Team 7 Esports definitely can be there. THW is definitely there. They're super close to that qualification bracket. They just need 1 10 bomber or maybe even 15 points, and they can just solidify that confirmation towards the solid 16. Let's move on towards the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, as the last game of the day is going to be rolling up.
Well, let's see. Last game, it is going to be the map of Sanok on our screens. And it will be an interesting one, of course, to see how things turn out for these teams. The last match of the wildcard stages. We have almost 5 teams still fighting for qualification. And all of them just need the same thing, 15 to 20 points to be able to push through. Well, less than 15 for a lot of them, but let's see how things are going to turn out. And of course, I think with every single team moving inside of the top 16, a few others are getting kicked out. Let's not forget about that, and we'll find out who goes where after this game of Sanok is done. But for now, there's another new face that has joined that. Well, not exactly that new. Fixus is there sitting right next to me with a smile on his face. What are you thinking, Fixus?
I'm barely trying to catch my breath over here, Johnny. That match of Miramar changed the script. Storyline for Entity, they were barely struggling, and 26 points, I think they're pretty much safe. Even for the likes of Seven Shore, I think they've made the cut. Nothing much to worry about. But for THW, for teams like Godlike, VST, the race still goes on. And now from where I can do my maths and recollect, Godlike is sitting at somewhere around 32 to 34 points. One good game. All they need is 8 to 10 points. just to make sure they edge through qualification.
And it's not going to be easy considering it is the map of Sanhok, as we like to call it, the most unpredictable map inside of this game. And of course, the big threat of Aiku Soul lurking over your head as well.
Yeah, we've all heard the whispers in the forest. And Manya did, just a couple of days ago, did tweet about it also. You know, I am going to write the script. And this is the perfect stage, right? The storyline is here. For Godlike, they need those 8 to 10 points. They need to rely on the contingency plan. They need to have somebody ready for the healing battle. And who knows if Aiku Soul just decide to drop in on Godlike.
You know, I know what Team Godlike is thinking right now. Where's Global Esports when you need them the most?
And who knows, imagine right from the get-go, Aiku Soul decide to drop the bomb on Godlike. Directly go clashing on their heads.
I mean, see, now even Team Godlike is going to expect that, right? I mean, not just from Aiku Soul, but from anyone else. But that can result in them changing their drop. We saw that happen yesterday on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
It kind of almost worked out, apart from that one fight. Again, that positional error, but that's in the past 2 days. Miramar was just perfect.
Yeah.
So that is the possibility, and I'm pretty sure Jelly has that thought running in his head already. Like, all right, are we going to get drop clashed? Are we going to be left alone? And at this point, it's just a complete 50-50 guessing game.
Yeah, I mean, more than the guessing game, this is where they need to believe in each other. I think all the planning, all the plotting, everything goes out of the window. It's all about them living the moment.
I would think more than believing in each other, how much do you believe in Manya?
All right. I get where you're going at. And like I said, the chances are definitely there.
Yeah.
For Godlike, yes, Aiku Soul could be the kryptonite. They haven't been bothering them in the first 2 games. But in the final game, where it matters the most, imagine what a change would that cause.
I have a good distraction for Aiku Soul. I mean, guys, Carnival Gaming and Team Aru. I mean, these were the 3 teams fighting for the first position, and I think Carnival Gaming are still up top. Team Aru is also going to be there. But let's see. I mean, Aiku Soul, they would also want to finish on the first position in the overall ranking. I think that is just like a personal thing that they have, like always being on top, always being #1. So why not in the wildcard stage as well? But let's see how this game of Sanhok is going to turn out. We will have the plane in front of our screens in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen. And well, again, the last game of the wildcard stages. Here we have it.
The last game that decides the fate of a lot of teams. Who goes out and who lives to fight on. That is what is on the line, folks. And like anticipated, yeah, no drama here either. Aiku Soul taking that early drop up top around Hatin and over the Camp Alpha Island. But for the others, boot camp, that is going to be stacked up. And let's not forget, Johnny, there's so many of those teams that have already made peace with their fate. They know that they're not going to be cruising in through into the semis. So might as well throw a spanner in the works of the rest.
Well, let's see. This time, Team Godlike, again, all eyes on them. We are seeing that wide split coming in from the team. Jelly and Simp moving together. And then we have Jonathan, who's dropping towards Lakavi. This is off to an interesting start for the squad already. And I think as long as they survive the early stages of this match, this can turn out to be a wonderful game, considering that entire northwestern quadrant is quite isolated right now.
And by all means, this is a godlike circle. We have seen multiple times Jelly has managed to make those early rotation around the western side of Bahan, take over those hills. But look at things down below. But here we have it already. The first fight happening around at Paradise Resort. Jux up against UP50.
Who gets shut down over here? I think both of them. UP50, they are desperate for points. Jux were a little bit further ahead. But I mean, one of them losing this fight, it's going to turn out to be an elimination from the tournament, of course. And it is UP50 who have taken the first hit. Jux, there was one player traded out, but UP50, they could not confirm that finish. And that does allow an opportunity to Jux Esports to go for a revive.
The curtains on UP50 have pretty much fallen. They've made peace. And 7, sure. That grit, that resilience we got to see in the previous game. Those 7-8 finishes for them have almost ensured qualification. This is just a mere formality, but for Rising Falcons, Johnny, has been a journey and a half. The first game, they were pretty good. The second game, they dropped it off, but for now, Aru wants to fight it out, wants to get that first knock, and UV Jord takes a little bit of that damage, but still nothing major.
Nothing major over there. And 7 Shaw, they need to be careful. It's quite awkward whenever you see those early drop clashes down south. And this one in Camp Charlie.
Look at how he's
And-
moving.
Yeah, does not want to give away a single footstep.
Yeah.
So he's just inching closer and falling back. But there's one more drop clash, by the way, down south. It is towards Sami, where we have Team 7 in a little bit of a pickle that they have built for themselves. But we'll see what's happening over there in a few short moments. For now, I think this is going to be an absolute standstill between the two teams. And Rising Falcons are the ones looking to cause trouble over here, by the way, because 7 Shaw, they are closer to that qualification bracket.
You know, to be honest, 7 Shaw, I still feel like they're already out of the woods. But that battle at Sami, that is of utmost importance. T7, they're going up against THW. And they need those points, especially THW. And we know T7, they've been the notorious goblins inside of the lobby. But for now, Rising Falcons deciding to keep their units tight, everybody around each other. And this gives the players of 7 Shaw some moving chances. Could really surround them, and a couple of grenades. And Rising Falcons could instantly be clipped off.
Well, the Falcons this time still. I mean, two of them don't even have helmets, for crying out loud. So, yeah, don't really know how they make it through in this fight, but it's not going to be easy. And 7 Shaw still waiting and waiting in the back lines.
What a drama it's going to be,
Yeah.
Johnny. So much happening in this game of Sanhok. And with bated breaths, we just await.
Yeah.
And everything could just change. But for now, it's been so far a holding game. Now, Rising Falcons, something inside of them did pop up, and they decided, you know, we've had enough. Yeah, if it's our final game, then we might as well go down fighting. And eventually they want to answer back. But for 7 Shaw, they look quite settled. They could look quite rested. They do not have a lot to worry about. But what I was really concerned was that fight happening at Sami. Because T7, we all know, no matter what they do, they cannot qualify. But THW, their heads could be cut off. And this is exactly the drama that I was talking about. A rehost, folks. And now, what happens next?
I mean, we are going to find out. The next thing that happens is we're going to start again fresh from Sanhok, and a lot of opportunity for a lot of these teams. Luckily, not a lot of casualties inside of this match. We saw that early fight happen in Paradise Resort, but even then they were able to disengage. And after that, I think even in Sanhok, you can try and play around with 3 players. This is the map that allows you to play and approach the game with those survival instincts and just play for survival, go for those heal battles. So I think there was an opportunity for that team as well. And apart from that, I mean, the fight in Camp Charlie, it was happening and wasn't happening at the same time. The fight in Sami as well. Nothing happened over there. I think THW and Team 7 were quite close to each other, but I did not see a single shot being fired. So maybe I think this rehost gives all of these teams a second chance at avoiding those drop clashes, or maybe a second chance to new teams to initiate those drop clashes.
Now imagine, this is going to absolutely change the storyline over here, especially heading on. This was supposed to be a godlike circle, and imagine the circle again goes towards the Western Island and goes towards Camp Alpha. This would be such a huge debacle. But for the ones wondering why there was a rehost, we wanted to ensure that there is fair play and everybody is inside the lobby, and because the stakes have never been higher than this. This honestly, Johnny, does not feel like a wild card anymore. It feels like we're watching the finals, and with that previous game of Miramar bringing in all that heat, imagine Team Entity, godlike for the throne. And wow, what a game of Miramar.
I mean, exactly. I think, as you mentioned, the intensity of the matches is definitely already finals worthy. The only thing that's missing is there's no money on the line yet. It will happen once we reach to the grand finals, 2 crore to be a little bit more precise. But that's for the grand finals. Right now, I think it's just the pressure of qualification and, of course, the opportunity that waits for them on the other side that is forcing these teams to put everything that they have on the line. And, of course, for a few, it's the promises that they haven't delivered upon in the past as well. They are hoping that at least now they make their fans happy.
We certainly do hope so that they would end up making their fans happy, but so much drama is causing already, you know, enough hemorrhage around my brains. I need a little bit of a breather. Whilst me and Johnny do that, you take a look at this beautiful promo. We're gonna see you after this break.
Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा. लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था. गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई. अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह. किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी. फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम. हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं. लो निकल ली बस. बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार, टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली, अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today. Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा. लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
That Mercury Soldier set and those visuals on there, even the QBC skin, that could be also upgraded. So what are you waiting for? It's the lucky gold spin, and for the first one, it is just 10 UC per day. So might as well check that one out. But after this matchup, because now the stakes have never been higher than this. And Johnny, heading on to the final game of Sandhawk. Yes, we will have a different circle. Everyone was hoping that maybe Godlike might qualify. But now things might be absolutely up for a toss.
I mean, you know what? In a game of BGMI, nothing is guaranteed. So I'm going to go ahead and say that there is a possibility we can have the exact same circle.
Yeah, there's that chance also.
There's a chance as well. So it's not like all hope is lost, right? Until the game begins, you do not know what's going to happen. And until it ends, nothing is guaranteed as well. So for a lot of these teams, opportunity is still there. Then now they have the extra piece of information as to they know the mindset the other teams are dropping into the match with. And why I say this is, again, 3 drop clashes and only 1 casualty from those 3 drop clashes. So opportunity is still there to try and engage or force a fight early into certain situations where you already knew, alright, these 2 teams are going to drop inside of Paradise Resort. Why not just drop on the outer side compounds, hear the commotion, and see when's the right time to push?
And let's not forget one more thing. Every single time, I think you and I, we have been casting a lot of Sandhawk matches recently.
Yeah.
And every time I ask Johnny, where do you want the circle to go? He has just one answer. He wants it to go down south. And imagine your prayers get answered tonight.
Oh, I mean, this is the last Sandhawk of the wildcard stages, right?
Yes.
And I hope my prayers do get answered tonight. So, yes, I would want the circle to head down south.
All right, south it is, and I would like to like for the circle to go a little bit towards the northern side. I mean, would love to see all that action breaking out there. Who knows? It could also go towards the extremities. It's been a while since we've seen something happening around Kampong, but I think it's just mere minutes before we get inside the action, the final game. So far, Wildcard has been absolutely electrifying with the way teams have made a comeback, with a lot of those new names coming out of nowhere and delivering where it matters the most, but still few couple of slots up for grabs, and the big question, the mystery around the fact is who are going to be making it.
Well, that's a big question mark, right? It's
Yes.
a question as old as time itself. Not really a question as old as every single qualification stage. Who makes it through? Who gets left behind? And even now, I think from this group, we have 5 or 6 names fighting it out. But along with the teams moving forward, now this is one thing I mean, it's very difficult to figure out, because someone goes in top 16, who goes out?
Ooh. And so far, before the second group did start of the evening, the cutoff was around 39.
Late 30s, yeah.
Yeah, late 30s. Entity, they've surely crossed that 50-pointer barrier.
Yes.
THW, they're still on the verge of making it over there. I think for 7 shows, they started off with around 33 points. I think they've crossed past 40. But now, with a couple of slots up for grabs, right? Anything could potentially change.
Yeah, exactly. Anything can happen. And with this last game, I mean, a lot of desperation is also going to be in the air from a lot of these teams. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. I mean, I see there's not a lot of time left, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope everyone is prepared for this action. And again, the last Sandhawk of the wildcard stages. It is going to be epic for sure. And it is also going to begin in the next few seconds. We will have the Big Bird in the sky taking off for the second time for this map. And this time again, I think we have a similar flight path. It starts from that Camp Alpha's western edge and it sticks towards the northern side, just between Camp Bravo and Lakavi.
All right, $1 million question. For all the viewers watching this broadcast, let us know if Godlike makes the cut. And we'll be watching you on the chat nonetheless. I'm pretty sure the polls are out there already. But like you said, Johnny, Aiku Soul taking that early drop. They have got HR right beside them. We did see some drop clash around the Paradise Resort, so a little bit of a reset over there. Even around Camp Charlie, we were witnessing those fights. But Sami is where I have my attention at.
Yeah, I mean, Sami, it's going to be difficult to see how the teams, in fact, take that fight. In the previous game, they just stood there and basically were staring each other in the face. And it seems like TSW and Team 7, they do not want to back away from their initial plans. Both of them, again, heading towards the city of Sami. And we kind of have a central western circle this time, eastern circle this time. Does not really change a lot from the perspective of Team Godlike. Apart from the fact that, look at that, Rising Falcons.
Yeah.
They have completely changed where they went.
And same goes for UP50 as well.
Yeah.
And for VST, they're feeling a little lonely at the boot camp, but Edgy not far away. Now for VST, if they go all guns blazing, if they get a 20-pointer, things could be really different. But look at this. THW so well prepared for the players of T7 as already Core has fallen down. Kyolam out trying to find that flank angle as Sam does manage to get one out of their players. As Ninja has been fallen down, but T7 all reduced inside that one little hurt. What goes on from here?
And of course, considering this is an early fight, there won't be a lot of utility on either of these players. And THW, with this man advantage, can definitely qualify for the next upcoming stages. Kyola Mao, he finds one more, and there it is. Team 7 Esports put out of their misery, put an end to their journey. THW, 4 early points secured in this game without losing a single player.
That's nice. Especially if you are THW. This is exactly the kind of a start you needed. A huge sigh of relief for the players of THW. They need to go back towards Sami and get their loot done. And there are high chances this circle can come down south. We've seen this circle kind of end towards the Painan areas. But regardless, whatever it is, Team Entity in such a prime position. Even for the likes of Seven Shaw, they've changed their drop. Going as far as Bantai, nobody really wanting to engage in any fights whatsoever.
Yeah, everyone wants to play it safe, but there are going to be those chosen few who know that we've made it through. And they're going to go after everyone else, but this is it. THW getting their feet on the floor, on the ground a few seconds earlier, were able to pick up those weapons and also hold that advantage in the fight against the players of Team 7. By the way, none of these teams actually dropped on the city of Sami. Both of them went on the smaller compounds, and with how that fight went, I think THW wanted to avoid that immediate conflict as soon as they landed, and they wanted to stay back for a bit. But Team 7 were the ones who came knocking on their doors.
It really came down to those minute details. It all came down to who had the glide better, and it was THW, because it's very difficult to just directly drop on towards Sami. It was all about taking on that compound and head over towards that area from there onwards. But looking at Godlike, they've got that 2-2 split going on, and seems like you had a thought.
Yeah, but no point now, so let's just move forward.
All right. So, I mean, talking about Godlike once again, barely sitting at around 33 to 34 points. And who knows, whilst they make it inside the circle, might get caught. Aiku Soul, they haven't really gone into their notorious ways. For Team Entity, I think the survival game, or maybe it's just a formality for them.
I think it is a formality with how they've positioned themselves. It's just a four-man widespread that we are seeing from Entity controlling the entirety of the southwestern quadrant of the game. The closest anyone is to them is Rising Falcons, who are quite close to Gamla Boy, who is all the way in Kampong, and Somraj, the IGL, has to drive over there all the way to pick him up and then take him back. Where are you going, boy? Come with me. We're going to travel together.
And for Entity, when it mattered the most, they delivered.
Yes.
Such a beautiful team. Started the day with just merely 22 points. The first game could barely muster 2. And when the odds were stacked up against them, they hit the hammer. It is always those golden games of Miramar that Somraj and the boys have relied upon. And what a game it was.
Yeah.
Right from the very start, it was those tension moments. But tension still there for Team VST though, since they've spotted out the players of Heroes Gaming.
Yeah, and Heroes Gaming, that early split that they had going for themselves, now it seems like might just backfire. The players, if they get isolated, the backup won't really be there, and VST can actually split this fight into 2 halves. A 4v2 towards their left, and of course another 4v2 up the hill, but they have to be careful with when they take the fight exactly, because we do see the players from the new side of New Version in the back lines. They have taken control of that hill between Painan and Bootcamp, and again, that is also an advantageous position, but only if you have the 6x or the 4x scope.
Yeah, you need those bigger scopes. Gone are those days that you could make do with just that 2 times. But this is what everybody has been talking about. Team Godlike finally making their way inside the circle, but they're not the only ones. We've got Rising Falcons right in front of them, and on their backlines, we've got the players of Team Jux. They might get really caught off guard, could be stuck between a rock and a hard place, and seems like they know that there is a team in front of them.
I mean, they do realize that, but no move made to take that fight, and even Rising Falcons do not really want to engage right now. And this is quite interesting because Team Godlike, they need a big performance in this particular matchup. All of a sudden, I guess, Rising Falcons, as they try to back off Team Godlike, they position themselves into those smaller shacks. It is decent cover that they have to work with as of now, but I think at this point, they will be hoping that someone comes knocking on their door.
Yeah, I think Godlike over here has 2 options. Either they go all guns blazing, secure around 8 to 10 finishes to their names, or they might just go a little silent. A couple of position points here and there, and try and get the chicken dinner with around 4 to 5 finishes in their bag. That could also make the cut, but if Entity have done it, so should the players of Godlike be able to also pull this one off. But the circle shift really helping the endeavors of UP50 in their last dance. Who knows, they get a chicken dinner.
If they do, it is going to be an incredible one. Not an easy one though. I mean, look at that cluster towards the center already, and I have a feeling majority of the team, especially anyone playing from the southwestern side, they're going to be suffocating for cover. Ikuso, look at them move in close to the shoreline, and Godlike on the other side as they find themselves on top of that mountain, just the cave. They also find themselves close to the players of Entity Gaming. This could be revenge for the players of Godlike, but Puka finally pulls the trigger from the distance. Some damage dished out, no knock secured though.
But look at this. Entity slowly but surely trying to surround the players of Team Godlike. And the big question over here is, are Godlike aware of Gamla Boy's position? Surely Godlike do know that Team Entity take that southern belt to themselves. And you could see the idea coming in from Team Godlike. Of course, Jelly wants to hold on to that center. Just hug it to his dear life and hope everything works out. But Jelly, Johnny is in the middle of nowhere. And Gamla Boy might be waiting for this opportunity.
He could be lurking on the sidelines, but I believe he was on the lower side of that hill, so quite tricky for him to have a line of fire over here. Team Godlike. Now this split can actually come back to haunt them. If the players in the back lines, there is a possibility they can be caught off guard by the players of Rising Falcons. Look at that. If that happens, then they are in trouble. If the players in the front lines get caught off guard by Entity Gaming, then they are in trouble. And I think realizing that, we see Team Godlike regroup as well. Simp is the first one to show up. Jelly's still quite close to the players of Entity Gaming, all the way towards cave.
Jelly is literally playing with fire over here. And is absolutely oblivious of the fact that Team Entity are keeping such a close watch on them. And Jelly, this looks really bad. This could really turn out so worse in massive proportions for Godlike. They cannot afford to lose a man over here. But on the other side, V9 in front of Rising Falcons. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, version 9 have done a beautiful job of securing that first opening knock, but Rising Falcons again making things extremely difficult for version 9 to go for a push. And a few moments ago we did even see one of the individuals from the side of Team Godlike trying to third party, but unfortunately the line of fire is kind of awkward from that shack up this hill. Oh, brilliant move from UV George, stepping outside, going back along that hill and gaining that high ground advantage. He can actually find that trade last few pixels, and Lapid, he does barely manage to avoid getting knocked out. Although 3 players from the side of version 9, they've gone for a push inside towards Vintage Jord, and he has done a phenomenal job up until now handling and trying to deal with that pressure. But all of a sudden it seems like Rising Falcons, they might collapse. What a brilliant move over there. And UV Jord, he's the last man left alive, and only one thing left to do: run for your life.
And he barely has any first hits to work around with. And Rising Falcons, really you could see the terror in their eyes. They had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and version 9 sticking together like a pack of wolves, just pouncing on their prey. For a moment, things could have gone really wrong for them had Lapid been taken down, but hold on, UV Jord still might have something to say about this fight. He knows, he's made peace with the fact that he is not qualifying, but look at the circle shift going towards Painan and Raven Esports. Last I heard, they were still in the race.
Yeah, they were still in the race, and I think if they win this game, they can definitely qualify for the semi-finals as well. But look towards their west. It is Aiku Soul who have showed up on top of that hill, and that's going to be a nice advantage they can work with. Alright, he's waiting, finally pulls the trigger, gets the revenge, 1 man found, and now he's going to look for a few more.
The cat in hiding finally comes out. Tiny little paws scratching the faces of the players of V9. Already 1 casualty secured, but this does not make things easier for Godlike, because now they have to enter inside the circle, and the big question is how. They're traversing through the quarry and are looking at a more northern shift. I mean, Godlike, they're banking upon their instincts at this point. They're hoping that the circle goes north. Otherwise, it is going to be of no avail.
I mean, they're praying for it.
Yeah,
just hoping
literally
as well. But this is not an easy move to make. You have the players of Heroes Gaming waiting for them on the other side. Well, not waiting for them, they're waiting for anyone. And Jelly leading the charge. I think opposing players spotted out, so they do turn their vehicles towards the left. Or maybe not, because now Simp has just moved forward. Master, he's hearing all of this commotion being made around him. But Heroes Gaming, they can't really do much about this. It's just two players on top of this hill. The other two are still kind of stuck inside boot camp.
Indeed, and suddenly an eerie silence has just taken over the woods. And it's all about that next circle shift. And then you could see that pandemonium breaking through. Complete anarchy, chaos, whatever you call it. But THW, they're also fighting for their dreams. And this time they have got a tougher foe right in front of them. We could see this fight even in the map of Erangel. But for now, they're here to settle it down. Inside the rainforest as Destiny closes in on Tiger.
Oh man, this is going to be so awkward. I mean, tigers are known to be quite stealthy when they hunt, but
He's heard it.
he's heard it, but now he hears the gunfire as well, and that can be a big distraction for him. And TSW Kiolamau with this nade, looking to find an opening. Destiny still looking to wrap around that rock, completely misses out on Tiger. And Sam's there it is, the first shot wasn't enough to go for the knock. The second one does the job, and Tiger instantly goes and secures the finish. So THW lost one man, Seven Shaw. Both these teams actually in the fight for qualification. And Seven Shaw, they have a big advantage to work with. Looking for the second frag, looking for Sams, who's hiding behind a tree. Tiger just moving left and right, bobbing and weaving, does secure the second knock in this fight as well. Although Devil has been traded out in the backlines, but doesn't matter. TSW down to the last two players. There's a tactical advantage available to Seven Shaw.
For THW, it is their dreams shattering right in front of their faces. 4 finishes, and now Kiolamau suddenly gets picked off. As Seven Shaw, they would want to play with their prey right now. And seems like the prayers for Team Godlike, they are slowly but surely getting answered. The circle taking a little bit of that northern shift. As THW, the curtains might also fall on their dreams as well. And now Godlike, they are getting a lot done. Going after the players of Heroes Gaming, but Kiolamau is left to fend for himself. Alienated from Ninze. He has to survive till the end.
Right, I mean, Seven Shaw, they slowly and steadily inch forward towards their qualification threshold. And as for Team Godlike, I think they're getting something done. They've gotten 1 point. That is it. The players from the side of Heroes Gaming in the back lines, I don't know when they're going to close in. Because they also have to be a little worried about VST, who were there in boot camp before them. In the meanwhile, Aiku Sol, just south of where the players of Seven Shaw were a few moments ago. And in fact, Seven Shaw, they've moved downhill. Aiku Sol with this high ground advantage should be able to spot them down. The question is, are they willing to take that fight? Because Aiku Sol over here, they have nothing to lose. Seven Shaw, everything.
Yeah, for Seven Shaw, still the question marks, like you said, on their qualification. If the cutoff goes around 45 plus, might still be there, but still they have their numbers tied, all of their players together. But for Aiku Sol, oh my god, they could really build that coffin up for Ninze, the last solo player surviving from THW, right in front of him. And even Entity, they get their guns loaded. Already one finish accrued for them. And for Team Godlike, the journey is so much arduous, filled with all sorts of treachery, and they decide to finally fight it out against the players of Team Jux. Vardhan, he's isolated, and look at the players of Team Godlike charging like hounds, trying to take those shots as Vardhan responds back in kind. But there you have it, the cavalry does arrive, and Godlike still fighting.
Man, the shotgun did not work out, but the car definitely did. And they just pin him behind that tree. Jux, one more player has been picked up, but Godlike, they need to be careful right now because there's a third party happening. VST, even they want these points for themselves. And VST can definitely destroy and ruin the chances of Godlike pushing through. Look at that, the revive had just come through. Luckily, Jelly, though, still down on his knees. Admino trying to see if he can deter the pressure of the flank. If they can secure this knock against the players of VST, Team Godlike, their opportunity of getting these points, it just goes a little bit higher, because now instead of walking away with 1 or 2 eliminations, you can wipe out the entirety of VST and walk away with 6 early in the game as well.
Somehow Jelly has been brought back to life, but this is such a crucial fight for both these teams. VST and Godlike, survival on the line. And let's not forget VST, they are starting to lose out on their numbers. Shiraj barely alive over there as Godlike would want to secure those finishes for themselves. Admino steps out of his vehicle, but Gabba, hold on, he is still alive.
Well, he is still alive, but I think Team Godlike will still end up winning this fight. They have a few finishes in the hand, and Admino, I think he's going to be very upset with himself, because as soon as he got out of that car, instead of the M4, he had the DBS equipped, and the distance wasn't really the one that allowed him to play with that shotgun. But still, 4 eliminations secured by Team Godlike. And in the mid-game stages, I think they are going to try and look for a few more. In the meanwhile, Aiku Soul up against Entity Gaming. And with 1 player down, the IGL himself, can Team Entity Gaming react? They have the momentum from the previous game, but Team Aiku Soul, they are on a path of destruction. What is just happening? All of them running around with Shotgun and Entity. They aren't even reacting to this. Look at this, Gamla Boy sitting up top. And well, they politely ask him to just stay up there.
And Ninja just becomes a hero for his team. Has managed to sneak that finish off of Samraj and has managed to get yet another point. With such a crucial game for THW, 5 finishes still on the board, but for Godlike, this is also one way to approach this, right? If you get enough of those finishes, enough of those elimination points, just mere 8 to 9 needed, and already sitting at 4. A new version. It could also be deleted from the server, but hold on, Jonathan seems like he spotted the players of UP50.
And at this point, I think it does not seem to matter to Godlike if it is their own finishes that they are converting or ones from the opposing teams. 5 is the number on the board already. They have the players of New Version down the hill, UP50 up front. And look at the shift of the circle as well. It is in their favor. This is the game that they need to win. And the stars are aligning as well, slowly and steadily for Team Godlike. But can they make it happen? 6 eliminations on the board already with 6 teams, 19 players remaining. Can they drop that 20 bomb that they require?
I think they might have just pulled it off. But still, nothing can be said. So uncertain the situation is. Godlike having the circle. The fans, they were all praying. And seems like Ninja, he's finally given up on his life. Aiku Soul being so merciless. As the 4 horsemen of death do arrive. Manya getting caught off guard. But look at that. Knuckle still gets the better out of Aru from Seven Shaw. Devil also does fall. But Godlike, they have a task in front of them. And that is in the form of New Version. The players absolutely subdued. And Godlike looking to wreak havoc everywhere around the lobby.
They need to wrap things up with the players of New Version as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it could spell trouble for them in the next few seconds. Luckily for them, out of nowhere, Raven have showed up to deter the pressure from Aiku Soul in the backlines. And Aiku Soul against Raven. Things are set up for this team to be successful in this game. Look at that, though. They are looking to capitalize on the fact that Aiku Soul and Raven have just decided to engage against each other. Raven 2 players down, and Aiku Soul, they are not stopping. The push continues, although Admino capitalizes now. 1 point has been taken away from the players of Aiku Soul. And 2 players on the other side. Manya, can you connect this nade? But no, as soon as he steps into the line of fire, Admino punishes him. And even though the nade connects and they secure the finish points, Team Godlike, they made sure that Aiku Soul, at least for the next few seconds, will just be down to 3 players.
Oh, look at this. Finally, they're breaking their wings open. They know they've got things under control. A New Version, Mikey up against the world, and Simp gets the job done. 10 finishes already for this team, and now they look nigh unstoppable here.
Yeah, we asked for a 20 bomb. The finish points have already been secured. Now all they need is the chicken dinner. Already inside of the top 4. And of course, I think huge props to Admino. He's been doing so much all this time. And I think he has to be one of the key reasons that Team Godlike, they're still in the fight. But what just happened? Jelly, he runs off to the flank, gets knocked out. A final 4v4 between Godlike and Aiku Soul. Fixes. I feel like I've seen this before. It was the exact same situation last year. A fight on the hill slope between the 2 teams. A fight for qualification.
A battle past the years. And always such a delight to watch. Aiku Soul taking on Godlike. Godlike having that higher ground, but Aiku Soul, they have the numbers. And Manya, he's been spotted out in the open. Admino wanting to retaliate back, but too much exposed, and Knuckle gets the better out of him. It all rests on Jonathan and Sim, and he has spotted out Ronnie over there. Jonathan is position compromised as those nades will be flung through his bins.
Well, as of now, they have laid out a wall of smokes, but Jonathan, as you mentioned, position compromised. I think this seals their fate. 10 points for finishes. Simp looking for a few more, but he is outnumbered. He's trying his level best to take the fight, but Aiku Soul in the end are the ones who walk away with this final chicken dinner of the wildcard stages on the map of Sanok. And have they just stolen the chicken, or have they stolen a spot into the semi-finals as well from Team Godlike?
It's such a cliffhanger at this point. Godlike, yes, they do have the finishes. Yes, they do have the position points. But the big question is it enough to break through the walls of that cutoff that we've been talking about? Before Group 4 started, it was around 39. Before Team Entity, before Team 7 Shore, they all made it through. And now we were talking about the cutoffs really going high. And in this game, if they had around 10 to 11 finishes, they needed around 8 to 10 points. And let's not forget the position points are also there.
Yes.
But there have been so many other teams. THW.
I think Team Godlike will have 16 points in total for this game. And of course, I think TSW as well, they did a phenomenal job, but I think they were taken out a little bit early inside of the match. And it will be interesting to see where they in fact end up. On the other side, 7 Shore, I think, brilliant job with that heal battle. They weren't really able to secure that many eliminations, but the heal battle gets them those points. So I think they might actually push through. Beyond TSW. TSW got like 4 or 5 eliminations, right?
Alright, let's start doing the calculations.
Yes, let's run the numbers.
Entity, for sure, they qualified.
Yes.
THW, it was a very good run in Miramar. They had around 7-8 finishes to their names. Couple of position points here and there. They might have crossed over 40. That is what I'm assuming. THW, they started off this game with around 35 to 36 points. And nice survival by Ninze. They had a couple of finishes to them, around 5 to 6. They might have also crossed over 40. Godlike, before this game, they were sitting at around 34 points. And they've gotten around 15 to 16.
Now this leads to a lot of interesting developments. And again, I mean, it will be important to check how many points they were able to secure on that Erangel and that Miramar as well. But while the calculations are being run, let's have a look at the recap of the winning moment of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, the final fight between Aiku Soul and Team Godlike, of course. And as I was saying, I mean, I've seen this in the past, man. This happened last year as well. A fight on the slope of a hill. It was the game of Sanok. It was Aiku Soul against Godlike. And I guess the result still is the same.
Yeah, at least for now. But for Godlike, I think this defeat from Aiku Soul, they can still digest, but they cannot afford to get out of the tournament. I think they might have lost the battle, but they're certainly looking at winning the war.
Exactly.
And it's all about holding on to that dreams for Team Godlike. That is what is of utmost importance over here.
And it's not their dreams at this point. It's all tens of thousands of fans that are there supporting them. And of course, I mean, there has been a lot of them just hoping and praying to see Team Godlike move forward and to see this team make it to the LAN finale, of course. And I think they are definitely going to be close. I think they might have actually made it into the top 16 as well, but I'm not sure, so my fingers are still crossed.
You know, with Godlike making it into the cutoffs, I'm pretty sure the cutoffs definitely go a little bit higher.
Yes.
Which leaves us with Big Brothers. They were sitting at around 42 to 43. We might have to bid them goodbyes.
Ouch.
And even, let's not forget, Mogo Esports. Now, if the cutoff exceeds 47, then Mogo Esports, they might also feel threatened. Hey, to be honest, 39 was where we started, and 4 to 5 teams really played well.
Yes.
And Raven Esports, they were also in the mix of things.
Yeah, I think still we are going to be around 44, 45, or maybe even 43.
I think 42 to 43 is what I'm still assuming.
Alright. So
that means Big Brothers goodbye?
I mean, maybe. We still don't know, right? I mean, this was the last game. Again, it is very important to see what the top 16 looks like. But it will be between the 40 to 45 points, right? 45 is, I think, what everyone mutually agreed upon the cutoff could be. So let's start moving forward. Let's start having a look at the numbers. But we won't jump to the overall rankings instantly. We're going to start off with our usual method, the MVP of the game on our screens. And of course, Aiku Soul Knuckle takes the title this time. 6 finishes secured, 783 damage dished out, 3 headshots as well, and 22 minutes, 16 seconds survival time. Quick game of Sanox, man, these days.
Yeah, just another day in the office for the Aiku Soul boys. They were pretty much on the prowl, trying to hunt everybody down. They took out Entity towards the early phases and then also dealt with THW. Eventually, just put a ring on Team Godlike. But when you look at the usual suspects, Admino, this is one of those players, latest addition to Godlike.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, he has delivered.
Yeah, he's definitely delivered. And I think it was him just pulling the team together towards the end. That fight, the way it was initiated against the players of Ikusol, he found that first pick on Manya, and that could have actually changed everything, but then unable to capitalize. And yeah, it was impressive run. He was also putting a lot of pressure on the other players, the team sitting on the flank as well. But now I think we're going to have to look at the points. 22 secured by Ikusol, Team Godlike with 16. 7 Shaw with 10 points. 7 Shaw, I think at the start of the day as well, they needed like 12 to 13 points. They get all of them in the last game.
Oh, hold on. I mean, even for Raven Esports, 8 points in this game. Previous game also, they had a couple. And they've been pretty consistent, like Imprint. And talk about Imprint, they might really crash out. But THW, 7 points. Very important 7.
I think THW will get left behind, maybe.
I really hope not. You know, this is a team that is so close to our hearts. But for Godlike Esports, things definitely looking much more achievable with that 16.
Yeah.
I think they delivered when it mattered the most. Yeah, missed out on the chicken dinner, but who cares? They still have a holding chance, at least if they make it inside the semi-finals. But as we move on ahead, 9 to 16, this is where we might get to see some more upsets, because this is where we get to see the players of Rising Falcons, VST, another team. I really thought they could bring in the heat, but it was Godlike who were their daddies.
Even Jux. I mean, everyone was hoping to see Jux move forward as well. This was a new team that had impressed us in the previous rounds, but unfortunately, the last day where it all really mattered, Jux, I think, again, the pressure gets to them and they weren't really able to perform. So they are going to be bidding us adieu as well.
Yeah.
But let's see, I mean, it is going to be a very close call, and I think there might be a situation where, I mean, there's not even going to be any difference between the team that pushes through and the team that gets left behind. I think it's going to go down to those tiebreakers, man.
All right, tiebreakers are we talking about? Yeah, there is that possibility. And Johnny, please do the formalities. Get the overall standings already, because I'm barely gasping to catch my breath over here. And I'm pretty sure all the viewers that are watching us on this broadcast, they're also waiting with bated breaths.
I mean, I understand you're waiting, and I understand you're waiting, but we're going to take our sweet time, right? I mean,
you're going to do that now?
I mean, who does not like suspense in their life?
Not me. At least not at this moment. Just reveal it. Open that box.
I mean, we will in a few short moments. It's a huge process to open that box, Fixes. You have to trust the process.
I mean, the climax that you're building up over here right now is already giving me those itches. Really feel like I want to stand up and...
you got to promise me something. I mean, I need to get something as well if I'm going to use my powers and reveal the overall rankings, right?
My God.
Yeah.
You surely have your way, right? Okay, what are you asking? What's up?
I mean, you're giving some... I heard you were giving Necro a Royal Pass as well. I want the next one that comes out.
All right, we can work that one out. I think, yes, I mean, if you want to break the suspense, but you've got to do it in the next 10 seconds. Otherwise, you're gifting me a Royal Pass back.
Alrighty, I mean, we'll see if it happens in the next 10 seconds or not. Someone count it, and if it does not happen, yeah, I'm going to have a conversation with Fixes after the show, but it will be interesting to see how the rankings, of course, turn out eventually. And
9?
Yeah, you're still counting?
And I got my Royal Pass.
Yeah.
Thank God. Thank you,
still haven't gotten it yet. I mean, let's see if Fixes can track me down when the next one comes out.
I mean, to be honest, this is in front of a live broadcast. Yeah. There are thousands of people watching, and I just won this. But, yeah, more than me getting that Royal Pass, I'm really curious. I know you're making those faces there. I have a proof, and you need to be a man of your words. So, Johnny, let's calm down to that.
All right, I'll get you what you want, Fixes. I always give you what you want, but... this time around, I think we are going to have to be patient, because it is extremely important to sort of make sure that things are done properly, right? I mean, it is the final big reveal. These teams, their future is decided off of what happens now. Are you in the top 16? Are you not in the top 16? Do you get to move forward to the semi-finals? And do you still have an opportunity to fight to make it to that land finale and an opportunity to fight it out for 2 crore rupees in prize pool.
What an amazing day it was, right? If you have to sum it up, like you said, right? So much on the line, especially for these young lads that have come into play. We came into today's evening and so many big names already crashing out. Team Forever. This was one of those players that, in fact, one of those teams that really impressed us a lot. But, you know, before we kind of pull the curtain, of course, have to take a look at the top plays of the day. And yeah, when you talk about the top plays, surely have to include the top performers. And Aiku Soul, who else?
Yeah, Aiku Soul, definitely a phenomenal run inside of today. And of course, this last game of Sanok also was quite incredible. But it all started in that first match of Erangel, the fight against Heroes Gaming. HR, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and even for Voltex, I really thought that they're going to have a very good chance. And even they could not make it, right? They were barely at around 38 to 39, especially just latching on. But for Medal Esports, I think, again, last time was the BMPS. It was the first time Paradox and the boys could not make it to the LAN, and seems like this time also it's not going to be their time. I think with the new era ushering, we've had to say goodbyes to so many of those bigger names. Imagine even if Big Brothers, they crash out. They were the runners-up of the previous BGIS, and this time we do not even get to see them in the semis. But a silver lining for all the teams that make it from the wildcard is they get another chance if they do not perform well in the first in fact the first semi-finals.
Yeah, I think that is going to be there for every single team that makes it to the semi-finals, and it will be interesting to see how in fact the journey continues once we are over there. But this is the last big play of the day, that final fight that we got to witness between Aiku Soul and Team Godlike, and of course all of these moments absolutely impressive. We had a few more impressive moments throughout the day as well, and now the one thing everyone is waiting for is to see who is in the top 16. I mean, again, a few teams I think we can be sure that alright, they have definitely pushed through, as you talked about it. Medal Esports, I think that is that one team that we would like to witness. Alright, have they made enough efforts to be able to stay inside of that top 16 bracket? 7 Shaw, I think with this last match, they definitely do regain their spot inside of the top 16. Voltex, I think the slowdown that was there might have just ruined their chances. But along with them, I think it was that middle pack that everyone was worried about. And of course, the big name, Team Godlike, they also fell in that middle pack.
I mean, for Godlike, the way they started off their day, you could see in all the 3 games they had the circle.
Yeah.
The first one, the circle towards those end phases, just going away from them, were like those Achilles heels. They could barely get in. And still, they kept things afloat, 8 points. And Miramar, they managed to recover, still got those points. But this game of Sanok went so tight. And imagine, like I said, right, they were purely playing on their instinct. Imagine if the circle had gone down south. We have seen on numerous occasions this circle going down south. And today, look at how the stars have aligned. Look at how the prayers of the fans of Godlike have been answered. The circle going right towards where Jelly and the boys were. And who knows, they make it to the next round. But like you said, right, for Medal Esports, for THW, for a lot of those teams, even for the likes of Gujarat Tigers, Wingod, so close yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, Gujarat Tigers, I think it was the performance yesterday that we did not expect.
Yeah.
Day number 1 was quite phenomenal for them. It was where we thought, all right, maybe we are going to see Gujarat Tigers make it all the way towards the semi-finals, but that really didn't happen. I mean, the momentum was completely broken down from their end, and I think it will definitely come back to haunt them as well. But again, I mean, the wildcard stages, they have been so incredible. Not just the wildcard stages, I think compared to last year, the intensity in this BGIS 2024, it has definitely taken a different note. But ladies and gentlemen, I think there has been enough suspense now. It is time to move forward. Have a look at the overall rankings, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the top 16. And all of these 16 teams, they've made it through to the semi-finals, starting off with Team Aiku Soul, 83 points, all the way on the first position. Then we have Carnival Gaming, Team Aru on the third, Rivalry pushed through on the fourth, Galaxy Esports, NIY. New set of teams, new faces, but incredible confidence in their playstyle. We have Entity Gaming on the 8th position, 7 Shaw. Their performance today made us doubt as to what is happening, but still, at the end of it, they are in the top 16. RTG IND on the 9th position. There it is on the 10th. The leap of faith being made and faith restored, the fans' faith restored in Team Godlike. No chicken dinners, but 49 points, 31 finishes secured to find a spot in the top 16, followed by Mogo Esports. Fixes, that should make you happy. THW, they make it through on the 12th position, along with Voltex on the 13th, LOC on the 14th. Raven Esports, they qualify on the 15th position with 43 points. And last but not the least, it is Lifecraft on that 16th position with 42 points, who have made it to the semi-finals.
The line drawn at 42 points, and that is indeed going to be the cutoff. But Raven Esports, so much was on the line in that final game, and they barely managed to squeeze in. Even for the players of LOC, the way they played today, Voltex also making the cut. I'm so excited for all these new undergods. But moving on ahead, this is what I was talking about. Imprint, despite their heroics, despite them being so consistent, look at those 22 position points. They lost just by the virtue. In fact, it was a tie there.
Yeah.
And it has to be gutting. Same goes for the players of Big Brothers and Tribe Herdman. They came in out of nowhere, and it will feel quite salty. Just 2-3 points, and even Rush if possible. Mizo, Medal, Gujarat Tigers. This is where the big hearts are already broken.
Yeah, and I mean, they just keep on breaking as you look down further down the rankings, because following them up, you have K9 Squad, Genesis, Remorseless, Wingod, Team Zero, WSB, Blind, Team Forever. Team Forever was second in the grind, by the way. And they're not going to be moving any further in this tournament. VST eliminated as well. Jubilant, Divine, that is another big name, another exciting new team we came face to face with this time around. We have Supernova, who've been kicked out, TMG, PL Dominators, Revenant Esports. I mean, we spoke about Forever being second, right? Well, they were second to Revenant, because Revenant was #1 in grind.
They certainly were. And yeah, for Revenant, this has to be them making peace with the fate. But when you move on ahead, you've got even UP50 crashing out of this one, new version. There was such an interesting prospect. Same goes for the players of Acrobots, Inertia, and Alpha 6, like you said, right? Necro's favorite team. They still managed to get a chicken dinner, though. But not enough to make them break the gates of qualification. As we move on ahead and take a look at the last page, Johnny. And starting from down under, on that 64th position, you've got Heroes Gaming. Dragon Claw did have Dynamite, and he wanted to make a statement. But look at the big upsets. TWOB barely managing to get just 10 points.
Oh, man, I mean, this is heartbreaking for all of these teams. But we all knew, they all also knew what they were walking into when they were introduced to the wildcard stages. And we all expected hearts to be broken. They have been. But also, let's not forget, top 16. Now we get to see them again in action in the semi-finals.
And I can't just wait for it to get started. The semis, and it is going to be one hell of a show, because this time all the teams that have made it, we had top 16 from round number 4. They're going to be waiting, and now the teams from the wildcards. And so far, the tell-to-tell story in the BGIS has all been about momentum. And now a lot of those teams, I think, that have made it from round number 4, they have had those cold feet because they have been watching the matches from the sidelines, while these teams have been tested in the wildcards. Now the trial by fire, that is done and dusted. We're back to square one, where we finally have our next set of teams, and only the top 8 from the first semi-finals make it directly inside the grand finals.
Exactly. It will be an intense journey once the semi-finals begin, ladies and gentlemen. And we all know it's not too far away, that door in front of us. We can clearly see it as well. And as Fixes mentioned, from the first week, top 8 teams qualify for the grand finals directly. And if you're wondering what happens to the ones that get left behind, well, there are 2 weeks of the semi-finals, so they get to fight against each other once more to see what the remaining 8 teams are going to look like.
And the storyline with every passing week just gets more intensified. So much to talk about. So many teams, so many of those individuals rising up to the occasion. I mean, this certainly has to be the best tournament in the history of official BGMI so far.
I agree with that. But one thing I'm going to say, forget the storylines. The competition itself keeps getting more intense. I mean, don't forget about the storylines. We are definitely seeing a lot of them. Quite exciting ones in front of us, and that is what we are here for. But as I was saying, the level of competition. Go back to round 1, or in fact, go back all the way to grind. Watch the matches and then watch a single game of wildcard or round 4. It's been so intense this entire time, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, there's going to be a lot more on the line once the semi-finals begin next week. And I hope everyone is prepared for the action, because it will take a turn in a different era. But with that being said, our journey for today, and of course our journey in the wildcard stages, does come to an end. See you guys in the semi-finals next week. Until then, take care. Thank you so much for tuning in, and good night.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।